Hello, hello, hello. Anyone that's coming in, I'm still setting things up. So that is that. Okay. Great. Um, Gotta do one more thing. Let's see. Okay, that's saved. We'll come here. Okay, that's saved. We'll come here. Okay, that's saved. Do 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 do. Well, hello, hello, Sandy. Hello, I'm just setting things up still. Let's see. Sending Candi the link. Ah, thank you. Thank you. Let's see. I think now we're just waiting on Candi. So how's everyone tonight? Hello, Mason, Sandy, Terry. Oh, the dogs are barking. And who knows why. He'll calm down. John, hey. Hey, hey. Alright, I'm almost set up here. There we go. There. Now I have both chats up. I'm watching Foghorn Leghorn cartoons. I never heard of that. Our cartoons were so violent yet funny. Oh yeah, that's right. We gotta put it on live. Thank you, John. I love it that he reminds me. She told me earlier she was. So I just sent her the link, so she should be coming in shortly. Okay, grab my crochet. There. Now I just gotta make sure I hear her pop up here. I do enjoy panel nights. Sometimes they can be very fun. Well, Paul sent me a message that I want to put up and show everyone. His son did the race today. Let's see. I gotta find something. He sent a picture of his son racing. So I thought that was pretty cool. So I am gonna send that here shortly. Wow, beautiful colors. But my blanket. Ooh, I love this blanket. It's coming out great. It's coming out. It's getting big though. You two work well off each other, Barb and Candi. Yeah, I think so too. She has a very nice way with words. So I thought that was good. So how is everyone? How's everyone been doing today? Surviving the cold? Where is my crochet? I was gonna say I lost my crochet hook. I was watching turkey videos. There's my turkey. There's my turkey. Yes, you water. Candy must be running a little late. Do 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 do. Weather in Columbus, 47, mostly sunny. It was a nice day today. The breeze was a little cold. Almost made me buy a Swanson TV dinner. Is this, you telling me it's baby time? Yeah? Did you eat some of your chicken? Oh, yeah, you did eat quite a bit of that chicken. You must have been hungry. Mailed property taxes. Ugh. Ugh. I hate property tax time. 81 in Florida today. I guess you're not cold. Weather for Columbus. Conditions are fair with temperatures of 37. The wind is blowing from the southeast 1 mile per hour. And the current humidity is 84. Weather for Lake City. Conditions are mostly cloudy with a temperature of 71. The wind is blowing from the south-southwest at 6 miles per hour. So your wind is blowing a little bit harder than ours. And the current humidity is 88%. I haven't had a Swanson TV dinner in ages. Just sitting here thinking about it. I used to love the fried chicken ones with the corn and the mashed potatoes. It appears that my 40-year-old son Justin delivered an unexpected good time and crushed all expected goals. He outran many entrants despite him being an amputee. Are you okay with me showing the picture, Paul? I was going to show the picture, but I wanted to get your permission first. It's okay? All right. Here we go. Oops. Screen. I understand. Oh, let me find it. Share. There he is. I thought that was a very good picture of him. Oh, oh. Thought that was Candy. It's not. Oh, Candy is messaging me. Hold on. She said she'll be right here. Yeah, I do. I've always liked it. I haven't had it though in years. Well, he looks pretty happy, Paul. He looks excited, happy. He doesn't look too tired either, so, but I don't know, how far in the race he is. I don't know if it's the beginning, the end, but he looks pretty good. Yeah, he's very handsome. And you gotta be proud, yeah. That's what Sandy said, you gotta be proud. A cute young man, also a spirit of a warrior. He is a winner. Definitely. He was wound up. Well, he does look pretty happy. This was Saturday. He he was in a marathon race, I guess you'd call it, Saturday morning. Oh, you want in? All right, go on in. Pretty good. I think it's a very nice picture. I gotta do one more. Yeah. Yep, she's in my shirt. That's why I can't get rid of my big shirts. I gotta make room for her. I almost did not recognize him. He has lost 80 pounds. Wow. I bet he feels really good losing 80 pounds. All those are glasses. I was thinking he had something like a GoPro or something on his head. Yeah, I'm going to leave it up until Candi gets here. She said she'd be right in. That way there Candi can see it. Or I could put it back up. The other duck food I used to love was Stouffer's chip beef poured over to... Oh, yes. I love chip beef. You know, and it's something that I had growing up. My mom would always make it. And I made it for a while, but I haven't made it in probably 30 years. Yeah. Oh, I see it. I'm clicking in now. This is Paul's son, yes? Yes. This is Paul's son, that's right. I'm waiting until I see you, then I'll let you. Do, 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 do. I don't see you yet. Should I put the... Oh. Do I need to put it in here? Like so? Buy you Candi? Technical difficulty. uh, yeah, I'll drop the picture. Cream chip beef by Stouffer's is wonderful. Yeah, really is. I used to eat that all the time. That and homemade too. And it used to be so cheap. I haven't seen it lately though. I haven't seen any. I'm sure it's really super expensive now. But oh no. Is this a voice chat night? do you mean, oh no? Candy's supposed to be coming up. Oh, here she is.
No, you should
No, you
photobomb.
should photo
Joe
bomb.
was gonna dance. Joe was gonna dance
Joe was
for
gonna dance
everybody.
for everybody.
Now I can't tell.
Oh, go ahead. There he is.
There he is.
Hello.
Hello.
That's my goofy
That's
honey.
honey.
All right. So you gotta mute this.
That's her hubby. Yeah, we're being asked, who is that?
That's my
Who
husband.
is this running gentleman?
Mochi, it's time to settle down, Bubs. Sorry,
It's like we live in North Korea.
All right. Sorry, just setting everything up here. Why do I hear an echo?
Do I have? Maybe I still have. Yeah, let me cancel echo.
Ah, there we go.
Is that it?
Yes.
Yep, you were hearing my echo.
Ah, there we go. All better. All better. How is everyone tonight? Hello. Sorry I'm late.
Late.
I know, like
I would have been
15
early,
minutes, 15 minutes late. Oh my gosh. How dare I? I was talking to my neighbor about that we're going to Thanksgiving. She finally got back to me and she sent me a message. So I was listening to her and she's adorable. And then I had to play the message for Joe because he was out and we were just like, aren't they cute? They're very cute. They're very young and adorable. Hello, Terry. Hello, Paul.
Did everyone see Paul's son running in the race?
That's awesome. How did he do? Is it like a race that you can win or you just get participation? Or
I think it's just being
like a marathon?
Yeah. I'm guessing. I that's not confirmed, but I would assume that's the case.
Hi, Sandy. Hi, Aaron.
Professionals.
You guys.
I can never on the camera.
Tonight I'm making a scarf. Want to see my cool yarn?
Oh, that is pretty yarn.
Isn't it
Baby
pretty?
Light chunky.
In lilac haze.
Oh, it is pretty.
And I called Hobby Lobby and I was like, do you have this yarn? And then she was like, we have a whole bin of it. Do you want me to hold some for you? And I was like, actually, can you take 3 skeins over to framing and give it to Joe and tell him his wife wants it? Him to bring it home. And she laughed and she was like, yeah, I can do that. And I hadn't messaged him yet because I didn't know if they were going to have it. So I wasn't going to tell him like, they're going to bring you yarn. And I didn't want to overwhelm him because like at the end of the day, working retail during the holidays, he just wants to get the hell out of there at the end of his shift. He doesn't want to have to look around for stuff. So I was like, this will be the easiest thing to have this lady just, have someone bring it over to him. And she was like, your wife wants these, before I got a chance to text him. And he was like, as soon as she walked in, I was like, that's not my department. I don't know why you're in here with those. And she was like, because your wife wants them. And he's like, oh, all right, I'll take them then. So that's the first time this is the 3rd holiday season he's working there. And this is the first time I ever used my wife card. Like, please bring it over to my husband and make him bring them home. But I got 15% off each skein. They weren't on sale. I didn't get like a deeper discount because they weren't on sale otherwise. But if they were like, how sometimes they're 35% off, he would get 15% off on top of that. So I would get 45.
Oh, so you got 45, 50%? 45%.
Yeah.
Nice.
I would get 45 on top of that. He actually bought me a pad of paper that I needed, and that was like 40% off. So he got 15 on that, his discount. And so I got that 55% off, which was nice. So now I'm winding balls because I don't like to crochet from the skein. I like to have balls because the skein can get tangled.
You like having them rolling around, do you?
Yeah. I have a little basket so they won't be rolling around on the floor, but I don't like how when you get to the end of the skein, sometimes it can get tangled. That always makes me mad.
Rocky was so funny. She saw Mitch on my phone and said, bye, Mitch, I've got to go. Oh, my picture's blurred. Barbara, your picture is very
Yeah,
blurry now.
Barb, you are blurry.
Ah, I might have to go on. Why is it? Why does the internet have to treat me so bad?
Crolivia M says konnichiwa, which is hello in Japanese.
Hopefully, I get coming in better. Let me. I'm going to shut down some of these. I got a bunch of tabs open.
Erin, I am so curious as to all of your children's names. Every time you say one of their names, I'm like, these kids have the coolest names. You don't have to feel obligated to share, but I would love to know this list of names that you have named your beautiful children.
Well, that doesn't seem to be helping any, but it's all right. I don't need so many windows open for sure. How many windows? Holy Toledo. I think I had 20 windows open.
Every tab.
Okay, now let me come back in here.
Oh, Terry, I did finish the pumpkin. Thanks for asking. I wanted to show you, and I do have it here. I also have a little fox that I made last year that I wanted to show you guys. But here's the pumpkin.
It's pretty.
Thank you.
I like that color orange too.
Yeah, it's really fun. I love it. And then this is, I think I used the same yarn for this fox, and I made this last year.
Oh,
He's super cute.
he's so cute.
And he's got a little scarf. Mochi, it's time for settle down, Bubs. I don't know why the second I get online, you have to start acting like you need all the attention. You got a big long walk. You got a treat. It's time for settle. Go see Daddy. Settle down. And every time I sit down at night, he's like, oh, if you have to go out, Daddy will open the door.
He's probably like, oh, Mommy's talking. She must be talking to me.
Yeah, he's like, who's she talking to?
We got someone new in here, I think. Crolivia.
There's Crolivia M and Cactus seem to be new folks tonight, I think.
Well, hello. And Cactus. Bro, it's my girlfriend. How does she know where I'm going? Because we live together.
Oh, I know, Mason.
Okay.
I'm such a helicopter mom. As soon as he starts scratching, I'm like, what does the baby need?
I love the name Mochi.
Oh, Erin gave us the names. Let's see. Veda, Loretta, Isaac, Petrus, Eloise, Scarlett, Flash, Gordon, Nixon, Emmett, Raquel, Rocky. My goodness, those are gorgeous names. You are amazing. I can't say I'm amazed by you. I'm amazed by how many children you've had, these gorgeous names. You inspire me,
1,
lady.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I had to count how many there was.
Yeah, just to be sure she knew. Be sure she didn't miss anybody, right? I would miss.
I find it so hard. She's got Terry Sue. She's just turned 19. She doesn't look like she's old enough to have a 19-year-old when you watch her. When you see her on her channel, she doesn't look like she's old enough to have a 19-year-old daughter.
Yeah. Who are we talking about?
Booby, Erin.
Erin has a 19-year-old?
That's what she said. Yes, Terry Sue. She just turned 19.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, Terry. Sue just turned 19. She's talking to Terry. Wow.
Veda just turned 19.
Do me a favor. Hold up the hands and show me how you hold your yarn hooks. Well, I hold mine like this. And that's how I hold mine. Erin, oh, I missed it. Where'd it go? Erin is absolutely amazing and looks so young. We love our Erin. Yes, we do. Love the kids' names. Please, you and Amy work on Mummy Rap. Your precious ones would gladly assist.
Oh, Cindy, are you having like a tension issue with holding your yarn? Holding your yarn can be very tricky when you're crocheting. I will show you once I'm done wrapping my balls. once I'm done winding my balls, I can show you how I hold mine. But I will also show you the alternate way that I have been holding my yarn since I was 7 years old. That is not the way you're supposed to hold your yarn, and it's always the way that I default back to when I'm like,
my tension is my pointer finger.
Yeah.
Because I pull on this.
So I don't understand why I hold my yarn this way, and I've been training myself not to. I will show you in a minute once I'm done. I've got one more ball to wind after this one, and this one's almost done. But I remember being like 7 or 8, and the woman that was teaching my mother and I how to crochet was just like, why are you holding your yarn that way? And I'm like, I don't know, because it works. And then I've had other people. I actually have a crochet video that I did last year, and the whole process of me crocheting is sped up because I wasn't teaching crochet. I was just showing that I was making a bear and a hat. But I was like, don't learn how to hold your yarn from me, because I have a weird little claw. But recently I've been teaching myself how to hold my yarn properly, and it makes me crochet slower. And I don't like it. But my hand will get cramped if I hold it the other way. So anywho, that's the story about me. How's everybody?
I sort of like hold it in my fist.
Yeah. Everybody's different. It's and there's lots of videos out there too that'll show you exactly how to do it. That's what I love about the internet right now and YouTube. I mean, some of it's, the internet can be so toxic, but like the fact that I can go and look at a pattern and be like, I have no idea how to do that stitch. The pattern didn't explain to me how to do this stitch. There's a video on how to do a stitch. There's always a video on how to do
I'm always, because I don't know. You know how many stitches there is in crocheting? There's like thousands.
Oh, yeah.
Thousands.
Oh, yeah.
And you can't know all of them.
And 20 years ago, there was no video to show you. There was like, you had a diagram on a
piece of paper,
on a pattern, and if you couldn't figure it out, you were like, well, I guess I'm making this up. Now you can actually watch a video of somebody doing it.
Yep, and I do watch a lot of videos when, there was one that crochet 2 together. It was part of a pattern I just did, and I'm like, crochet 2 together. I had to go out and look to see how to do that, and then I was like, oh, okay. But I called it something else, not crochet 2 together.
Everybody, and all the stitches are called something different too, like, and then they're different in the UK than they are here. So like a double crochet is called treble crochet, a single crochet is called double crochet in UK. So if you're looking at a UK pattern, forget about it.
And you know what? You know which one's correct, don't you?
Which one?
The one in UK.
Is it? Are they?
Yeah.
They've got it right?
Yes. They're the oldest ones of crocheting.
That's true.
They went to the Americas after.
That's true. They've got to be right. will we never get out from under the British? Oh, that's a joke.
Only because I've studied the history of crochet. That's how much I love crochet. And I did a video on history of crochet.
Did you? Is that an
Yeah,
older video?
yeah, it's one of the older first ones.
Oh, I have to go back and watch that.
Yeah. I even got one of the first crochet pattern books. Well, a copy of a printout that's like from the 1700s.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like the second one or something ever made. I got like the second one. And it is very strange. It's nothing like the ones you have now. Everything is called something different, and you really have to pay attention to what it's saying. I keep saying one of these days, I'm going to try to copy one of them, and that ought to be different. But we don't really use some of the stuff that they're teaching how to crochet lace for collars and stuff like that.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
adapt.
things that nobody's doing anymore,
So
right? Unless you
you don't
were
do
doing
that
costume
anymore.
work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mason,
So that is kind of interesting.
I was taking my skeins and rolling them into balls because I like to work from a ball better than a skein because the skein can tangle when you get to the end of it. The ball will not. So that's what I was doing. I had 3 to do and they're done. And I actually have to go grab my electrolyte drink, which you guys will probably hear me because I'm mic'd up, but I'll be right back.
Let's see if she burps or something.
Oh, I didn't bring my electrolytes. I'm still mic'd up though, so I can't talk too much. They listening.
Rolling yarn. I've
Look
got
at all my art. You see all my art supplies back here? That's not even all of them, guys. That's most
like
of it.
my crochet. Look at all my yarn, and then over there I got drawers that go almost up to the ceiling. Almost 3/4 up the wall is drawers that's got all my jewelry and stuff like that. My beads and everything you can imagine. I have so much crap.
Electrolytes.
One of these days, I'm getting better and better about getting up and down the stairs. There's a kitchen that my daughter doesn't use, although I got a stove and everything down there. But there's cabinets and there's shelves built into the wall down in the kitchen that she also doesn't use. I am almost positive that probably by the end of the winter, I am going to put my craft room downstairs.
Oh.
So it'll be a lot more room to do that and use up all those cabinets. I was thinking of also getting into another craft, and I forget the name of it. It's where you can make like glass type things with little flowers in the glass. What do they call that? It's like a plastic poly something or other. You can make crochet hooks.
Polymer clay?
Probably. It's a liquid form. You pour it into molds.
Oh.
And it you can put sparkles in it. I've seen some beautiful work making like necklaces and different colorful beads and glass bowls, and some of the stuff is just gorgeous with the sparkles and glitter and everything in this glass. I don't know. I love it. But that was one of the reasons why at first I thought about going downstairs, is so I could also have the room to make all that stuff.
Yeah.
Will I ever eventually make it? Probably not. But because I'm dieting, I can go up and down the stairs. I went up and down my cellar stairs because I'm doing laundry. And it's like I go down there, and usually I have to stay down there for about 4 or 5 hours. I don't anymore. I go down, I put clothes in the washing machine, and I come back upstairs.
That's
And I'll
awesome.
go back downstairs in about 30, 40 minutes and put it in the dryer and go back upstairs. I'm up and down the stairs now, and I'm like so proud of myself today.
Oh,
It's
that's
like
awesome.
usually I stay down there and just watch TV or something, but so I'm able to get, move up and downstairs now, which is better. It's not fast. I wish I was a kid and could run up and down the stairs, but
6.5 crochet hook. That's awesome though to be able to get up and down the stairs now. You
I
are.
have not been able to forever.
I know.
So it's pretty good.
Erin, I
Low
have had
enough,
my electrolytes hot before, and they are good. I actually take I drink Eric Berg's lemonade ones, and they're really good warm. They're really good hot. Okay, gotta find a hook. What else? Has anyone else said anything? Oh yeah, guys.
Yay, Barbie, doing fabulous.
Support Erin. Follow Erin. She put her channel, and she's got an awesome channel.
Oh yeah. I watch hers often during the replay.
Yeah.
I never can catch it live. She's just up too early for me. But hey, reply is just as good almost, you know?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. Terry says, Barb, you're doing fabulous, and you really are, Barb. That is amazing. You should be so proud. You're getting all this like mobility back. Oh, because there's other hooks in here. I'm like, where is this other damn hook? I bought a set of hooks the other day. Look at all these hooks. It's like every hook you could ever need, and yet where's the 6.5? Where's the 6.5? I'll find it eventually, guys. We're doing it. There's 5.
It's gonna be the last one. It's gonna be the last one.
It'll be the last one. That's the 6. That's it. Maybe there's no 6.5 in this set. Maybe I put it somewhere else.
Oh no.
That seems odd. There's a half for each other one. There's a 5.5.
Do you have
There's
a 7?
4.5. There's no 6.5.
Do you have a 7?
I do have a 7. That'll work.
Yep.
7 will work. Let's see. Will 6 work? 6 is a little too small.
What does your yarn? What does the label say on the yarn?
The label says 6.5 for the hook.
Yeah, you can do a 7. You'll be all right with a 7.
Just think it's weird because the set has every single other one, but the 6.5. Oh well, I got them from Amazon, and they came in a little blue pouch like this. Very nice. I
have
wanted,
a lot of 6.
I just wanted a full set because I have all these other like where I just bought them as I went, you know. So I got like partial sets.
Go to yard sales. I'm telling you, go to yard sales. I pick them up all the time.
Full set. Yeah.
Yes. And every time I see a full set for a quarter, 50 cents, I pick them up.
Oh yeah.
So I have so many because I like leaving. I have so many projects that I have going that I like leaving my crochet hook with my project. And so I have many. That and I share with my granddaughter who doesn't bring it back. If you have Amazon Prime, the Salt brand is a 30 pack for $27.99.
Oh.
I go to sleep with Barb and I wake up with Erin. Erin, we share Terry.
Cindy, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Cindy, I do like fatter hooks because I get like cramps in my hand. Unlike Barb, who can crochet for days and not feel it, I get like a cramp around my like thumb and pointer. So having a wider handle like this is like a little foam thing that you can slide onto the hook. Works better for me, like ergonomic. But yeah, I wish my hands didn't hurt. They hurt after I draw. They hurt after I draw. They hurt after I paint. I've been having.
You just have to crochet for days and let your hands get used to it. Do like a crochet marathon.
Well, I stopped crocheting because I started painting so much, and I was worried that I wouldn't be able to paint if I crocheted because I would get cramps in my hands. But then I started doing yoga. I started doing hand massage. I have a ball like a hard ball that I rub my hand over, and I massage my hands. So it's actually been getting a lot better. And
Okay.
as I did last week, I have to take my glasses off to be able to see my crochet. Let's see, is there anything else that I didn't answer?
I don't know how good my electrolytes are, but I also take pills too. I take the pills. I'm probably overdoing it, but I put this in my water, Propel,
Hmm.
and I love the
Oh,
passion
yeah.
fruit one. And it's 0 calories. There's nothing in it.
Just
Except
letting
for,
you know, Barb, I don't know why, but you are very fuzzy. So anything, like when you're holding things up, we
you know
can't
what?
read.
I'm going to turn redo my internet, and I'll be right back as soon as if I get disconnected.
Okay.
So I might freeze, but let's see. Sometimes that works.
Well, Mason, let's see if it helps when she resets. And if not, maybe I need to hop on and come back in because Mason's saying there's a lag.
Yeah. Am I any better at all?
Yeah, you're better. You're clearer. Yeah.
Oh, that's
Mason, is
good.
there
I
less of
guess
a
all I
lag?
had to do is a lag between you and Candy speaking. Barbie look fuzzy. Sometimes mouth movements, sometimes not. Yeah, we had this problem, I think, yesterday or the day before yesterday, too. Probably my internet. At least it's not shut me off. John says, I go to sleep with Barb, wake up with Aaron, nap out, then end up with Mitch. My morning goes from good to worst. Well, I don't know. That sounds pretty bad for me if it goes from good to worse.
Now I'm looking for the screen grab of the pattern that I found.
Hello, Bride's Biscuit. Much better now. Okay, good.
Oh my gosh, I have to show you guys this. I don't know if you can see it though. Let's see. Can you guys see
Yes, I
this?
see that. What is
So
that?
I bought this on Amazon because it looks like mochi and it's 5 feet and we're decorating tomorrow and we're putting it out in front of the house.
Oh, cute.
It was only like $20.
I make bone broth, Eleanor. I keep my bones in the freezer until I have enough to fill my crock pot. Fill the crock pot with them and water with a splash of vinegar and cook it on low for 20 hours. Oh, that sounds good.
I have to start making bone broth again. I stopped doing it for a while and 'tis the
I've never
season.
did bone broth. So you just keep all your bones and then I mean, do
Yeah.
you do all the same ones? Like only beef with beef, only chicken with chicken, or?
I mean, I think you could do them all. I mean, I don't think it matters if you wanted to have like a, everybody in the pot, everybody in the pool, but a little orgy of bones, if you will. But you could, but I think
I
you
never
could.
known the answer to that, and I never really looked it up. But every time I thought about it, it's like, well, can I mix these bones?
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I like to get, and this is like, this is out of my price range, but I go to Whole Foods and I get, because it's the only place that I can actually find like beef bones. I can't get them at regular grocery stores for some reason. Um, and I will just do like beef, like bones. Like it'll be like, I don't know if it's like neck bones or something like that, but um, I roast them and then just boil them because there's not a lot of bones in beef. I mean, unless you get like a rib roast. Oop, we lost Barb. We lost Barb. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, it must have been show on screen, show on screen. I'm not sure what just happened, but I think we're back. Yes,
Yes.
you
I see
disappeared, and
I
then I
see
think
me.
I froze.
I see me and I see you, so we're good. So yeah, I would get bones from Whole Foods sometimes, which are really expensive but really good. And then like hold on to chicken bones and stuff like that. But I like the beef broth better.
Terry says, Barb, can you throw frozen shrimp in butter garlic skillet, or do you have to thaw them out first? If they're already peeled, I throw them frozen right in the fry pan.
Yeah, you can throw them in frozen. You can also run them under water for like 5 minutes, like just cold tap
Or
water, and
even,
they will defrost.
yeah, either or. I throw them in frozen all the time. But oftentimes I'll get the ones that the heads are cut off, but the shells are still on. So I have to thaw them out a little bit first, just enough to
Mm,
get the shell off.
just to peel them,
I,
yeah.
yeah, to peel them. But other than that, yeah, today I threw some frozen shrimp right in my chowder that I was making. It was still frozen, but they were already shelled and deveined, so I didn't worry about it. I just threw them right in.
I like to get the I I I like to get the shelled. I hate shelling shrimp. I love shrimp so much, but I hate having to clean them and like pull the vein out of them. That pisses me off. I hate
Uh,
that. Taking a little toothpick and pulling the vein out. Not my favorite. Not my favorite.
when I lived in Portland, and including shrimp, um, I would.
Oh, you're breaking up, Barb.
Ah, I guess I'm gonna have to.
Goodness.
Where's my phone? I'm gonna have to go on to back up, see if that's any
Let's
better.
let's see. Bride Biscuit said, I want to get a slow cooker. I do love my air fryer though. Whole Foods by me is the only place that sells beef bones as well. Yeah, I'm in northern Colorado, and I haven't, like, we have King Supers, which is like Kroger, and I haven't been able, like, once in a while they have bones, but not like a bunch of them. And slow cookers are awesome. Absolutely 100% recommend a slow cooker if you don't have one. I have an air fryer and I like it. I just I feel like I don't make a lot of the things that I used to make in an air fryer.
Oh, where'd you go? Am I back? Am I
You're
here?
you're back, yeah.
I'm not seeing you yet, though.
Hmm. Still not seeing me?
Nope, still not seeing you. At least I'm not seeing you.
I see me and you. I don't know. Does everybody else see the two of us?
I guess we'll find out in a second.
Yeah, I gotta make
Oh,
more bone broth.
now see, I see you on my other screen. I just don't see you on this screen.
Oh, weird.
Chicken feet are about $5 a pound. Find a butcher shop, bake bones first. Collagen. How does bone broth help
The
arthritis?
the thing is, Paul, is that like I would love to go to a butcher shop, but they charge a lot. I mean, they charge, I'm assuming, what they need to charge, and I don't begrudge them that, but I can't afford to go to a butcher shop. They charge a
Yeah, I
lot
can't
around
either.
here. They charge like specialty meat prices, like more than Whole Foods charges. I think maybe you live in Amish country, so maybe you have places that you can go that charge you a more, reasonable amount. I would be paying a lot of money to a butcher.
All right, hold on a second. Hopefully I come right back. I don't know why I can't see anybody.
How does bone broth help arthritis? Mason asked. Yep, Bride's Biscuit. It's basically collagen and all of the nutrients and helping to reduce inflammation with all the, it helps with your gut health. It has a lot of good collagen in it. There's all kinds of good stuff in bone broth that just supports overall good health. Unfortunately, we see y'all joke. Haha, Mason. So funny. Aaron, I'm still upset they made Elena a vampire in season 4. Who's writing this horrible Vampire Diaries? I've never watched Vampire Diaries, but I feel your pain. Sorry, I'm reading the chat. Terry, can you guys still hear me? And Terry, do you find that turmeric helps you? I'm just like Bride's Biscuit. I took turmeric supplements for a while, and I found it didn't help me, even with they say you need to have like black pepper to make it bioavailable. I found it didn't really do much for me, but I've heard other people had really good experiences with it. Awesome. Thank you, Mason and Cindy. I hope that we regain Barb soon. Poor Barb is having technical difficulties. Uh-oh, Candy, don't sing. Don't sing. Lewis, the cat daddy, is here. Awesome. Hello, sir. I have seen you on Target Prime Rib and all of your cats. There's usually a cat butt on the screen, and I appreciate that, being a cat lover myself. Hi, Thomas. Yeah, you mean that's what happened in terms of why Barb's not here and why it's just the Candy show now? Barb was having technical difficulties. Her feed was all pixelated. Oh, she's back! Yay! Oof! I tried to hold it down. I tried to hold it down. Barb. Oh
my God!
I was like, we need grandma. We need grandma. I need an adult. I need an adult.
I could hear you talking, but I wasn't on here, and I couldn't get on here, but I could still hear you talking. Like, why isn't it letting me on? It wouldn't let me on. It said, nope, you're not going on.
It's like, I need a
but
grown
I
up.
can hear you. Like, what the heck? Hello, hello, Firebird. Hopefully, I stay back. They're making a TV series out of Vampire Diaries. Now I'm quiet? What? Really?
I hear you fine.
Do you hear me fine?
I do.
One thing after another. I don't want to grow up. I am a Toys R Us kid.
Forever and ever.
Forever and ever. It's an old series, Cynthia. It's like 20 years old, give or take. Now, there was another, and I can't remember the name of the series that came from the Vampire Diaries. And I just got done watching it, but I can't remember the name of it. You fine. Grandma's channel supports other YouTube channels. Just type fire hydrant, all one word, lowercase.
Oh, yeah.
Please respect of this. Please be respectful of this privilege.
I always forget to do it, and I'm on, and I'm like not putting my channel in there. If you guys like cute art stuff and fun artsy videos, I do that. That's what I do. And then I come on here and I crochet with Barb on Saturdays.
There's so many toys that I haven't been in Toys R Us for 40 years.
Okay, Cindy, do you want me to show you how I hold my yarn now?
I know they made a few movies from the Anne Rice books. Which Anne Rice books? Because if it's
Well,
the ones I think,
Interview with the Vampire would have been one.
oh, okay, not that. Because she did another one that was sort of a really weird series of books, very sexual. That's why I was like, what?
Okay, Cindy, this is my foundation chain for my scarf, right? So I hold my hook just like this nowadays. I used to hold it like a pencil, but I hold it like fist like that now. And then I hold my yarn, I wrap it under my pinky, over my ring finger, under my middle finger, and then over my index finger. I'll show you that again. So that's my hand, under my pinky, over my ring finger, under my middle finger, over my index finger. And that's how I control my tension. Now, this is the way that I have done it since I was 7 years old. That isn't really a good way to do it. But so I used to just hold the yarn in my index finger like this, and then hold the work with the rest of my hand. And so my index finger would just make a little hook like that. See that? And it would just hold the yarn. And it always worked well for me. But people throughout the ages, throughout my life, have always looked at me like, why the hell do you hold your yarn that way? And I'm like, I don't know. I was a child. They gave me yarn, and this is how it felt good to hold it. So that's how I did it. So that's how I hold my yarn. So if you ever see me going from, I'm trying to teach myself the proper way, so I weave it in my fingers and do it that way. But if you ever see me getting frustrated, I will go back to my little hook real quickly, because that's what feels better, but it ends up hurting my hand.
You have your own special word.
I do.
He does have his own special word. I don't know, Candy, if you was here, but Thomas has his own special word for the bot.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Type in exclamation point Firebird.
Me? Do it?
Yeah, go ahead. It leads you right to Thomas's channel.
Oh, that's cool. Hi, Amy. All right, second, 1 SC and second chain from the hook. 1, 2, 1 SC. Cool. We're starting.
He loves Firebird.
Thomas likes to come in and say a bunch of different words that are not fire engine. He's got me doing fire hydrant.
Yeah, he kept doing exclamation point Firebird the other day. And Mason goes, wouldn't it be funny if you just had bot? Just load his channel every time he said that. And so, you know what? That's a good idea. Hello, Bill Cook. Freebird. That's the first time I seen Bill here. I am special. My counselor says so. So what did everyone have for dinner today? I'm curious. I want to know what you eat today. I want to see if anyone had something fabulous and wonderful. I'm nosy.
I had a beef chorizo taco bowl, so just the meat and a little bit of cheese and sour cream.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Yummy. I had my chowder.
Ooh.
I had my chowder with clams and crab meat. And
ooh, did you do a video on it?
Yes, I certainly did. I didn't upload it until about, I don't know, 7:30 or so. So no one's going to be interested in paying attention to a chowder video at 7:30 at night. By the way, those pork chops I jerkied were not great. Oh, the ones that you left on the grill too long? Firebird. Every time you do Firebird, it gives you Thomas's channel. Now we got everyone doing Firebird. If you've got a channel and you want to post your own, you can do Fire Hydrant. Fire Hydrant, all one word, will uh, put out your channel. Would give a link to your channel for like over an hour. Over an hour on the grill. Yikes!
Oh my
I
God.
have 3 patties, some cheese, pepperoni, and roast beef. Oh, that sounds good too. Yummy. Yummy. I haven't had a patty for a while and I don't know why.
You haven't had a hamburger patty in a while?
Yeah, I've been eating everything else but, eggs and bacon and doing all these chowders every week. I've been like hooked into doing chowders lately.
Well, it is soup season.
Yeah. I figured it'd be the last chowder, until after Thanksgiving. So wanted to get myself some easy stuff. But when all this family comes and starts eating all kinds of junk food, my daughter went out and she goes, since we have so many people coming here this week, she filled all one cupboard, all from top to bottom, with nothing but carbs. Every
Yeah.
kind of snack you could possibly think of.
Oh,
That is everybody's special. Chips to everything, cookies, you name it, it's in that cupboard. And I'm like, oh, thank you so much. She goes, well, after Thanksgiving, we'll just give them all to Brandy and get them out of the house. Mm.
how many kids does Brandy have?
Brandy's got she's got 3, but one's already grown up and out of the house.
Hmm.
So she's got two little ones, young teens. Well, not quite teens yet, but young teens, I'd still call them. Dang, look at the good food Firebird ate today. I know. You inspired me to do something today, Barbara, with your brown rice video. I forgot I've been wanting to do a Zoom or something with family to watch old home videos. I'm going to use Talk Studio on my other channel and show the home movies and invite family on the stream. Yeah, that's cool.
That is cool.
Bill Cook, booby goaters and riblets. Yep, we love our booby goats and riblets.
That would be really fun to do like a Zoom home movies thing. I should do that with my family because I'm so far. I'm 2,000 miles away from everyone in my family, so I don't get
Oh,
to
we
see
do
it.
it every Christmas.
Oh
We
yeah.
have we have we do it on Discord though, and we bring that up, and I have it on the TV, and we record it so Robbie can see it in Texas, watch all the kids open presents and stuff like that.
Oh.
Ribs went up a lot in recent years. Chips and shoulders still reasonable though. We have old videos from the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Wow.
Oh, I could hear my husband watching Alton Brown in the other room. Do you guys remember Alton Brown, Good Eats? Remember that show?
It sounds familiar.
He was on the Food Network and he would do all the shows where he would like cook, but he would explain to you like the science behind why certain things worked. And then he'd show you how to make like
Oh,
a perfect pork loin or like a perfectly brined turkey or whatever. He's been making more YouTube content, so I think my husband just found it because I can hear it in the living room playing, and I'm like, that's Alton.
What do we got? Rockin' Life with Amy. I may not go out for Thanksgiving after all. Aw.
1, 2.
Booby Goat says, I remember Good Eats. Yes, I watch Alton a lot. He was a food scientist.
Yeah. Yep, he's super fun.
Amy, that would be so cool doing that, filming all that family reunions and stuff, or getting them all set up and sharing that with family. Or even making copies and sending it to people. I think he hosted Iron Chef.
He did. Iron Chef America, he did.
Thomas says, my brother-in-law's mother has been really bad in the hospital, so they aren't feeling it. I actually made a cheap suit just in case. My dad made copies and sent discs to some of us, but it's too expensive to buy hard drives for everyone. Yeah. But you can put it on one of your channels and people can watch it anytime they want to. So it's a great idea. Which I made a deal with my roommate. I hope no one's alone on Thanksgiving. I was alone one year and it was not a good place to be. Well, welcome, Bill Cook. I've seen you on other channels. It's the first time I've seen you in here. I mean, you might have been in here before, but I don't recall. But I've seen you in other places.
Hi, Bon Bon.
We're here every single day for 4 or 5 hours. Everyone, please come and see Grandma Barb and I this coming Wednesday as we go live together. Yeah, I can't wait for that. I'm excited. I'm excited, Candy. I'm excited. I'm excited.
Oh, yeah, Mason.
Yes.
I'm excited to see Mason as well.
She's going to go live Wednesday with me. So that's awesome.
I can't wait. I can't wait to see my little Georgia Peach.
I only have 63 subs on this channel, so I'm going to put it here. Yeah. Bon Bon's here. Good evening, ladies. Hello, Bon Bon. I found out, though, I am still the same size suit, which is surprising to me. Oh, you don't have to knit. We just do. I do because I don't want to sit here and snack on chips. So it's like my security blanket. Keeps my fingers busy so I don't eat. I wouldn't want my cortisone to go sky high and gain weight. Yeah, crocheting actually is a stress reliever. Keeps you calm. I hope so. Anyways, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
So I'm starting to rethink the pattern I picked for this scarf because I'm using chunky yarn. So, and it's a shell pattern, but because I'm using chunky yarn, I can only get like 2 shells per row. So it kind of doesn't look as good. I don't know. It might still look okay. Maybe I'll just do something else.
You getting too hot? Going in your bed? I got this one finally washed today because it's smaller and sits up on my desk better. So, baby, you got your bed back. Yeah, you happy about that? Yeah, stop hiding food in it. You won't get it dirty. Yeah, I can't wait to see Mason too. That's gonna be fun. It is always good to be alive, right, Erin? It was fun too to have Thomas up here with us that last week. That was fun.
Says we've got 26 in here right now. That's pretty cool. I'm seeing a lot of people I don't usually see, which is fun.
Yeah. Bonbon, I think, popped up yesterday.
Oh, that's cool.
And of course, Bill. I see Bill all the time at Homestead How and some other places.
So new to me, new to me. Okay, chain 3. One.
So I am going to be doing some carnivore, more carnivore foodie stuff when I'm cooking and stuff for Thanksgiving that are like my, how do I say that word, Candy?
Charcuterie?
Charcuterie?
Charcuterie.
Charcuterie.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do one of those charcuterie boards, and I'm gonna video it, baking it.
And you're gonna just call it a meat plate.
Yes, that is my meat. I'm gonna try to say it.
I ain't no fancy lady. This is a meat plate. You can like it or love it.
That's right. I'm not no fancy lady. You can call me Lady Barbara if you like, but I'm not no lady. I'm not no fancy lady. I'm making me a meat board, a meat and cheese board, dang it.
I was trying to tell you that night. I was like, charcuterie isn't fancy. Like it has a fancy name, but like really basic people. It's not a fancy thing. Everybody's eating it.
Well, to me, it's a fancy thing.
Yeah.
I asked all my kids, do you know what a charcuterie is? They say, no, what? I'm trying to ask them, and then they'd say, oh, this, they said, yeah, it's just a meat and cheese board. I said, there, thank you. I feel good.
It's just everybody wants a fun name to make it seem fancy.
Yeah, well, that's not fun to me if I can't say it, is it?
It's true. No, it's not. Not at all. Not at all.
I want you to know I'm not fancy either, but I do know some fancy words.
Yeah, I'm not fancy either. I'm not fancy either. I know some fancy words, but not a fancy lady at all.
And that's all right. I don't mind being, I know when I was a kid, I was just a tomboy. I didn't care about all that crappy stuff, that all the fancy decorating and it's for me, it's just, throw the house together. All right, we got a couch, we got a chair, we got a nice picture over the couch. We're good to go.
I grew up in subsidized housing. I grew up in subsidized housing in inner city Boston. So like we didn't have a lot of money. We lived in subsidized housing. I mean, we lived right next to the projects. And my mom ended up meeting and marrying my stepdad, and he came from money and from the suburbs. So I remember meeting his family for the first time and just being like, wait, what? Why are they so quiet? And why is there so many different dishes? They would put out like my grandma just put out like plates, like for Thanksgiving. She, sometimes we ate off of paper plates. It wasn't like, she didn't do anything fancy. And they actually put out like the proper set, and it had all the different like dishes and shit. And I was just like, I was so nervous. It was so funny. And then years later, they became my family, so I just got used to it. But it was always a little bit more awkward there. They were lovely people, but it was,
Oh, excuse me.
a little bit stuffier.
Yeah, me, I just get the paper plates and paper, plastic forks, and I might say Thanksgiving on it or something,
Yeah.
fancy paper, paper tablecloth, and the plastic cups, and yeah, we don't go fancy. That's the fancy. That's my fancy. I don't have to clean all of those dang dishes.
Yep.
Throw it all in the trash. Now we're doing two turkeys. I'm gonna just do a basic, throw in the oven with butter on it. My daughter is doing some sort of brining thing she wants to try. I have no idea what any of that is.
I like
So,
brining. There's usually sugar in a brine, though, so I'm not doing a brining this year. But
well, since we're doing two turkeys and one of them is going to be carnivore, the other one is whatever. I don't care, Brandy. You do whatever
do
you
whatever
want
you
to do.
want.
We got two ovens. I'm filling one oven with my kind of food. You guys do whatever you want with the carbs. Oh my God, it's just going to be carb hell. I'm going to survive this. The little devil on the side of my shoulder is saying, "But you can have some carbs," and I'm like, "No." The angel on the other side says, "No, you are not cheating." But it's only one day, one meal. No, no, no. So I've been already being torn by all this. I'm already being torn. I like, I don't understand the whole brining thing. My daughter picked up a brining thing. She's doing the brine. I don't understand it. I don't know if there's carbs in it. I have no idea. Yes, that is this is her older one. I threw it in the wash. I threw it in the wash today.
Did something wrong
I
here.
almost threw it out, but this is smaller. It's not so big. So, and she just, she couldn't even wait for me to get it up. And she went right in. Yes, you're so tired. You love having your bed back?
She's like, I love it. It's clean now.
Oh, she's got it back. I got the other one in the living room because we're going to spend a lot of time out there. So she'll have a bed in the living room.
I do voices for all the animals. All of our animals have voices. Every animal I've ever met has a voice. All my squirrels, I feed the squirrels outside. I do voices for them. That's baby. That's baby's voice. Yes, mama. I love this. Thank you so much.
You love it, don't you? Yeah. But it was hard having her food water up here, her water dish, her food. It was just too, that thing was just taking up too much space. We have the cockroaches. I gave the cockroaches a voice. Oh no. I wish my grill was bigger. I'd rather smoke the turkey on the brisket. I got a whole chicken. The only turkeys they had left were 20 pounds, which is way too much for one person. Yeah, you feed the rats. That is what a squirrel is. I like squirrels. I just like having them around. They might be the rat family or whatever, but I still like talking to them, and I lay out peanuts and shell nuts for them, and I'm trying to help them, prep for the winter. I tell myself I'm helping them. I'm helping them prep for the long winter ahead. For your information, I'm not a fan of turkey. I always had toast chicken or ham. I'm not a fan of the dry meat on a turkey. It's just too dry. I have to have it. I have to have something on it. This
Oh
year it'll
yeah.
probably be melted butter.
And Paul, I love you and I think you're a wonderful person. But every time somebody says that they enjoy something, you have to jump in and tell us why we shouldn't. And that's not always the best thing to do. I don't know. I'm not trying to get down on you, Paul. I just like there's 1,000 reasons not to like a lot of things, and there's 1,000 things out there that are going to kill us. I enjoy feeding my squirrels. I enjoy bonding with them. There are people who keep rats as pets. I don't like rats. I don't look at squirrels and think they're exactly like rats, but they are of the rodent family, and I'm aware of that. I'm not offended. I'm just letting you know that, like, I appreciate your opinion. I don't agree with it.
I like the squirrels. I think they're
They're
cool.
cute.
My granddaughter feeds them all the time. I give them bread and everything. I just here you go. We're not going to eat it.
Yeah, here
It's
you go.
carved. You can
Here
have
you
it.
go, buddy. Okay. Hey, no worries, Paul. I wasn't trying to like call you out or anything. I don't know if you realize that. Like sometimes we'll be all talking and just like, we like this. And you're like, that's going to kill you. And it's like, yeah, everything's going to kill us at some point. But I should probably just keep my mouth shut.
Does Nightbot have a channel? Ah, toast chicken sucks. I've raised baby squirrels. I've had a house too that had squirrels in them, but I still like them. We just covered. We just got the squirrels out of the attic and then covered the hole that they got in from, and still fed them. I still fed them. I like squirrels. I think they're cute. I when I was in school, I used to go to the park before classes start. I used to leave the house early, and every morning. This was in junior high school. There was a park right next to the junior high school, and I used to have my baggie of goodies or my paper bag of goodies back then and sit on the park and feed the squirrels. I loved it. It's just one of those times that it was just me alone with the squirrels and
I know
I just loved it. They'd come up and they'd take it right from my hand, and I used to sit there and talk to them like they were my little babies.
they're very sweet. I mean, I grew up in the city. I know about rats and I was never into squirrels before. And then I had a container garden one year, like 3 years ago out here, and nothing grew, but I was going to grow everything. And I had like 57 pots out there, and I thought I was going to grow a whole forest of food. And so, in trying to bribe the squirrels to not steal my food that I was growing, I was leaving nuts on the fence post for them. So they got used to me feeding them. I ended up not growing anything. I got like 3 cherry tomatoes. It was the saddest thing ever because I don't know if it's like here in Colorado. It wasn't that I was bad at it. It's just that it gets really warm here and I didn't have any shade cloths. So like the pots get too hot. And so they'll produce a lot of foliage, but they wouldn't actually produce like fruit and veg. So, but that's how I developed my relationship with the squirrels. Is I was just like, eat this, not this. Please don't dig through my pots.
Um, the bot is out for Barbara's channel and wants my job. It's taking over the world. Nightbot is Firebird number 2. The squirrels here have orange tummies. Orange tummies. Yeah, ours are just gray. We don't have any with orange tummies. Are yours orange tummies where you're at? Because I know you're in Colorado.
Yeah, I think they're fox squirrels. Is that what I think that's the kind that they are. I don't know.
I've always wanted to see the flying ones, the flying squirrels.
Yeah,
I know they just glide, they don't really fly, but
they're
I've
so
always
cute.
wanted to run into them, but I've never actually seen any. What would happen if I say something different, like by a hydrant? Aaron, stop painting them. A baby fell out of a tree and came crawling up to me. I fed it I fed it milk and an eyedropper. It grew up and turned him loose. He would come back and visit me on the porch. I loved him. Aw, was that a squirrel? That was a squirrel, right, Sandy? Such a sweet story. Yeah, that is. I bet you he looked upon you as his mummy. But at least she gave him a second chance on life. And obviously he appreciated it because he'd come back and see you.
I have 3 that come, a female and 2 males. And then the female has had several has had several babies. She's had several litters. And I've never seen her bring babies. So I asked ChatGPT, I was like, why is that? Like, why don't I have, 30 squirrels on my patio at this point? Because I've been feeding her for 3 years. She has like 2 or 3 litters a year. And he's like, because they don't actually they'll show their children how to forage, but they don't actually show them the choicest spots because they are going to eventually be rivals for food source. So
Oh,
she won't bring them to my patio to show them because that's her place. And so she allows the 2 males to come and eat there as well. And one of those males actually might have been one of her kids because he's brazen. He will come right up to me and like snatch food right out of my hand if he wants it. Um, but the other 2 are like more respectful. But I saw a baby the other day, a little one, and she was very pale, like her coloring is much lighter and she's smaller. So she's letting this one baby come closer. And I'm like, oh, I hope this is my new squirrel because I want another one.
have a great night. You too, Bill.
Good night, Bill.
He would climb in the pocket of your robe. Aw, thanks for popping in, Bill. Ah, Bob Ross. Why is that name familiar?
He did The Joy of Painting. He's that
Oh,
very
that's right.
with the afro.
Yeah, I after. Yeah, I was thinking, oh, someone else with that name.
And he used to save all the squirrels too. He always had a little squirrel in his pocket. He would have like little baby blue jays. At the beginning of the show, he would show you something that he had rescued recently.
Oh, I don't remember that. I just remember his beautiful paintings. He'd sit there and paint.
He had Peapod, the pocket squirrel, and Squirrely Girly Brown. Yep, I've watched all the Bob Rosses. He's a hero for me.
I measured a man named I measured a man named Bob Ross once.
What did you measure him for? Is this? I think you mentioned this before that you measure people for stuff, but I forget what.
Yeah, it does sound familiar. My ex-husband's sister were visiting and I was holding him. I said, "You want to hold him?" They said, "I don't do squirrels." Uh,
I'll be honest, I love them, but I'm wary of them. Like I don't feed them by hand very often. I don't let them like jump on me. I haven't gotten them that tame yet, and I don't know that I want to. I mean, they do carry rabies and stuff, and I don't want to risk that because having to go through rabies shots is pretty gross, from what I hear.
I know years ago they would give you shots in the stomach. I don't know if that's how they do it anymore.
Yeah, I don't know.
That was a long time ago.
I remember hearing a story. I was at the pharmacy once picking up medication, and a woman was at the pharmacy, and she said they had a mouse problem at their apartment, and the landlord wasn't doing anything about it, and the mice were crawling into their beds, her and her daughter, and biting them, and so they had to do a series of rabies shots because the mice were like nibbling at them, and I was like, nope.
No.
I would have to burn the whole place to the ground. That's not happening. Wow, no way.
My daughter just had a mouse problem. They ended up with a mouse that got into the house sometime towards the end of summer, and they had babies, and so before they realized it, they had a mouse problem. There was like 20 of them in their house, so she went and got something that you plug in. She get into like an outlet in all the rooms, got rid of all the mice. They haven't seen a mouse since.
Yeah, there's like a sound that thing emits that the rodents don't like it or something. I've seen those things before.
And so she just keeps them plugged in throughout the house.
I've always just had a bunch of cats. I only have one now, but I always had a bunch of cats, and they took care of it. They were like, "Mama don't like this thing. We gonna get it."
She's my daughter that's allergic to. I mean, she'll end up in the hospital. She's allergic to
cats. Yeah. I'm so glad I'm not allergic.
Get rabies. No need to worry about squirrel bites. I only had the squirrels as babies. I wouldn't pet a strange one.
Oh, really? Like they don't get rabies? I thought they carried it, but they don't get it.
I like the random rainbow mouse. Sometimes, Thomas, I'd like to be in your mind. My hubby got bit on the thumb. He was told that squirrels don't get rabies. That was a relief. Well, that's good they don't get rabies. Most animals like that do. Possums don't either. Oh, that's good to know. Cobwebs. How do you squirrel bite, Aaron?
I'm going to have to come up with another pattern. I'm not liking this one. Oh, well. Oh, well. I thought for sure this was going to be like my easy scarf, but it's not coming together the way I want it to. So now I'm going to look for another pattern. You guys are going to watch me looking down at my phone trying to look for a pattern. Oh, Patty sent me one. Maybe I'll try that one.
Squirrels are cute. They chew the. Let's see, it moved. Squirrels are cute. They chew the wiring in my grandmother's TV and burnt her house down. I also have neighbors that feed the squirrels peanuts and fills my grill full of shells.
That's me. I feed mine peanuts and they leave the shells all over my neighbor's patios, and then I feel bad. I'm like, I'll sweep out your patio for you. I'm sorry.
I love possums. I feed them. You cobwebs in my mind. Cobwebs as in spider webs, silly. Funny. Yeah, we had an AC that the wires kept getting chewed on and would go out when we lived in Texas, and they'd say, "It's the squirrels! It's the squirrels!" We had to actually put some mesh around our AC so they couldn't get to the wiring.
Oh no.
How the hell they would get to the wiring, but they would. So we had to put mesh around our outdoor AC unit thingy.
Yeah, they get into everything. They are definitely rat like. Paul is not wrong. I mean, they're definitely ratty. But Bob Ross always said this too. He was like, if you shave their tails, you wouldn't let them in your house because they look like rats. But because they're all bushy and cute, everyone's like, oh, a squirrel, I just love my baby squirrels. They're very sweet.
We
But
have one all over the place.
once you start feeding them, they get so brazen. They're just like, where's my food? And then we had the blue jays for a while that were just like, came like a gang, like a
Oh,
mob.
Blue Jays are like, yeah, they're like mean about it.
Yeah.
They chase the other smaller birds away and everything. They're like
And
crazy.
I didn't know that they worked together like that because they're so territorial. I thought that they just like would come and get food themselves and like take off. No, they actually will work in a group. I had like 6 or 7 blue jays that would call to each other in the trees and on the wires as soon as they saw me out there putting peanuts out.
It's
And then
true.
they'd all start dive bombing. And then if a squirrel
Yeah.
was around, they would swoop in front of the squirrel, like, get out, get out. We this is our food. This is our snacks.
Yeah, I had a few last spring that would chase and scoop down and chase the smaller birds away, and it was two males and a female, and it was, yeah, they just controlled the bird feeders. I mean, they weren't constant, but while they were around, yeah. It wasn't a squirrel, it was a rat. We love to feed the squirrels too. We have black, gray, and red squirrels here. One day I went to feed them and saw that what I thought was a squirrel that lost his hair off his tail. It wasn't a squirrel, it was a rat. Ugh. I've never seen a rat before. Oh my goodness. Wharf rats are huge, and river rats are huge. I've seen them many times. When I was a kid, we used to get the wharf rats because we lived about a block or two from the ocean, from the wharfs. I mean, those wharf rats get big because of the boats that come in, the fishing boats, and they get all those scraps and stuff. Ugh, they get big.
Mason, you argue with a possum? Mason is out there possum fighting. She's like, you stay out of my cat's food.
Thomas, my family was always animal lovers. Best gift my dad gave me was lots of pets. My aunt had a black cat that would always hang out in an unlit room that we were not allowed to approach. Ooh, it was a huge rat.
Yeah, rats freak me out. I'm not into them.
My daughter had a rat as a pet, a white rat. I was so thankful when it died.
I had a
I
friend.
always thought it was gonna um, live forever, but get free and start eating, tearing my house apart. Because rats can do damage to a house. We got
Oh
a
yeah.
rat in our house, a swamp rat, because the back of our house was some swamp, but We were putting in wood for the wood furnace and in through the cellar window, and we stack it in the cellar. But we ended up with a swamp rat. And man, I was sitting in my dining room one day, and there was this rah, 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 digging at my door, and he tore a hole through my wooden door, just digging at it. It freaked me out. I kept calling,
Oh my
somebody come
gosh.
here and get this thing. I
Oh
got
my
some
god.
animal in my cellar.
That's terrifying.
I was freaked out by it, but we ended up we put out poison and stuff like that, and got another door. Put so have you ever seen metal along the footboards of your door? That's why, to keep the rats out. Because that's what we did. We screwed some metal plates on the cellar door.
Oh, yuck.
But we ended up finding the carcass of the rat in the wood pile, so it was like, good, he died.
Yikes.
I was so
Ugh.
scared. I love our squirrels, but they can make a lot of noise in the morning, chirping and running across the roof. I feed mine unsalted peanuts in the shells. Rats at the dump are the size of grown cats. Yeah, I bet. I've seen some big rats. It looked up at us with its red. Oh, well, I gotta find the post that he posted before that one. My aunt had a black cat that would hang out in an unlit room that we were not allowed to approach. Found out later that it was actually a rat. We just thought it was a cat because of the size. It looked up at us with its red eyes. Now that would freak me out. She lived in Tennessee, my aunt, that is.
Who told us who was telling the story?
Thomas,
Oh my goodness.
that's why I have possums, because I feed stray cats. A southern carb fed rat with red eyes. Barb, I too was thankful when some of my son's pets met our maker. Moose, lizards, turtles, rats, tarantulas, no way. Snakes, no way, etc. Yeah, well, my daughter thought for sure I killed her rat. Said, nope, never came across my mind, but I was thankful it died.
I had a friend years ago whose roommate had a rat. And I guess I was kind of friends with the roommate as well, but she was kind of wacky, and she brought the rat out, a big fat white rat that looked like it was on its last leg. And I was just like, I'm really like irrationally afraid of rats. You can't bring this thing in the room with me. And she brought it, and she like couldn't hold it. It was so big, and it was like wiggling around. And I was like, you need to get that thing away from me, because if it falls on the floor, I will piss my pants, and we're gonna have a problem here. I was like, this is not going to be a fun night. This is supposed to be a dinner. We're supposed to be hanging out. This is not, you do not want to see what happens if this thing runs over and onto me. It's going to get real, real ugly, real fast. One, two.
Yes, your son. Oh, it disappeared. Oh, there it is. Your son had a pet moose. That is so cool. What's a moose? Muse.
Muse? Muse? What is
Moose.
that? Yeah, I don't know what that is either.
I would be thrilled too.
Is Ginny home? Is that why the dog's barking?
Huh?
Is Ginny home? Is that why the dog's barking?
No, she just left to go to work.
Oh.
Sorry, Barb. Moose? What's a moose? Are we saying Moose, moose? Or is Muce something? I gotta look that up. Because I really don't know what it is. I'm almost thinking they're saying moose, Moose, but Muce.
No,
No.
because who was it? Terry said muse and her.
No, it's all saying
Oh, it's mice. It was a typo. It's mice.
Okay.
We're all sitting here like, what's a muse? Good Lord.
A pet moose. I'm thinking, wow, we could.
What's a muse?
I was saying, did someone have a pet moose? Moose.
Oh my gosh, that's
Oh, but there is those moose, or is it a muse? Those things that they don't talk. What are they? What are the? You know what I'm trying to say? The ones that have the white faces, a muse. No.
A mime?
They're mine, but don't they also call a muse? I don't know. Muse. Muse is Muse definition. Each of 9 goddesses, the daughters of Zeus, and blah 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 blah. A person or personified force who is a source of inspiration for a creative artist is a muse. A creative artist. So you're a muse. Candy, you're a muse.
I'm a muse.
What does it mean to be called a muse? To be called a muse means you are a person who is a source of inspiration for an artist, like a writer, musician, or a painter. A muse can be a close friend, a lover, or a spouse whose personality, wisdom, or presence sparks a creative response in the artist.
Yes, that's a muse.
And someone had a pet one.
That's what I was like. Is this a type of snake? Like that's what I was thinking. Maybe it's some kind of snake. A muse. A muse. Sounds so exotic.
I think the god blah 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 is so cool. I love Grandma. Everybody loves Grandma. I think that is a musing. And we got all this from the word mice, by the way.
From a misspelling of mice. This is why I never want to type. I always want to send audio messages because my little fat fingers never hit the right. Especially on my phone. When I'm on my phone, I'm just like, damn it, I can't type anything. On the computer, I can, obviously, because I got a big keyboard.
I've been doing the inspirational videos, and I hate typing on my phone. But I have to type every single letter in these words on my phone, and it's like, and I'm constantly making typos. Constantly.
Yeah. Well, and then you try to use like the talk to text, and it screws up too. So I have to go in. I'll use the talk to text. It screws up, and then I have to go in and type anyway. And I'm like, well, this was useless. So I'm just like, I'll just send an audio message. That's fine.
promise
You're
you.
right, Mason. It doesn't take much for us to get silly.
I like the moose. Can you imagine having it as a pet and fitting it in your room? Yeah, because they can get big. And there was a point where I was thinking of that in my head, and I'm like, no. But there is people that have cows for pets. You know, they have pigs for pets in their house, and
I've seen videos like that where people have like little mini horses that just like live in the house
yeah,
or something.
it's like really. Yeah, I- I've been watching this channel for at least a good year or two, and the channel is about a son who is recording, making videos of his dad who has Alzheimer's. So it's just, one of those, here we go. My dad's 90 something years old, and this is what I'm dealing with day to day. He loves his dad, so don't make it out like he's a burden. But
Yeah.
um, he has a pet pig, and it's a huge pig, but he keeps it outside in his backyard. And he's got a bed on the patio. And I'm talking this pig is huge. It's got to be at least 300 pounds. It's got a food bowl and everything, not a trough, but a big food bowls and stuff like that out on the patio. And his dad's constantly goes and sits outside and starts saying, "Where'd that pig come from?" All over again about the story, because his dad just forgets. And I'm thinking, yeah, that's dinner. All that fat belly, that pork belly on that pig,
I
all that
never quite
blood.
could get to be vegetarian. I have a sister that went vegetarian for a while, but for many, many years, I actually like felt really guilty about eating meat, and I really thought about it, and I was just like, oh. And then the internet started producing all these videos of people like playing fetch with cows and like, you
What?
know,
Doing
playing
what with cows?
playing fetch. Like the cows will play with the ball and like,
Oh, catch! I
yeah,
thought you said. I thought you said sex.
no, I said fetch, like fetch, FETCH, fetch.
They'd having sex with a cow, and I'm like, what?
No, that would be a totally different conversation. That's a grandma after dark. I guess it is after dark. And then like pigs,
After dark.
pigs being like cats, and I was just like, oh no. And every time I ate bacon, I felt guilty. And then I read Sean Baker book, Dr. Sean Baker's book, and I was like, okay, well, he talked about how like most animals in the wild die horribly, at least if they're in, most slaughtering practices are humane and it's quick, as opposed to like, an
Yeah, but their
animal in the,
life is so much shorter.
yeah,
You know, like
yeah,
when you raise a pig to eat to slaughter, you're only raising that pig for about 4 or 5 months.
yeah,
So you got him when he was about 10 pounds, and you're slaughtering him at 200, 250. And it only takes about 4 or 5 months for that to happen. They grow fast.
wow, they grow fast. That's right, you raised pigs at one point, right?
Yeah. Well, only for about maybe 4 years, but still, it was fun. And the meat is to die for. I mean, so good.
Tammy says, "We see people having sex with cows. What the hell am I listening to?" It gets wild here in Grandma Crochet Land. It's not just about the crochet or the carnivore. We be talking about some stuff. It gets crazy. Strap in. It's a wild ride.
I had you say it twice, and it still sounded like you were saying that, and I'm like, wait, what?
You're like, that's not like Candy. What is she talking about?
I know. That's why I was like, all right, she's definitely saying something different. She's not going to say that. My mom used to have two ducks named Mike and Ike, and said they ran away. Years later, I asked my grandfather if they ever found them, and he said they were delicious. I told you what I did with my pigs, didn't I? We had our first set of pigs, Bart and Lisa, and when I while the kids were at school, we took the pigs to go to the slaughterhouse, and they asked me, well, what name do you want on the packages? And I said, well, the male, I want you to put um, Bart, and on the other one, I want you to put Lisa. So they wrote Lisa on all the packages of meat they wrapped up, Bart and Lisa, so I could tell them apart. So when I got the pigs, the meat, oh, gee, she's gone. Ah, did she leave? Am I still here? I hope. Ah, she froze. I don't know if it's me. Mike and Ike was Candy. Hate to say this, but my brother and his friends would come over to. So am I still here or no? There she is.
Hey.
So when we got the meat back, I put it all in the freezer. So this one particular night, I couldn't wait to eat it. I took out the packages. I can't remember if it was Lisa or Bart, to be honest. But I cooked a package of meat. We're all sitting around the dining room table eating. And I said, oh my goodness, this meat is so good. And they were eating it. And I said, what do you think of Bart? Meaning Bart on your plate. They were all mortified.
Oh no.
They're all like midway. And they learned that pigs are for food, cows are for food. Yeah, it was rude to just leave like that, by the way. That's what Thomas says. Thomas says it.
Thomas is a funny guy. He's a cut up. You are, Thomas. You're very funny. All right, what am I doing in this row? Chain 2 and turn. I did that. Skip the first DC, then work SC, chain 2 SC into the next DC. Okay.
So I am a mushroom, a fungi.
Yes. You're a fungi.
Yeah, I was a bad mama.
My grandmother, my Puerto Rican grandmother used to always tell me a story. She when she first came from Puerto Rico, she lived in Philadelphia and she raised her young kids there. So my father, my aunt, and my uncle. And they had chickens. They weren't supposed to have chickens. They lived in an apartment and they weren't supposed to have chickens. And someone had given them, my aunt's best friend was like a little Greek girl, and her father had given them 2 baby chicks at Easter. And so my grandmother grew up on a farm and she was like, oh, I know what these are. And they hatched, and she had a rooster and a chicken. And the rooster was really loud and they weren't supposed to have chickens. And they got all attached to these chickens. And then someone came and inspected, like some property manager, and was just like, you're not allowed to have chickens here. And my grandmother was like, poor mother of 3, single mom. She was like, well, we're gonna cook and eat it, and no one would eat the soup she made. She killed the rooster, and then they tried to keep the chicken alive as long as they could. Like they would keep it in the closet whenever the guy came, but the rooster had to go because it was really loud, and everybody just cried into their soup. Nobody would eat it. And she would tell that story all the time. I forget what they called them, but she was like, nobody would eat crew or whatever they called them. It was funny.
My mother would tell the story that, they raised chickens, meat birds, and she would get all worked up and upset when it was time to, you know, to eat them, I guess. And she said she remembers one day going out and her dad, my grandfather, cut off the heads on like a wooden block, chopped off the head and let them run around the yard,
Yeah,
headless, until they just dropped.
like a chicken with your head cut off. That's what
Yeah.
that's a thing.
And that one particular day, it was two of them, and her dad would say, "Well, go get them, girl, and go bring them in the house and start plucking the feathers." That was my mother's job. She said she hated it. Can you imagine the carnivore comedian, though? I told someone I was a carnivore, and they asked me if I ate humans. I'm like, what?
That's cannibal.
Yeah. I know that feeling, Terry Sue. My mom did that a lot as well. Well, I thought it was cannibalism too at first. So I was right there. I had to laugh. I can't wait for see my kids. Thanksgiving. Still carnivore, Candy.
I see what you did there. It sure is.
What's that? I missed something. I was dealing with my mom a bit ago. She was doing disturbing rhythmic moaning. I got her all cleaned up and calmed down. It was so stressful. I know that feeling. Seriously, my mom did that a lot as well. Meat is meat. Are vampires carnivore? Well, I guess they are if they're feasting on blood, right?
Yeah, they would be. Yeah, that's essentially carnivore. You could eat blood sausage as a carnivore. And Terry, that sounds so stressful. I'm so sorry that you had to deal with that, but I'm glad that she's calmed down now. It's so hard to deal with our ailing relatives. I remember doing that for my grandmother, and um, just always, striving for her comfort, but just like never knowing what each day was going to bring. It was so hard.
Mongols drank blood and they were carnivore. What are Mongols? Mongols. Is it an animal or?
No, they were like an ancient people. Or not ancient, but like they used to like invade. I think are they like old ancient Chinese people? Is that what Mongols are? Now I gotta look it up. Like Mongolians? Maybe they're different. I think it's a different thing. The Mongols are an East Asian ethnographic group with a shared language and nomadic tradition, whose history is most famous for creating the Mongol Empire in the 13th century under Genghis Khan. And they like invaded everything. I know that. But they were super savage. They were like a super savage group. So they're like known for what did Fried Biscuit said the Mongols drank blood. Yeah, they were known for being like really cutthroat, quite literally. Where chain 3 and work.
Just remember, TS, you are a good daughter with a great heart. Yep.
Yes.
Thank you, Candy. My cortisol levels keep me in a stall.
Yeah. Ugh.
It's hard.
I think the hardest part too is that there's no guidance. You're doing it all, and yeah, the doctors will tell you certain things and medications that you're supposed to give and stuff, but there's no one that really guides you through it. And just one of those things where you have to sort of have acceptance that you're doing your best and your best is good enough. And it never feels like it's good enough because you're watching the person that you love more than anything suffering so much um and declining and essentially, passing, slowly. At least that's how it was with my grandmother. And it's just so hard because there's no guideline for it. I had to remind myself every day I'm doing my best. And then after she passed, I had all this guilt about what I didn't do and how much I didn't do. And I had to keep checking in with that and just being like, I did everything I could. I
Yeah.
did my very best. I was up, I got maybe 4 hours of sleep a night for 2 years. If I didn't do what I had done, she would have been in a home, and we didn't have much money, so we wouldn't have been able to afford a very good home. And, I did what I had to do to be able to keep her home with us. And that's the most important thing, I think, is when it's all over, to be like, well, I did my very best to make her comfortable, It's so hard. But I think it's important to do. I mean, I think we don't have a society right now that's set up to take care of our elders. We don't have the same world where, I grew up with my grandparents, and I can't imagine not taking care of my older family. But I just don't feel like that's encouraged anymore. We're all supposed to just have our own lives. And I can't stop my whole life to take care of somebody, And I get that, we all have to work and survive, but it just makes me kind of sad.
There's I watch a channel that is about someone that does crochet. Um, and he's got a mom that lives with him that is deaf and blind. And she's in her 80s, mid 80s. And a nurse has to come to the house every day to help tend to her needs.
Wow.
Because he can't do it. Plus, he works and he has a yarn channel. And he was saying today about when she does pass, he will have no, he will have, he would know that he's done everything possible he could for his mom.
Yeah.
And he has 10 sisters, 10 siblings. He was the only male, and they don't even come and check on her. And he's like, when she passes, I won't have any guilt because I have done everything I possibly could for my mom.
Wait, how many
All of
siblings does he have?
He had this 10 sisters. There's 11 of them.
10 sisters, and he's the
10
only one taking
sisters,
care of them?
and he's
Wow.
the only male child, and he's doing all the taking care of.
Wow.
She lives with him. He takes care of her in every way, except for a nurse comes in every day to tend to all of her needs, like shower and that type of stuff. He won't do it. He has a nurse do it. So,
I mean, I don't
you
like to
know,
judge people, but 10 different people, and they can't figure out how to help out?
yeah,
That
he
seems
says
not
none
right.
of them help at all. They don't even come and visit her. And he said, I will, when she passes, I will not have any guilt. They'll have the guilt.
Yeah.
So if you're one of many siblings and it's just you That's got to be hard. I mean, I couldn't. I could. I know for me, when my mom was having when she passed from dementia and Alzheimer's, my sister had to go and take care of her. My brothers, and I lived out of state, and I was dealing with my own problems with my seizures and my having the strokes and stuff. I just had surgery, and I was feeling guilt because I
Mm.
couldn't be up there to help out. I wanted to, but I just couldn't because of being sick myself. So if I had that kind of guilt, I can't imagine what the siblings, like if Terry has brothers and sisters, and if they're not helping and giving her a break, I think that's horrible
Yeah.
because they're going to have to deal with the guilt. She's done everything that she can do. That's why I'm keeping my mom home now. The nursing home is torture for them and for me. I was in rehabs for months at a time with mostly the elderly and whom are very sick and they don't really help. Yeah, sad.
No, and when I took care of my great grandmother after she had her stroke, so she was 101, had a stroke, and then she lived another, I think, 3 or 4 years after that. So she died at like 103 or 104, and that was, I've told the story before, but I had a pulmonary embolism while I was taking care of her, so I almost died, and I was doing most of her overnights. So once I got sick, my family basically had to put her in a home because nobody else could step up and do her overnights. And that always broke my heart because she was 101 and she took care of every single one of us, like every single baby in the house. I have 17, I'm one of 17 like cousins. And I have my mom has 6 siblings. So she diapered and fed and taught us all everything. And the idea that like her last 3 years, we couldn't figure out how to like keep her home and comfortable because it wasn't like her care, she needed a lot of care. She just needed somebody to watch her. She needed someone to be with her and we couldn't figure it out. And I always had a lot of guilt after that, but I quickly got over that because I mean, it's not like I asked to almost die.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, and that's like me too. I couldn't travel. I just had surgery, and it's like I always felt bad. I had that guilt that I couldn't be there. And it's just sad. So I can't imagine, like you said, your cousins, and anybody, cousins, sisters, brothers. I'm an only child. Okay, my younger sister died at 18 from a brain tumor. It's just me. Yeah, makes it hard, but at least you're doing it. You're there.
Well, I think I found a nice pattern. It's working up. I got it
Oh
coming
yeah,
together
there we
here.
go.
It's
Yeah,
called it's called the fall leaves scarf. And it's pretty easy. It's just repeating the same 2 rows. So I don't know if Patty Myers is listening, but thank you, Patty Myers, because you sent me the link to this video. And this saved me because the one I had picked was not working. Was not working for me, but this one is working up nicely.
one time they gave my roommate at the rehab medicine for diabetes that caused loose stools, and they gave him a laxative. He was 85 and couldn't move, and in the middle of the night had to wait 2 hours for someone to come help him.
Oh,
That looks dainty, Candy.
thank you. It's nice, but it's like a nice thick chunky yarn, so like there's whole, this is like it's like a holy pattern, but it works well with this yarn. Like that yarn is going to like fill up those spots. She's going to like it. It's for my aunt who's like a mother to me, so I want to make her something nice, but she's very hard to buy for. She used to love chocolate, and she doesn't eat chocolate anymore. She doesn't drink coffee. She doesn't really like, she's very picky about clothes. She doesn't get her hair done. She doesn't get manicures. She doesn't like to go out to eat. So it's hard to buy her it's hard to buy her gifts because there's a lot of things she's just not into. So every year I try to make her something or send her something special. So I'm making this, and I'm painting ornaments this year, which I have to really knuckle down and do in the next 2 weeks because I have to get stuff shipped out to the East Coast by like the 17th, or it won't get there in time. But that's what I'm giving her this year. I have these wood slices that I bought from Amazon, just like raw wood slices that have a hole drilled in them. And I'm going to paint little cute things like snowmen and birds with little hats and scarves on, and cups of hot chocolate with little hugging marshmallows in them with smiley faces. And that's what I'm going to give to my family this year.
Nursing homes are awful. Yeah. They are, Terry Sue. I am so glad I am better now and don't need them anymore. Keep on keeping on.
I saw a video once. I forget who it was. And the man was talking about how they put a bunch of these seniors in a nursing home. I don't think it was maybe it was just assisted living, but I don't know if assisted living isn't the same as a nursing home. But people that couldn't live on their own, and they put them on like a mostly carnivore, like keto diet, and a bunch of them were able to go home and live on their own within like a year of going on ketovore, which is just wild to think about.
That's really nice. I'm glad it's starting to spread, that the information isn't taboo anymore.
Yeah.
That people are starting to understand it. Like my daughter last year, oh my goodness, when I was on the carnivore diet last year, I used to get so much crap. You're gonna die, why are you doing this? Wow. Constantly. Now it's like it doesn't bother them. They realize that I lost a lot of weight back then, and I was able to do things that I wasn't able to do. And when I went off from it and I started back where I can't walk anymore, I'm breathing bad, they were all like, Mom, you need to go back on that diet. So they saw everything being reversed and they didn't like it. So this time around, I'm not getting harassed that it's going to cause you to die. It's just not happening this time. So that's good.
That's good. It would be nice, and I'm not, this is for everybody, not just your children. It would be nice if like they would see that it could apply to their lives too. You keep talking about these walls of carbs that you have that like your family is eating. I mean, they really shouldn't be eating that either, so it would be nice.
When I go for my walk, I will do a video of my cupboards and show you all these darn carbs everywhere. I'm like, holy Toledo, this is what I'm dealing with, people.
I mean, everybody's got to just live and eat what makes sense to them. And most of the mainstream information out there is telling us the opposite of carnivore and keto. But keto has become more popular and more widely accepted. But at first, people were like, what the hell is keto? And that sounds dangerous and that's crazy. And now everything's keto and there's all kinds of keto products. But it would be nice if people would catch on before they got the life-threatening illness, or they couldn't
Yes.
move anymore, or it's just, it's
It's
sad.
almost like I'll wait till I get there.
Yeah, and it's like, no, I wish I could, but you can only lead by example. You can't drag people kicking and screaming into health and into healing, mentally or physically. You have to be there, and you have to be willing to do the work. And it's not easy. It's not easy to rid yourself of addiction, and it's not easy to wake up and realize most of the food in our food system is addictive and not good for us.
Yeah.
Especially when we've been told since infancy, from the constant bombardment of media and commercials. I mean, think about all the TV you've watched in your life and all the commercials you watch, and how they are constantly just saying, but this is good for you because of this. I mean, I can recite cereal commercials that I saw when I was 6 years old because of how often and how catchy they were. And so that gets programmed into your brain as, this is what healthy is. This is what healthy is. And then you start to hear, oh no, but you're supposed to eat.
It's great.
Right. You're supposed to eat eggs and meat and stuff.
Go
And
to
then
the
everyone's
tiger.
like, no, that's going to kill you. And it's like, okay, well, but the cereal seems to be killing me too. So what, are we just all supposed to be sick and die? Like, we're supposed to be healthy. Like, human beings are supposed to be healthy. We're not supposed to be this sick. It's funny. My mother-in-law once said to my husband, well, kids need to eat cereal. Cereal is so good for them because it has all the vitamins in it. And I'm like, I was just like, yeah, but those are all synthetic vitamins that we had to put into the cereal because the kids weren't eating real food anymore. So they had to put a bunch of synthetic vitamins that actually can't be processed by the human body into the cereal so that we could say this is healthy. And like, they would get some vitamins from the cereal, but really not enough to actually sustain a healthy human body. And of course, we're not going to fight with her about it because she's 70 and set in her ways. But I was just like, yeah, the cereal, it's great. Oh, I've been talking up a storm. I didn't look at the chat, and everybody's saying my name. All right. So pretty, Candy. Thank you, Sandy and Terry. Yes, Target. Yes, Thomas. It was someone, I remember it being someone interviewed by Michaela Peterson. Yes, you're right. People are healing, and that kind of news is contagious. It's true. I think you're right, Terry. They should do that. Michaela Peterson talks about, and I know she's kind of a controversial person for a lot of people, but not for me. She talks about how, like, the first line of defense for like mental illness should be, or treatment really for mental illness should be a keto diet. That's like the first thing. And I actually can stand up and say, like, 110%, I agree with that, because I struggled terribly with my mental health to the point of disability for most of my life into adulthood until about 5 years ago. And it wasn't until until about 4 years ago when I started intermittent fasting that I actually started to feel better. And and then I started to go low carb after that. But the intermittent fasting really, like, it slowed down all of that consumption. It made me start to really focus on like what I was putting into my body. And it basically does the same kind of thing where it like will put you into ketosis. And it like saved my life. So I totally advocate for that. And everybody that I hear that's like on medication for mental health, I'm just like, have you tried keto? have you tried not eating carbs? Because you might not need all those meds. And like, I'm not here to die on any hill dragging somebody kicking and screaming into health, but like, I can tell you what worked for me, and all I want is for people to know that they don't have to be in as much pain as they're in, and in as much pain as I was in, like emotional pain that I was in for so many years, like so long, guys. You think I'm like happy and fun and peppy and now, I mean, like I tried, but it was a mask for so long. And then I would go home and just cry. I'd have to like keep myself away from people. I couldn't be around people. And now I'm just like happy to be here. And that is not something that happened from a pill. That's not something that happened because I had the right therapy. Therapy helped. It happened when I started taking care of my body and eating better. And that's something that if anybody was to ask me like what saved your life, I'd be like, that's what did it, you know?
Yep, I get that completely. Sandy says also they push drinking alcohol to relax and socializing. When I was pregnant with my first, Robbie, my doctor that I had for my pregnancy used to tell me every night have a glass of red wine,
Yep.
and I didn't even drink. And I was like, really? I can drink? Yeah, have a glass of red wine every night. It'll relax you. I
Yeah.
never did it though, but
Unfortunately, alcoholism is very socially acceptable. And we've got people who don't understand that, like, you should be able to get through a day without having 2 drinks a night. And again, if you're somebody that drinks, I'm not judging you. It's just if there's anything that you can't get through a day without, that's not like, food, water, shelter, your basic needs, you have to consider like, is this an addiction? Is this a dependency that I have? And I've known a lot of people that were just like, oh, I have 2 drinks a night, I have 2 drinks a day, it's not a big deal. And when they stop those 2 drinks, they're shaking, they have brain fog, they can't function. And it's like, well, that's a dependency. If having those 2 drinks means nothing
yeah,
until you try to stop, right? Target Primary Thomas says, I get depressed, very low self-esteem even now, but I'm much better now. I had a terrible self-esteem, Thomas, for so long. Like, really, like you and I should chat sometime because I just like could not pull myself out of it. Like, really, it's not something that I want to get too much into like right now, but just really, really like you guys would be really surprised to know some of my history and what I went through. But I had 7 hospitalizations in my late teens and early 20s, early to mid 20s, because I just could not function. So, and just extremely low self esteem. I thought everybody was better than me. I thought I was the only idiot that just couldn't figure it out. And yet I was still looking around like, I don't understand why a lot of people do what they do. And I don't feel like they're doing things right, but I would still feel like there was something like inherently wrong with me. And I think it was insulin resistance that did that to me, quite frankly, because I believe I was insulin resistant from a very young age. I was fat by the time I was 3 years old. I was obese. So I've never had a time in my life where like I was not metabolically unhealthy. And I think my brain formed in such a way that my nervous system was ravaged by that. Like I was having insulin spikes constantly, as a child. And when you're forming and that's happening to you, you're not going to function properly. Anyway, I'm probably telling too much about myself and talking too much.
they're talking about someone he was in ICU for a while, Jordan Peterson. Who is Jordan Peterson?
Yeah, Jordan Peterson is he out now? He was sick for a long time. So Jordan Peterson is a psychologist, a psychiatrist from Canada. And he's had a lot, he and his daughter talk a lot about Carnivore. Carnivore really saved their lives. They both had illnesses that really helped them. Carnivore really helped them get those under control. He's also had a lot of controversy because he speaks out against certain, like the woke movement and certain things that he used to work in a college and they were trying to police the way he talked and trying to make him very politically correct. And he didn't like that. So he's a very controversial figure. But in the carnivore area of things, they are huge carnivore supporters. And it helped them both, him and his daughter, really save their lives. but he was sick recently for something that he got exposed to, like mold or something, and he got very sick. He was in the ICU.
Oh. Let's see, Tom says, I was never suicidal, but I would ask God, why is he keeping me alive? Oh. We all have that question. And Bride's Biscuit said, my daughter was hospitalized at 15 for suicide ideation. It's a rough thing to struggle with.
It really is.
His daughter is the starter of the Lion Diet. God brought healing to my family, though. Oh, good.
I'm glad to hear that, Bride Biscuit.
That is why my interviews help me.
They help you with your self-esteem. Is that what you mean? Or I mean, also with Carnivore, you're talking about Carnivore a lot on your interviews. Yeah. I saw one of your videos, Thomas, and I wondered if I would get a chance to say this to you. I think last month I saw one of your videos, and you said that you didn't think people like to listen to you, that people don't listen to you. And you said that, like, when you go onto the Steak and Butter Grill, you're interested in listening to you, and people love talking to you when you come into Grandma's chat. So, whenever that starts to creep in, Thomas, I don't think that those thoughts that we have about ourselves aren't necessarily the truth, even if we feel like we're getting confirmation in real time of those things. Sometimes our feelings about those things can be muddled,
Yeah. I mean, I was watching one of your videos today with Dustin. I wasn't able to watch it live because, during the daytime I'm rushing getting things done usually. Today was laundry day, so I wasn't up here at my computer. But when I came back and I was doing one of my videos editing, I was watching you and Dustin. I could be watching anybody out there, Thomas. But I do enjoy watching your channel and
Yeah.
watching your live. So I always feel like I leave it um, having understand something better, or I'd learn something. So don't feel like no one's listening to you.
Yeah, you're very smart and you're very knowledgeable. And I think, something that I've really had to learn in my healing journey and my mental health journey is that most of the way that people treat you has nothing to do with you. It has to do with them and how they interact with the world and how they feel about themselves. And that's a really hard lesson to learn, because a lot of people are actually very insecure and they have their own pile of baggage that they're dealing with. And so they're interacting with you and they're reacting to you through that lens. So it almost never has anything to really do with you or what you are or aren't saying. And that's been a difficult lesson for me to learn, because I've always been hyper vigilant and always been like, what am I doing that's making this person not like me, or making them make that face at me, or seem bored at what I'm talking about. And it's like, that's not my responsibility anymore. My responsibility is to live my truth and to be here, and the right people who want to listen to me and be around me will respond, and the ones that don't can go. There's plenty of people in the world, and what they want to see and what they want to experience is somewhere here. And if it's not with me, that's fine. But I've always had this feeling of like, if it's not with me, then I'm going to be alone. And I need them to love me. Everybody's got to love me.
I
Yeah.
remember I
Sorry.
remember there was a day that in one of my videos I talked about, being alone. And I get to think, and off and on, I still from that time I made that video and I talked about being alone. Someone had mentioned, "You're not alone. You have a family." And all I could think of is, yes, I have a family, but you can still be in a crowded room with a lot of people, and inside still feel alone. You
Mm-hmm.
know, and unless you've ever felt that, it's like I don't know, I can't really explain it, but it is depressing when you can be with a crowd and still feel alone.
It
And
is very
also,
hard.
you can live in a house like I am, like there's three other people that live in this house. But if they're off doing their own thing and they're not talking to you, you're still alone. You can still be alone. And they don't want your company and they're off doing their own thing,
We are
you know.
social creatures and we're not truly meant to be alone long term. I mean, we're supposed to have periods of time where we should be able to be alone. But at
Yeah.
the end of the day, we're supposed to come together and we are supposed to live in tribes. And we have taken ourselves out of that in this modern lifestyle. And we did that very quickly because technology advanced so quickly that we all got our own houses and we all drive hundreds of miles away every day and to go to jobs and things like that. And everybody's pulled out of their tribes constantly. And we miss that. And so everybody just feels terribly lonely all the time and nobody understands why. And we keep filling that hole with food, with internet, with TV,
Yeah.
with buying stuff, with, oh, if I could just have more money and have vacations, I would have the time, I would love my life. But we can't be with ourselves. We just can't be with ourselves. And one of the
I
things that,
enjoyed my alone time, but not all the time, not 20
yeah,
hours a day or
yeah,
I used to be able to work out. I don't work out of the house anymore, and I'd have my own social life outside of the house. But now that I'm retired, and there's many of us here that aren't working outside of our home, probably can understand that to some degree, I guess.
yeah.
But once you're cut off from the world, it's hard, you know?
That's been something that's been really, I did a lot of things that people, I tell my sisters about them and they're like, why would you do that? Like, I'll do things like I'll have a week where I just don't put anything on in the background. I won't put music on. I won't put anything on to test myself, to just be like, can I live in silence? Can I be alone? And I started doing that around the time that I started fasting. And it sounds extreme and it sounds crazy, but so does fasting and so does carnivore. You do these things to sort of, it's how I do them because it helps me to, I'm alone a lot. I'm home all day. My husband goes to work and it helps me to check in with that anxiety and understand that being alone is okay. Being here with myself is fine. And filling up that time with things that fulfill me so that I'm not just sitting here like going insane with my alone time. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I still feel like that. If I was sitting right here and I had the computer off, no TV on, no music on, and no one to talk to, I would go crazy.
yeah,
I just I would be like, I have to do something. Um,
meditation helps. I started meditating a lot and that it really helps. And it's hard for people. It was hard for me. Um, I know meditation sounds crazy. And when people hear about it, they're just like, I can't do that. And I was one of those people. I always said to myself, I can't meditate that. And I would try and I couldn't do it. And then I started to get the hang of it. And it helped a lot. We've had I truly believe our society just encourages us to never sit still and When was the last time you just sat on a bench in the park and watched the birds go by? You weren't recording a video. You weren't looking at your phone. You didn't listen to anything. You didn't call anybody. I mean, I'm leaving audio messages as I'm going for walks with Mochi. I'm listening to messages from my sister. I'm sending messages to Joe. Sometimes I have to force myself, just put the phone away. It'll all be there. Go for the walk for an hour and then come home and it'll all be there. But just be present in the moment. And that's so hard. It's like one of the hardest things in the world to do is be present and just be here and exist. Just exist with like nothing else, without like the expectation of what I'm supposed to be doing in this moment and who I'm supposed to be and all this other stuff. Anyway, I talk a lot.
Darth came in. Candy Heart passing is awesome, but I gotta go. All right, Dart. I'm sorry I didn't catch you.
Oh, hi, Dart.
Listening
Sorry.
to things all the time. When it's quiet, my brain catches on fire. Let's see, which the suit story comes from. When my grandfather died, I was 18 and couldn't afford a proper suit, so I got a suit from Kmart, and my family humiliated me at his funeral, so I don't want to go through that again. Aw. I need to have a sound or my tenant takes over, but I do like nature walks.
Thomas, it sounds like you have a rough family, because I can't imagine why anybody would humiliate an 18-year-old doing his very best to honor his grandfather. You were doing your best. You bought the best suit that you could get. And that's not your fault. That's not your fault that your family decided to take out whatever they needed to take out on you that day. But I think you probably did your very best.
Candy, you want to post your channel? Someone's asked if you have a channel.
And sorry, I missed all of Darth Clippy's stuff, but thanks for chiming in. Let me put that in fire hydrant.
Yo, Wild Woman's up, ladies. Hello, Jen.
Jen. As soon as you read Wild Woman, I didn't even see it, and I was like, I know that's Jen because she's the only one that calls you Wild Woman.
Watching you guys read the chat is all intense.
Well, we've been talking about some intense stuff, so then going through the chat is like, ooh. And then I'm looking, it's like, what's happening over here? I'm just glad I'm working on a pattern right now that's like easy and I don't have to think about it too much. It's just like,
I call it mindless crocheting.
Yeah.
I know this pattern. I can just go ahead and just do it and not think about it.
The pumpkin wasn't hard, but I was holding 4 strands of yarn together, so like it kept snagging.
Yes.
And I was like, ugh, it was making it so slow.
I've never done 4. I've done 2.
It was a super thin yarn.
Was hard, and you were doing 4.
Yeah, it was a super thin yarn, and I was like, I want it to be thick so it would work up quickly, and that didn't work up as quickly because it was cumbersome. Mochi, you're gonna eat soon. Daddy will feed you soon. He really will. He's a good guy. Hey, Joe. Joe. I'll be right back, guys. Joe, can you just feed them now? Thanks.
It's like, feed me, I'm hungry.
Oh, thank you so much, Bonbon. That means a lot to me. I'm trying to get a little bit more where I talk a little bit more about myself and my journey and stuff, but my channel is mostly my art right now. And I do talk a bit about stuff and while I'm painting, so it's fun. I hope you enjoy it.
I've been here. I just fell asleep. That's okay. You know, so many people fall asleep to us talking. You notice I didn't say me talking, I said us this time.
Because it's the two of us. This has been so fun, and it forces me to sit down and crochet, like, because I'm often just like, oh, I have other things to do. I have to edit. I have to do this. I have to do that. And this forces me to not only come and hang out with you guys and like have fun, but actually sit down and crochet for a good chunk of time, which I need to do more. Yep, my husband's name is Joe. The Skylander show.
Oh, Amy, rockin' I'm still here. Had to add some music to the home video. I'm going to do the watch party for. Oh, I'm glad you're doing that. I wish I had the means to. I don't have the old videos. My brother does, but it would be cool to do that.
Barb, did you say you have 3 siblings as well? You're one of 4?
Yep, I'm one of 4. I'm the oldest. It's myself, then my sister Laura, then my brother Michael, and my brother Ralphie. Ralphie's been in the channel now and
Oh.
again, and he comments every now and again on my videos. Um, he commented on a video the other day. I can't remember what it was, but
So
every now and then.
you had the opposite. Your mom had 2 girls first and then 2 boys, and then you had 2 boys first and 2
Yep,
girls.
yep. And of course, being the oldest, I had it a lot rougher than the younger ones because I had
Yeah.
to pave the streets, pave the way for them.
Yep.
I wore down my parents so that they could have a better life.
I'm the oldest too, and my mom was 16 when she got pregnant with me, and so when she married my stepdad, my siblings are all from him, right? So I'm from a different father. So I had a very different experience with our parents than my siblings did. And he was always lovely to me. I mean, he treated me like his own, but um, I was also much older than them. So my siblings are 11 years younger than me, 15 years younger than me, and 19 years younger than me.
Oh
So
God, that is
I
an age
I
difference.
took care of them. I changed diapers and made bottles and sang Barney and
Built-in babysitter. I
yeah,
was a built-in babysitter too.
taught babies how to walk and talk. And I remember being 12 and having a friend stay over for the weekend, and I was changing my sister's diaper, and she had a poopy diaper, like a blowout diaper. She was a mess, and I had to change it. My parents weren't home, and I always changed her diapers. It was nothing to me. And my friend was in the corner gagging. She was just like, oh. And I was like, what is your problem? And she's like, how are you doing that? And I'm like, doing what? And she's like, dealing with that. And I'm like, well, what am I going to do? Leave the baby sitting in shit? Like, this is what we do here. Like, this is, if I don't do it, no, my parents aren't going to be home for like 4 hours. The baby can't sit and crap. And she's just like, but how are you not throwing up? And because it doesn't register that way anymore.
Yeah,
I
maybe
breathe
the
through my
first
mouth.
time, but after that, no.
Yeah.
My dad, Thomas, was one of 18. Can you
Wow.
imagine? One of 18.
Wow.
Yeah,
All the same couple, or were there several
all the
marriages?
same couple. They
Are you
got married. My
kidding me?
grandparents got married when my grandmother was 14 years old, and she had a baby every year.
And that was in there from Maine. That was in Maine.
Yep, Portland, Maine, they lived in.
Wow. Wild.
and Catholic, and Catholics don't. Well, they didn't. I don't know about how they handle it now, but at the time they didn't believe in doing precautions.
Well, and if they existed, if that happened now, they'd make a TV show out of you guys, out of them.
Oh, right. And none of them are twins. There was no twins.
Wow.
They were all, every
So your
year.
grandma was just always barefoot and pregnant.
Yep, barefoot and pregnant every year. That's insane. She used to tell the story that her very last one, her 18th child, was a preemie. And, she went in the hospital. They were in the hospital for about a week or more. And the doctors didn't have any hope for the baby, who they named James, Jimmy. And so they took him home. And she said, while she was in the hospital, she was stitching clothes for him. He was so small. And he used to fit in a shoebox. So she made a bed, a crib out of a shoebox, and used to keep him behind the wood stove. Not, so he wouldn't get burned or anything, but
Yeah,
to
but
keep him warm. And he ended up living, my Uncle Jimmy. Passed on now, but
that's wild. And they all survived, all 18 of them.
they all survived. I mean, they
Wow.
probably all, I don't think any of them are alive now, but oh no, there's one or two that are still alive.
That's amazing.
My grandmother was one of 14. I have two half brothers from my dad. They are the same age as my sons. Wow. I was pregnant with my I was pregnant with my stepmother. Crazy times. My mother hated my stepmom. Family dynamics are all wild for most of us.
Yeah, they sure are.
18, that was two baseball teams. Yeah.
Those must have been some wild holidays.
Oh, can you imagine?
Now, did you meet all of these aunts and uncles of yours?
For the most part, yeah. A lot of them didn't get along. I remember I had one uncle that lived in Massachusetts, and every time he would come up to Maine, he would always have 50-cent pieces,
Mm-hmm.
half
The
dollars.
Kennedy half dollars.
Yeah, and he would pass them to all, me and my siblings. And we just loved him to pieces. I guess we would grab the coin and run. That's why we loved him. We'd go rush into the candy store.
Penny candy.
But I do remember him.
You could get a lot of candy at the penny candy store for 50
I
cents.
know, right? You can get
Wow.
those Swedish fish, 2 for a penny. Oh man, 100 of them.
Well, and the seaside always had great penny candy stores because I remember even like in the 90s going down to like the Cape or going up to Maine, and there would be these awesome like by the
Yeah,
pound and like penny candy places in Maine and the Cape.
yeah. There used to be a whole wall of jars of penny candy, from licorice to everything, mint juleps, of all these different flavors,
Mm-hmm.
and I remember the fish, and then the licorice sticks, and oh my goodness, they were all in just open jars. Nowadays, they would never do that. They would never leave it just open.
Yeah, no, they wouldn't. Everything's got to be packaged.
My sister used to. Oh, my sister used to throw things when we were babies and say, "Get it." She was bossy even then. Yeah, 18 is two baseball teams exactly. I remember penny candy. I remember my great grandpa always gave us kids bags of marbles. I used to get marbles too, but I don't know from where. And I used to always want the big one, and it had to be like a one eye or something. I can't remember. It's this particular type of marble I used to try to save. I can't remember now. Did you ever save any marbles?
No, I don't think I did.
And you'd want to get the certain kinds of marbles. I can't remember what it was now, but I used to save marbles and would get a can of soda for 50 cents and 50 cents in candy. I remember for 25 cents you could get a small, like 8-ounce soda. It was really small, it was a bottle, and you could get a bag of chips. A cat's eye, that's it. Yes, Sandy.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
Cat's eye marble. I knew it was something to do with an eye. Cat's eye marble. I got marbles, Terry Sue, but lost them. Yeah, you'd play marbles with your friends and get all their marbles. I used to play marbles all the time. I'd be good at it because I'd get everybody's marbles.
You had a big bag of marbles.
Yes, I always liked the small purries. They were clear and different colors. Yes, I like those too. But I wouldn't play with my favorite marbles. I kept them separate and in my room. I would go with the trash marbles and try to get everybody's good marbles that I liked. That's
Yeah.
stupid.
I was gonna say you don't play with the good ones that you don't want, like you don't want people to win from you, right?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, I didn't
Marbles
really
and
get into
jack-o'-lantern
marbles
playing.
because I was born in the 80s. By the time I was 7, we had Nintendo. So nobody was
I
playing.
remember
Nobody.
Jacks. Yes, I remember
Oh
Jacks.
yeah, I used to play jacks though.
Yeah, those things that you never see kids. I bet you my grandkids probably do not have a clue about marbles and jacks.
No. However, in the 90s, they had Pogs, which were these like, I don't know if your kids were into Pogs, but they were these like stupid little discs that had pictures on them, and you would like stack them up and slam them, and you could win them from each other. It was kind of like the same idea as marbles, as if you played these games, you could win Pogs from people. And I remember playing with my cousins and some of them getting so angry because I won like their best pogs, and I'm like, well, why were you playing with that one if you were going to have a mental breakdown if you lost it?
I want my pug back. No, when my kids were younger, we were all into race car driving,
Mm.
Winston Cup racing. So we would, and I was involved in it too. We would get the Winston Cup cards and try to get complete sets. And I know my set, I had a great set. It up and disappeared. Someone stole my book. I had this big notebook full of my cards. Had a lot of good cards. Dang it. Every time I think about it, someone stole it.
No, no. I agree with Mason Thomas. If you didn't find a suit that you liked, you could definitely just get away with just nice dress pants and a button-down shirt. Things I feel like are a lot more casual these days.
Yeah.
And if people talk shit, they talk shit. People who talk shit, sorry, excuse my French, but people who talk shit are gonna find something to talk shit about regardless. Whether it's, the clothes you decide to wear or whatever. It's
You
all
could have
on the
had the perfect suit on, and yet because someone found a piece of lint on the shoulder, yeah.
yeah.
So don't worry. They just would have. They're just feeling bad and just wants to make somebody else feel bad. You probably smiled wrong or something.
All you gotta do is decide that no matter what, you're not gonna let them put their emotional baggage on you. And that's all that they're really doing is they can't deal with their own sadness and their own issues. And so they put it on you because it's like, oh, well, he'll carry it for me until you refuse, until you say, no, I won't carry this for you anymore. Just energetically. You don't even have to say that to somebody, just energetically. Like, I don't accept this. I don't receive this from you. I reject this. I don't know what I'm talking about. I do my best.
See, Thomas says, I need new clothes anyway.
Yeah.
Mason, my clothes now are not as nice. So it is okay, and my brain goes right to that feeling. Yeah, I know that feeling. I don't really have very much for clothing, and the clothing I do have are getting too big, and I can wrap them around myself a few times.
Yeah. It's a good problem to have until you have to start buying clothes. I went down a size and last year, or the year before, and then I stalled. And I was just like, this is great. And then but you're in this in between. Like, I would like to lose another 80 pounds. So I'm like buying clothes, but I'm like, at some point, I would like to lose the rest of this weight. So, like, how much do I really want to buy? And then I refused to buy clothes. And then all of my clothes are just like sad looking. And I was like, I need new clothes. And my husband was just like, just buy clothes. Just buy new clothes. Stop waiting for the day that you're going to be thin enough to buy new clothes.
Yeah, I bought a shirt this week at Old Navy. It was on sale, and I'm right there. I'm. It's like I just left the sixes and fives, X's, and I got into the fours, but some of my fours are too big. So instead of getting a four in this shirt, I went with a three, and the three is too tight.
Oh,
So the material doesn't have any give to it.
yeah. You're in that in between spot.
So I'm right in that in between. So it's like I was going to give it away. My daughter says, no, just save it. It'll fit you. Give yourself till Christmas. It'll probably
Yeah, it will.
fit. So I just put it in my closet and wait. Yeah, I'm at that age now that I don't care what other people think of me. I say I just like to keep it real. And if you don't like my realness, just move along. You don't have to be in my presence.
Yeah.
It's tough to be you because I'm going to be me. I'm going to be real. I'm
There's
going
a
to talk about things you may not like to hear.
Absolutely. There's a content creator called Elise Myers. She's younger. She's like in her 30s. And she's really great. If you've never heard of her, look her up, Elise Myers. She's really fun. But she has this one reel that went or short that went viral, and she comes onto the screen and she's like, hey, how you doing? And then she puts a bunch of like negative comments that she got on one of her videos on the screen. And she leans forward and she looks like she's reading them. And she's like, oh, okay. Well, if I'm too much for you, go find less. Go find less. If I'm
Yeah.
too much for you, go find less. Like, that's a big, I was just talking about this a minute ago. That's a big problem, is like constantly trying to be loved and constantly trying to please people as if they're not 8 billion people on the planet. Like, your people are out there. If there's somebody right now listening to me that doesn't like me, I'm sorry, but that's what happens. Like, we have to all exist in the world. And sometimes there's people that you're not going to jive with, but I can't lose sleep at night worrying about, like, did I say the wrong thing? Did I present and I try not to hurt people's feelings. I try to be as kind as I can to people, and I try to treat people as I want to be treated. And if at the end of the day there's something about me that people doesn't jive with people, it's not my responsibility.
And I always had nice clothes after that. And when I worked in menswear, and I have that mindset that you wear a suit at funerals, especially my brother in law's mother. I get you, Firebird. Makes sense. I'm still rooting for khakis and dark pants with a decent shirt. I feel comfortable if relaxed. Do what is good for you.
Bon, I love that saying, not my circus, not my monkeys. That was my mantra for a long time. It still is. It still is. Not my circus, not my monkeys.
That's the first time I've heard of that.
Oh, it's a
I,
good one.
let's see. Sandy says I wear a 3X T-shirt and kilts. Mighty Tribe shirts only goes to extra large. I think that's kind of crazy since some carnivores are big people. Yeah, yeah, I agree with you, Sandy. There, I mean, if you're carnivore, if you're if I was to sell T-shirts, they would go large. I want to
Yeah,
be able
because
to
you're
fit in.
especially you're coming from a starting point where you might want to, you might need a bigger shirt.
Yeah, and I like big shirts anyway because
Yeah.
I like, especially T-shirts. I like them big, so maybe I might want to sleep in them or whatever. I just like my T-shirts big. With respect, it's not your mom. That's different. If you had preferred the laid back visitation service over funeral, do it, bro.
Amy's finally in bed.
Finally in bed.
Good for
That's
you, Amy.
funny. Uh, so many are, they come to my channel and they go to bed and just chill.
Wow, you're right, Barb. The time really does just fly on here. I can't believe it's already. We've been on for 3 hours already.
Really?
Well, I came in a
Oh,
little
yeah,
late.
we are. It is 3 hours. You're right. I just now looked at the time. Yeah, it zooms right by. My husband wears sweatpants and a t-shirt almost every day. But as soon as we're gonna go to the store or whatever, he changes out of his sweatpants and puts on jeans. And I'm like, well, why don't you wear your jeans around the house? He says, no, I like my comfortable sweatpants around the house. But he won't wear his sweatpants outside the house, which I find is odd. He's got to put on his pair of jeans.
Those are his house pants.
Yeah, so he's got his house pants.
That sounds like a good old Texan right there. He's like, I can't be seen in public without my jeans on.
Yep, and he's got his Texan belt. His big
Does he have to
round
wear? Does he
belt.
have to wear Levi's or Wranglers or something?
Yeah.
Good old jeans brand.
With his big fat belt buckle. Amy, thanks for taking us to bed. Ah,
It's so intimate, Amy. We're all in bed with you right now.
I don't even have my jammies on. I usually have my jammies on.
Amy, stop hogging the covers. Push over.
Yeah, move your butt. I want room.
So for those of you that have spouses, do you share a blanket or do you guys have your own blankets? Because Joe and I have our own blankets.
I need my own blanket.
Yeah.
But usually he gets up at 2 and I'm going down at 3. So we don't even sleep in the bed at the same time. Very, very seldom.
So we have different blankets because, well, so that we don't fight over them, but also because at one point we had 3 cats and a dog. Now we have 1 cat and 1 dog. And if they sleep on the blanket in between us, we can't pull the blanket onto
Oh,
ourselves.
yeah.
They're sleeping on it, right? So if we have separate blankets, that little space in between, they can sleep in. So we have a king size bed. They sleep in the space between us, and we each have our own blankets. And I feel like that makes for a happy marriage. Because I'm never fighting with him like, I was cold. You took my blankets. Although in Barb's house, you have so many blankets.
I do.
You just grab
And
another
I
one.
just keep making this one. This one's getting huge. I mean, it's getting huge.
That one's getting big. So do all your grandkids and your kids just have like a ton of blankets from you? They're just like, no
I
more
know,
blankets.
right? They get more for this Christmas.
Huh? Well, there are worse things than having a pile of blankets. Let me tell you, I like a pile of blankets.
Emma still has the blanket that I made for her when she was, oh, probably about 3, 4 years old.
Oh,
I made
did you?
her a blanket with that was like granny squares, but each was a big granny square like this.
Oh yeah.
And each one was like a bright color of the crayon box. So I just tried to do
Oh,
like the crayon box.
oh, that's sweet. Did she start her job?
Yep, she went in today. She's doing her training as a cashier,
Mm,
her very first job.
how exciting!
She's working Thanksgiving.
Her first working Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
Right?
but she'll be back before we actually eat because it's something like 9 to 1 or something like that.
I remember the first year I had a job. I worked at a movie theater in Chestnut Hill, Massachusetts, and I had to work Thanksgiving, and it was like wild to me. I was like, "Oh my gosh, like I have to work on Thanksgiving? What is this?" My family was like, "You're a grown up now," and I'm like, "None of you are working on Thanksgiving. What do you mean?"
Yeah, that's what we told her. Welcome to adulthood.
Yeah.
Yeah, now you're starting out at 16 and you got to work for the rest of your life. Well, until you're 62. Well, by then you might have to be 70.
My family, they all had office jobs and nobody had to work on Thanksgiving. And I'm like, how come how come it's just me that's gotta go? And they're like, cause you've got a service job, you've got a movie theater job. The movie theater is open on Thanksgiving.
Yep.
Man, I love chunky yarn. I love chunky yarn and easy patterns. They just flow so nicely.
Oh, Thomas has got to work Thanksgiving. We have had separate blankets ever since for 20 years. Dang it, you said you were getting your own, Grandma. You are not comfortable. You want me to buy you a blanket. Yeah, I just got done buying a couple of blankets just to have. Can you imagine I have all these blankets, but I just bought a couple of blankets so that when my son and granddaughter gets here, they can have a nice new blanket and pillows. I love the blanket you're working on now. It reminds me of the one I loved that you made, known as the November blanket. Yeah, and that's up there on the top of the shelf.
Amy, I'm just seeing your message, your comment. Oh my God, Candy, the first time I ever slept in bed with my husband, he grabbed me a second blanket and said, "Here you go." I was like, "What? No cuddling after that?"
Oh no, I didn't see that.
Oh, that's funny.
It's a game changer.
Joe and I went to a movie a few months ago, and one of his coworkers came with us, and his coworker is 19. And Joe went to the bathroom, and I was pulling out snacks that I bought for Joe and I because they were like no sugar snacks and not the movie theater snacks. And he was like, I said, "This is the key to a happy marriage." It was like, we each get our own snacks. Like, I don't have to swat him away from my popcorn because he ate too much of it. Like I brought 2 little bags of popcorn, two little bars of no sugar chocolate, 2 no sugar sodas. And those were all of our snacks. And the kid was just looking at me like, wow, really? And I was like, yep. And separate blankets in bed. And that's how you have a happy marriage. You don't fight over snacks and you don't fight over covers.
Yeah. My husband and I, we will fight for blankets if we slept together, but he's always, if I go to bed and he's still in bed, he gets up. He just thinks, oh my God, it must be late. I got to get up.
So when you used to work overnights, did you hardly ever see him, or did he have a different schedule that you would see each other more?
Nah, we didn't see each other because I'd come home and he'd be gone already for work. I'd sleep all day, get up, and I'd cook dinner, and he'd show up about the time I was cooking dinner, and then he'd eat, and I'd go to work. So we never really slept together, anyways. And then on my days off or my nights off, um, I kept the same schedule. I slept days. And it's really hard when you've done that for most of your adult life. It's hard to go back to sleeping nights. I
Yeah.
don't know what it is. I just can't. I've tried and tried, and finally I just said, no, just do what your body wants. Go to bed when you're tired.
Yeah, my Nana used to work nights, and luckily she worked at the hospital that was literally like a block away from her house. So she could just walk up there and walk home. But she used to work, what is it, 4 to 7? Is that 12 hours? Whatever. She would go to work at like 4 o'clock and come home no, that's too long. Anyway, she would go to work at like 4 o'clock and she'd work into the night and she wouldn't get home until late. And then she would be up all night. She'd come home and she needed to unwind. She worked at like in the ER. She would in like the intake. So she'd, see all kinds of people coming in and she needed to unwind after that. So she'd stay up watching her movies and she'd be up until all hours, and then she wouldn't wake up until like, 1 or 2 the next day. And then she'd go and do it again.
Let's all go to Thomas's house for Thanksgiving. Let's see. But if not, that's okay. I'm making a whole chicken and a steak with butter. I might even make some carnivore eggnog. A giant pot, and I thought I could put a lot of lard in it and put the chicken in it and make Rick's heart attack chicken. My husband is my heater in the winter.
I'm doing calf raises, but while sitting. I wonder if Paul's still listening, because I wonder if I'm doing them right, because he says they work better if you do them while you're sitting. I wonder if they're working better. Which is hard for me to believe, because you would think calf raises would work better when you're standing. I mean, like burn more calories or whatever it is, because you're standing and you're raising your whole body weight rather than just your legs,
Yeah.
But I'm not a scientist or a biologist, so there you go.
I want a turkey sandwich right now.
Oh, I love a good Thanksgiving I almost said sandwich, because Joe and I will call them sandwiches sometimes. I don't know why. I love a good Thanksgiving sandwich with, like, I don't know if this is just a New England thing, but we'll actually put like the stuffing and the cranberry sauce.
Yes, and gravy all over it.
Yeah, yes, and like
Yes.
between two slabs of bread and just, oh, I love that so much. So good. I don't really care about cranberry sauce or like things like cranberry sauce any time of year, but like I do like a little bit on Thanksgiving. I think it makes the Thanksgiving sandwich to have a little bit of cranberry sauce on it.
Yeah.
And there's just something about cranberry sauce, like when you're having all the rich foods, it kind of cuts all of that, like it balances it really well. So that was one thing. We are going to our neighbor's house for Thanksgiving. And she was like, I found low carb bread. And I was like, oh, honey, no, you don't have to do anything special because the rest of the meal is not low carb at all. And I was like, you don't have to do anything special. Joe and I are just going to eat like regular people on Thanksgiving. And we will just, we'll eat what we can and don't worry about it. Cause I was just like, don't get the low carb bread. I don't like low carb. I was like, I'm not going to eat it. And she's going to buy it just for us. And I'm like, oh, so I was like, no, honey, don't do that. And then on the Sunday after Thanksgiving, I'm going to make our turkey. So it's going to be quite a cheat week because I wasn't going to stay strict carnivore or keto for Thanksgiving this year. I just wasn't going to make as much food. So in the past, I would have made a turkey and 6 sides. I mean, 4 and then gravy and cranberry sauce. And this year I was like, I'm just making turkey. I'm making a cornbread and sausage stuffing, cranberry sauce, gravy, and then I will make pie. I'm going to put sugar substitute in the pie, but I'm making real pie crust because every time I make keto pie crust, I'm just like, this is so disappointing. It gets the job done, but it's just not quite there. And I feel like I'm in a place where, like, even though I'm not losing weight and I would like to be, I can at least eat those things and not like feel like I need to eat pie, go back to eating pie all the time or go back to eating a bunch of carbs. I'm going to make mini pies, not big pies. They're
Yeah.
like little 6-inch pies. So that's what I was going to do for us because I still want to cook our meal because like we just, I just like to cook our meal. It's still going to be really nice to like have Thanksgiving with our neighbors. And she actually invited one of her friends from work. So it's going to be a whole little group over there, which is going to be really nice. It's going to be the first time in like 9 years we've had a holiday with other people.
Wow.
When we lived in the RV, when we first got to Colorado, we had a couple of friends that were actually staying with us, and we had and then one of Joe's coworkers came, and we were all smushed into the RV eating turkey that I made on
You come out
in my little propane oven.
Ugh. What's the matter, darling? Oh, hold on. My little babies. Are you all right? What's your problem? Are you okay? She was in bed on the side of my chair crying. I don't know if there's maybe her claw got stuck. Maybe. You okay? Yeah. Mommy, baby girl. I love you. Yeah.
Yeah, Thomas, that was always wild about Thanksgiving, the way that like you could stuff yourself to the
Hey.
gills and feel like you were going to die from being so full, and then a few hours later somehow had room for like a sandwich and another slice of pie.
Poopy's in the house.
Poopy. Oh my God, it's Poopy. Hello, sir.
Ever notice how we used to stuff ourselves until we can't eat another bite and then, oops. Did you hear my song? I posted on Discord. Oh, no. I'm going to have to look. Let me see. Oh,
2.
Welcome to Grandma Crochet Corner,
Aw.
where the loops fly fast and free. She's losing weight, spreading good vibes like sunshine
Aw.
on the screen.
Aw.
Her blanket stacked like mountains, yeah, she's got that magic touch. And folks keep calling the channel Grandma's Crotch Corner. Which is wrong, and also alive. Oh, Poopy on the blanket and the chat went wild that night. The jealousy hit instantly like a yarn-filled barroom fight. 'Cause Poopy's gotta be always reaching for the crown, while John's in trouble again for supporting creators till his wife slaps him out of town. Yeah, Grandma Crochet Corner, where the loops never let you down. She's crocheting through the live stream 5 or 6 hours long, laughing with Wednesday guests who always keep the vibe strong.
Oh, this song covers it all.
Activity's contagious. Fans come from far and wide, and even John drops in between. Apologies for accidentally donating online. Oh, Poopy won the blanket, and the envy hit the floor. Everybody yelling rise, while Grandma just loops more. Through hard work, heart, and dedication, she keeps the whole crew warm. Grandma Crochet Corner forever, where the yarn storms always form. So grab your coffee, join the chat, and let the good times roll. Just don't call it Crotch Corner, or Grandma will send you home.
Grandma's Crotch Corner. Oh, that's funny.
That was quite the theme song. That covered all of it.
That was good. All right, that was good. I didn't see that. Well, thank you, Poopy. And weird that you made me a song because I got together a box for you. That's gonna be mailed out to you soon. Yes, I did. That was funny. That made my night. Thank you. All these
That was
great
great.
songs. I'm gonna have to do a list, like Amy said. She's putting together a list from Amy's songs, and then this one here, and just make a video from them. Oh, it's great. I forgot to mention the brown rice story. That will be the next one. Yeah, Amy made me a brown rice story too, song, which is funny. This is great. I'm gonna have my own album.
Speaking of the brown rice story, so I've told my husband, I didn't tell him the whole story because he would have been so grossed out. But you made the video and it popped up on our because I have you subscribed on our like personal channel as well as my Candy Hearts art channel, and he was scrolling and he was like, "Oh God, she made a video about the poop story," and I'm like, the rice story, and I'm like, I know. I'm like, if you watch it, she's actually reading my comment in the beginning of it. She's like, because I say I've been here for like a month and you've been talking about the poop story, the brown rice story, and I have no idea what it is. And you were like, should I tell it, guys? And everybody was like, tell it. And that was the night that you told it. And I was just like, oh dear God. And I was like, honey, don't click on it. You don't want to. He gets so squeamish. I was like, you don't want to watch that. That is a trip and a half. I was like, don't worry. I gave Grandma her view. She's fine. Don't click on it.
The rice flying through the air, Amy. Yes, a song list would rock. Yeah, I gotta definitely put together a song list. And
that thumbnail that GPT made, that thumbnail for you, right? For the brown rice story video?
Yes.
GPT made a video of a thumbnail for me, and I have to show it to you sometime. I don't know where it is right now, but I saved it. You should see what he thought I looked like, because I mean, like, it's not completely not like me, but it's just like, at least yours kind of like pretty much look like
I
you.
was surprised that you came up with that. I was like, all right, I could use that. That's pretty close.
I was like, that lady don't look like me. The one that he made for me.
I forgot to mention the brown rice. Oh, let's see. Yes, the song list would rock. Rice flying through the air. La, la, la. Ha ha ha. I couldn't tell my husband the brown rice story either, or he'd ban me from my computer. Oh, it's funny. Like I've said, guys, I'm just keeping it real. I still can't wipe my ass. Almost though. I'm so close.
So what do you do?
I stick my butt in the shower.
Oh, well, that'll work.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Poopy. Thank you. I have let others have number one for a few days now, and since John isn't here tonight, this should be easy one. My daughter is selling cookies. Who wants? I can't have cookies.
Yeah, me neither.
My husband would love cookies. My daughter's selling cookies. But thank you, Poopy. Me either. That was a fun song. I'm going to be listening to that again soon. I'm gonna do a playlist of these 4 songs and play them on Thanksgiving.
For your family?
Oh crap. I just got a pop-up from my prepper channel saying red alert, drones shot down over nuclear bomb base.
Oh.
Of course I'm not gonna click on it. Oh, no, don't want to know. Meat cookies. Now that's an idea.
So your son John is coming and you haven't seen him in a long time?
Well, I saw him last summer.
Okay.
Or, but my granddaughter I only met for one day, and I've never met her before. So she's coming down with him. So I'll actually get to spend some actual time with my granddaughter. She's 18. She just graduated high school this past June.
And he lives in Maine now?
Yeah. Oh, he's always moved out of Maine. He lives in Maine.
And your ex-husband, is he still alive?
Yep.
And do your kids interact with him?
No.
No.
They used to, but he's just so mean that they don't care, type of thing.
Yep, I had one of those. I mean, he wasn't, my biological father wasn't violent, but he was just emotionally not very nice. And he actually passed away last year. There was no love lost, but it was still a weird experience.
A meat cookie is a hamburger. I still need to make a kick-ass video for a song Amy made. Yeah, I want to do a video too. And I can't figure out how to put the music that everyone's given me to a video. I haven't, because I do everything on my phone, and I can't edit on my computer. When I try to put music, it cuts off anything being said. You know how you can put music and put it real soft? But if I do that on my computer, it erases everything being said. So I can't put music on anything. Lisa, we call him Poopy instead of Wad Squad Dad. We call him Poopy. Yeah, he sells poop water. Thanks to you, Amy, and a meat cookie. More specific is a cold hamburger. I love meat cookies cold. I have no problem reaching in and grabbing a cold meat cookie. I love them. I'm surprised I haven't cooked any. Hello, Lisa.
Hi, Lisa.
I use DaVinci Resolve for the PC. It's free. Yes.
Do you have any ground beef I can use?
Look, on the door. Look
Yeah.
on the door in the freezer. There might be a package up there. If not, then get some out of the chest freezer. There might be some.
All right.
She sure does.
I've never had a cold hamburger yet. What? It is great on road trips with cold bacon. Yeah. Yep. Thank you so much, Poopy. That's so great. My dad was bipolar. My ex was bipolar, and very hard to deal with during his beer days. He was like a 15-year-old kid most of the time. The night is young. Hello, Nolan Ray. Are you working, Nolan Ray? Usually you're working when you come in. I did a craft show today and did good. Yay,
Oh,
Lisa.
good.
Yes. Speaking of beef, Emma is looking for some now. Yep. Amy, what the hell? I am drinking an Honeycrisp apple probiotic. What?
Kombucha.
Kombucha? Never heard of it.
It's a fermented drink.
Sounds gross. Fermented drink.
It's an acquired taste.
I don't mind corned beef, bacon, or chicken. Yeah, I'll even eat chicken cold. Yeah. Hello, Nolan. My husband is bipolar, but now that he's old, he seems better. No, not working tonight. Wife and I are just hanging out. Oh, okay. Well, welcome, welcome.
Hello, Nolan.
Yeah, just hanging out, talking about old times, talking about when we were younger and all these things we can buy for 50-cent pieces. I love good sweet iced tea. I drink my tea unsweet, my iced tea unsweet. I'm glad you did good today, Lisa. She's had a couple of days where she didn't do that good, so I'm glad the last 2 days she's been doing better.
Lisa, do you have like a, is it like a farmer's market in Arvada? Is that how you say Arva, or is it Arvada? Um, is there like a farmer's market? Is there just a recurring craft fair, or do you go to different craft fairs? Like, how does that work?
I like tea with lemon, not sweet. I just drink it unsweet. I want to know what he said. Let's see. No. Um, I am bipolar and not the trending kind, the potentially debilitation kind. But most would never know because I take 7 meds a day to help with it. I have not had an episode in 10 years. Life is good. You're very lucky. How old are you? One of the things that my ex husband was bipolar, and I spent quite a few years going to weekly support groups dealing with bipolar and took courses on it. But this is like, I'm going back like 30 years ago. And you can go years and years and years without having an episode, as you put it, quote marks. It's a lot of, they're finding then, back then, that it was hormonal when you have a disruption in your hormones, like when you're a teenager, but then later in life. So don't stop taking your medication. Later in life, men and women, like women go through menopause, you might start getting some episodes. So don't go off your medication, whatever you do, because you could still, because you're at that age. You're 39, I think you said. And I really think if you use certain types of lighting in your house in the wintertime, but you're in Florida, it's always sunny there, right? Uh, I am 38. Okay. It was bad from my 23, 28. Then I got medicated and life is better. I will never stop taking it, never had and never will. Too many people stop and their life is messed up. Yeah, a lot of people stop taking their medication because they think they don't need it. They're feeling better. So I'm glad that you know that stopping would just mess you up. You might have to change it 100 million times, but or don't eat sugar.
Yeah, or don't eat sugar.
uh, Stop eating carbs. It might fix you completely.
Worth trying.
Would you believe I am 96 years old? Whenever I take one of those health insurance tests, they always say that I have a body of a 76-year-old. I'm like, okay, uh, 10 years beyond my time. Yeah, my ex-husband, he was bipolar and he would take his medication for about 2, 3 months. And then it's like, okay, I'm feeling good. I don't need to take it no more. And I'd be like, no, you got to take it. Nope, doesn't take it. It was horrible. He had it bad. He had severe episodes. I hated it. I am open to talking about it, but some of the parents at my daughter's school found out and they would not let their kids come over anymore. Damn, so now I am selective but proud to talk about it. You should talk about it. We're not all perfect people. I've had to deal with my depression and crap through life. Don't need to be embarrassed or stop talking about it. Yeah. Valerie Smith. She cured about 8 mental disorders by eating only meat including using schizophrenia. Her story is amazing. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're finding out that when you go to when you're burning fat for fuel in your brain, it actually your brain uses different pathways, and oftentimes will cure many different mental health problems because you're not using the older pathways. That I keep telling my husband, you should be eating just meat. No, get away from the darn sugar because he had a stroke in one part of his brain. So his brain is automatically looking for other pathways as he heals. And he doesn't want to listen to me. He thinks he's right. He's going to keep eating all of his sugars. I do a table 2 days a week, but next, because of Thanksgiving, I'm going to only do a table Saturday. That's crazy, Poopy. You don't harm others. It sucks. All right, Thomas, thank you for being here.
Night, Thomas.
Good night.
Oh, and I see, Lisa, you said your craft show is by your craft show in the apartment building that you live in, a senior and disabled building in Arvada. That's really cool. I actually live near a senior building that they have regular craft shows too. So I'm glad to hear that yours went well. I'm in, I don't know if you remember, Lisa, but I'm in Loveland, Colorado. So I think I'm like, what is that, like over an hour away from you? You're closer. Are you closer to Denver? I don't know any. I've lived here for 10 years, but Colorado is so big that I have not seen most of it. So that does really suck, Poopy, that people won't let their kids hang out at your house. I think that, here goes Candy talking too much again, but I think that like the internet is a great thing and can help so many people like understand more about this stuff and destigmatize it. But it also like we've got an influx of people talking about narcissism and bipolar and abusive people. And when people talk about abusive people and they're like, this person who was abusive to me was bipolar, then you start getting this trend of people thinking that bipolar automatically means abusive or violent or whatever. And we're not having a conversation in context about someone who is being well treated and managing their bipolar being fine, like completely fine. I mean, clearly all of your kids are well and thriving. Your wife is happy. You guys are happy. You seem to have a good life. Like, it seems to me that nobody should really be afraid to let their kids interact with you. And that's a really, really shitty thing to experience. I'm sorry for that.
Yeah, I am too.
So I try really hard not to label things and try to see things from both sides of every coin, because when you start labeling things like, oh, this guy is bipolar, he's dangerous to be around, like, there are people who are managing. There are people whose bipolar is out of control and they're hard to be around. And there are people who are under control. And, you know, we have to respect them all. I mean, the ones that aren't doing what they need to do need to get help. The ones that are doing what they need to do are still valuable members of society.
Oh, he says, Poopy says, oh, don't get me wrong. Before meds, I was a street fight, many fights. My wife is my calm place. She has been since I was 18, but she couldn't even stop my dark passenger. Once you get labeled, people get judgmental. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I hate labels. Because that label doesn't define who we are. But life is good. I'm glad. I'm glad life is good for you.
That's one thing I always say about my husband and I. Like, we are each other's soulmates and perfect partners, but we had to learn the hard way that you can't love somebody enough to heal them. They have to heal themselves. And we both came into this relationship with a lot of issues, and we could love each other and love each other a lot and be a stable place, but we both had to be willing to change and heal and get better and work on the things that, were holding us back, and work on all that broken inner child crap.
Yeah. I am blessed in so many ways, and I try to bless as many people as I can. That's sweet.
Hey, Bubs, what's up?
Well, I know. I'm glad I met you.
You're a very nice guy, Poopy.
Yep, you've gone from a guy that I was paying attention to when you first came into my room. I was thinking he was a troll to a really nice, kind-hearted person that has a playful side, and I can almost see how that playful side could get you in trouble. Not like bad in trouble, like bipolar, craziness trouble. I'm not talking about that kind of trouble. I'm talking about that, that teasing prankster trouble, that kid inside you. Does that make sense? Am I making sense?
Yep, you're making sense. You usually do.
We
Oh,
all
so
bring baggage to a relationship. Yeah, we do. Oh, that's good. I like that. I like the colors too.
I don't love that, like, this pattern has, like, this side has, like, a bigger hole than this side because of but maybe I'll put a trim on it or something, and that'll help, like, kind of even it out.
So many people have told me in my life they didn't like me when they first met me. They judged me too quickly. LOL. No, I didn't. Now, it wasn't that I was judging you or anything, or that I disliked you. It was like, all right, what's this guy really like? You come in with a name like Poop Water. You're going to send the red flags up.
Yeah, it's really, for me too, it wasn't about not liking you. It was about having been in a lot of chat rooms throughout the 90s and early 2000s, and the pattern of people coming in asking rapid fire questions. Just the energy that you brought the first couple of nights was just kind of like, whoa, what's he about? And it didn't really seem like you knew a lot about Crochet or Carnivore, so it was like, what made him come here? And then we got it, and you seemed like a cool dude, and like, the name Poop Water was like, okay, so is he like a troll? Like, that's when you have poop in your name, like, nobody else in the chat has poop in their name. So, but I mean, very quickly, and there's a lot of mods
Poop
here.
Water.
There's a lot of mods here.
Poop
So the
Water.
first night, my finger was hovering over the button, and I was just like, just waiting for you to say something that wasn't good. You missed the night. I think it was the first time I came on live with Barb, or either the first or second time, but like that night, a bunch of Reddit trolls came in, and she had like a bunch of Reddit trolls, and then somebody actually messaged me and was like, Barb is battling a bunch of trolls. So I hopped back in and had to ban a couple, and then she finally shut down, and I was just like, wow. So I mean, in contrast to the way you were when you first came in, it was nothing like that. But if there was a bunch of you, I would have been like, wow, I think this might be a troll bomb, troll squad. Anyway, I have to potty, so I'll be right back.
Poop Water. Yes, we did. We said Poop Water. Hello, beautiful people. I forgot to set my alarm just about 4 hours later. Not good. Must have needed it. Yeah, you must have needed the sleep, Jojo. LOL. Basically, you're saying shit water. I am learning a lot about crochet and carnivore, so the point of this stream has its fruits. That's right. Yep. A 4-hour nap. You must have needed it, JoJo. You really must have needed it. Our shit water is our coffee brand. Is it really? Yes, this channel is great. But you know what, guys? If this channel is great, it's because of every one of you. Because it takes a lot of people to make a great channel. So it's great because of every single one of you in it. So when you say this channel is great, it's because you're great. You're part of greatness. Cool name for a coffee. Poop water, shit water. I trademarked it, so I am all in. That's funny. Oh my God, the heater just turned on. It's blowing right in my face. Yeah, that is a kind of a, I don't know. I don't know. If I had a cup of coffee given to me and they called it poop water, I don't know if I'd drink it. Just not sure. Hilarious. I like it. Bon Bon, this is just the second day watching your live stream, and I'm so glad that YouTube recommended you. I love the energy and the range of topics. Yeah, we talk about everything. I keep telling people we talk about anything and everything. People, it takes two people to do a communication. So, poop water is water that starts a conversation about clean water accessibility around the world, and shit water to start a conversation about child labor and worker exploitation around the world. Great, Bon Bon. Welcome. It's an interesting place, Bon Bon. Yeah, it is. It's the best place. It's the best place. It's Grandma's crotch corner.
I'm on to my second mic.
Onto your second mic.
My first one always dies after the first 2.5 hours.
Gotta keep them both charged.
Yep.
I used to make bonbons for a living.
Really?
I've never had a bonbon, but it sounds like they'd be good. I picture like a round donut with like maybe some creamy filling and drizzled in chocolate. I don't know if that's a bonbon or not.
I think they're typically that sounds delicious, but they're typically chocolate with some kind of filling.
Oh,
I think. Yeah. So they'd probably give you the shits.
Give me the poops. Give me some poop water. They'll give me poop water. Poops.
Terry, you made bonbons for a living? Oh, sorry.
What was that?
I said, Terry, you made bonbons for a living. Did you work for like a chocolatier or some sort of confectionery place?
Oh,
so Bonbon is new. I thought so. I had never seen your name before.
Yeah. Yeah, just so you all know, when Poopy, Wad's Quad Dad, he gave some donations to the channel, and his accountant came across on his account paperwork or whatever, grandma's crotch and just left it at that. And so his accountant questioned him about what's this you're giving money to a grandma's crotch.
Oh shoot, it's already 11 for me. I was like, oh, I was just telling Joe, I'm just gonna stay on till 11, and he's like, okay, fine. And I'm like, oh, it's 11 now. I guess I'm staying on.
Cherry mash candy, coconut bonbons. Oh,
Mason, do you know that I never knew that cherry mash was like a candy? But Mason, are you the one that said you had REM stuff and you liked REM and you sold a bunch of your REM stuff? Because there's a song where he talks about cherry mash, like he mentions it, and that was the only time I had ever heard of that. And then I walked into a Hobby Lobby one day and I saw cherry mash candy, and I was like, oh man, that's a thing. It's an actual candy.
yes, he was like, who is grandma's crotch? And I was like, it's Crochet. You thought about this all weekend before you said anything? Oh yeah, bonbons were ice cream, just like on I Love Lucy. I Love Lucy, the conveyor belt and all. I worked for Nestle ice cream for 10 years.
Oh, that kind of
That's my
bonbon, yeah.
favorite show. That's my favorite show of I Love Lucy is that conveyor belt. Look at this mochi.
Mochi, you see the peoples? You see the lady? You see her?
Hi Mochi. Hi Mochi.
Oh, he's talking to
Cute
you.
boy Mochi.
He's talking to you. He's like, where? Where is she?
Hi Mochi. Hi. You look sleepy, Mochi.
He's ready for bed. He always looks sleepy. He's always ready for a nap.
My nighttime meds are starting to work. Good night, everyone. Good night, Lisa.
Good night, Lisa.
Sweet dreams. So Mochi is cute. Now I got to meet Mochi, your dog, Poopy's dog, which I've already forgotten his name.
Wasn't it Archibald or something like that? Is that his name? Am I remembering that right?
There's Mochi. Is it Archibald? It's something like that.
Yeah, it was something similar, like an A name.
He's adorable.
Thank you. He knows it too. He's a big flirt. He's the biggest flirt in town.
I love his ears.
And now my cat's over here meowing at me like, why don't I get held? And I'm like, I can't hold you both at the same time. Here's your baby. I gave Mochi sardines the other day, and I was like, Barb would be proud of you.
Yep. Grandma, what's your pup's name? Baby. My little baby. Baby.
Oh, Junie, what's wrong, my Junie?
See how she's sleeping right now? Oh, right there. There's my baby. There's my baby. She's just sitting there.
What?
And it is a new house. Well, it's not a new house. It's her older house that I finally got washed and dried it and put it up here. Her new one that I had to replace this one is out in the living room.
Go down. Oh, and Junie ran away. Just
I've
as I
got two
wanted.
dogs, Bentley and Digit. Bentley. That's a nice name for a dog, Bentley. I like that name for a dog.
Digit is fun too. What kind of dogs are they?
My darling, I love you. You're going to get your nails clipped this week. Yes, you are.
I did Mochi's last week, and then I gave him a bath, and he was like, I don't like this. I bet baby gets a bath in the sink.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah.
Yep. She's got to get a bath this week.
Mochi's
everyone
just
goes up.
slightly too big for the sink. He actually can do the sink. He just doesn't like it. He's so freaked out when I put him in the sink, so he'd rather the tub. But he doesn't love the tub either. He just enjoys it a little bit more. So
Baby actually loves her bath, but she likes, the scrubbing and, you
Yeah.
know, she just loves to be
He
made up.
likes that part. He doesn't like the spraying. I have a shower head and I spray him with water, and he doesn't love that part, but he likes the scrubbing part.
Let's see. Digit came to us after my friend got sick. He was named after a gorilla.
Mm.
Mason, I had a female long-haired cat named Miss Bentley. Baby is a boopy goat when she's under your shirt. Yes, she's a
Oh,
boopy goat.
Shih Tzus. I love Shih Tzus.
My dog says she's oh.
Mochi's a Japanese chin, but a lot of people think he's a Shih Tzu or like a Pekingese mix, but he's a purebred Japanese chin. Hey, you gotta settle down. I'm not done yet. I'm not going to bed yet. Can you settle? You settle. I'll be done soon.
Those are adorable dogs. I always wanted one of those, but never got one. I wish baby would wear like a sweater or something when she's cold instead of wanting to be in my shirt for body heat. It's like I just want to put a sweater on her or something. She won't allow it. She just
I wonder why she hates clothes so much. It's so funny.
it's
Mochi doesn't like them either, but he also has a thick coat.
yeah.
So he's like, I don't need that, He gets hot. A couple of times I tried to put him in a coat to take him for a walk when it was cold, and he was just like panting. He was like, this is too hot for me. Even though it was like 20 degrees outside, he was still like too hot in his coat.
Oh, Poopy got his number one.
Oh, Bentley and Digit are litter mates. After 8 years, they remembered each other. Oh, that's so sweet.
Oh, that is cool. That they would remember each other like that. After 8 years. Wow. I love you, darling. You haven't come to see me yet. Well, you did, but then you went in my shirt.
You guys, I'm having a dilemma because I don't know if I told you guys this before, but we have a cat that lives like several blocks away from us named Jack, and he's like the neighborhood cat. Like I would say he lives like 5 blocks away from us. I walk all the way up to the park, which is a mile away from us. And he's the kindest cat. He's probably like 8 or 10 years old. He's a big fat orange cat like Garfield. And he's so sweet and everybody loves him. And he's like, he needs a little hat and like a little sign that says I'm the mayor, because everybody comes up to him and like everybody knows Jack. Everybody looks for Jack. But last year, basically, one of his owners died. The wife died, and the husband wouldn't take care of him anymore and turned him out. And so he's been homeless. But everybody in his part of the neighborhood, which is 5 blocks away from me, they're all feeding him and letting him like sleep in their garage and like giving him a bed with like a heater on it, like in the winter. But a couple of times Joe and I have walked by, and tonight we walked by and he was just like not letting us leave. He kept following us and he didn't want us to leave. And like he's happy and he's fed and he's he's well fed and he's got spaces, but nobody's like letting him in the house to like cuddle, and he just wants to cuddle with somebody and be with somebody. And we want to take him in so badly. One of our cats, our second cat Hazel, died in June, and I want to take him in, but he's like 8 to 10 years old. He's been an outdoor cat his whole life. He still has his balls, so he's still intact, so we would have to get him fixed. He's probably going to spray my whole apartment because he's been an outdoor cat his whole life, and they spray, especially when they're not neutered. But he's so sweet, and like I picked him up for the first time, and he probably weighs more than Mochi and Junie combined. He's a huge cat. because
Wow.
they all feed him. He's fat, but like he looks like Garfield. It's funny. He's got white in him too, but he's just so sweet. So then Joe and I went through this whole thing again of like, should we take him? Like, can we do this? I don't want to have an outdoor cat, but if we keep him inside, he's probably going to spray. So we're having this whole dilemma about Jack, and we just love him so much. He's so sweet. He like flops over and gives you his belly, and he followed us like 2 blocks today, and he usually doesn't do that. And it's because it's getting colder and people aren't out late anymore. When it's spring and summer, people are out until like all hours
So
out there.
why couldn't you have him and let him still be an outdoor cat?
Because I'm worried he would try to get back to his part of the neighborhood because we only live about 4 or 5 blocks away. We live right on the train tracks. He doesn't. So if we let him out, he's got to navigate train tracks in a different area. And that would be okay. We could figure that out. But I've never had an outdoor cat, and I don't like the idea of it. And I'm worried that making him get used to a new neighborhood after like being 10 years old and then getting him fixed is going to disorient him a lot. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's going to just change how he interacts with stuff. So I don't know. We started talking about it again. There's a lady who lives on that street, and she's building, she and her son are building him like a little house. But that's still like, it's a shelter for him, but it's not love. Like, he wants a bed to sleep in at night with people. You know, he wants to be with people. Like, I see him sitting on people's doorsteps, and he's listening to them inside, like laughing and being a family. And
He'll
he's
be
just
all
like,
alone.
yeah. And I'm just like, poor Jack. I can't deal with it. So I'll let you guys know if we end up being Jack's new mommy and daddy. I don't know if we can do it, but I don't know if I can afford to feed him. He's
Especially
cute.
where it's wintertime. I'm sure he senses it and he's
Yeah.
looking for that nice, warm, homey place.
But I bet you he'd lose weight with us. He'd lose a lot of weight with us because our animals are carnivores. So he'd probably get to be a healthy weight with us. So I lifted him up tonight, and I can lift both my animals with just one hand, like one arm. And I tried to do that, and he's so heavy. I had to take both hands and pick him up. And I was like, oh my gosh. And I'm not a weakling. Like, I lift weights, not heavy weights, but I do lift weights. Mochi, Mama's not going to bed
Oh,
yet.
you may have arthritis. I'm rolling over and going to listen mode. Love you too. Night. No
Love you,
night,
Terry.
Terry.
Good night, Terry. Love ya.
I think it's great that people actually take me to bed.
I know.
It's just so great. I thought it was just my granddaughter that found it, relaxing and soothing. And I do this channel and I find out other people like it too. My old guy lived to 20. An old cat no one wanted. Aw. That's right. Mason is a rescue
Yeah.
cat owner, so. She must have found some hamburger because I can smell her cooking.
I know, Mason. Jack wants to be in, but my only concern is that his original owner said that he used to scratch through screen doors and the windows, and they just put new windows and patio door in my apartment. And I'm concerned that he will spray if we turn him into an indoor cat. Like, if we don't let him out anymore, he's going to get very territorial. And I don't know, because he's the sweetest guy, but I'd hate to like bring him home and find out we can't have him and have to like bring him to the shelter, or I wouldn't put him back out on the street. the only reason he hasn't been brought to the shelter is that everybody is essentially taking care of him, and he seems really happy in his neighborhood. He really loves it. I know that sounds weird, and maybe it's just that we're all so attached to seeing him, but he really does just love his area. And I feel like, it would be really sad to take him away from that. And also, there's no guarantee that if he was brought to a shelter, he would be adopted. I mean, I think he would. He's very sweet. He's a very sweet cat. But there's a high percentage rate possibility that he's going to end up spraying in the house a lot, even if we get him fixed.
I had to. She just looks so cute. She's like, why, Mommy? Why? Leave me alone. Let's see. Kids no doubt pat him in the day. Stray cat I took in, he was skinny. 4 months on, he was a big fluffy ball. Bath helped. Ouch, it was sad. 2 years. Took to the vet and the big C. They put him down, and he was happy and loved. Yeah. Sad. Sad when they pass away. I can't imagine losing my baby. I don't even want to think about that. Ugh, I would be devastated, I think. Wouldn't I? Yeah, I don't want to lose you. You're with me forever, right? Are you my forever baby? Yeah. This is my kitty cat. This is my kitty cat, right? She's like, don't call me a kitty cat. I'm a dog.
The best thing about Jack too is that he's good with dogs. He's actually good with Mochi. He goes right up to him and sniffs him, and he's really patient with him. And Mochi will actually get really excited and try to play with him, because Jack grew up in a house with like 5 miniature pinchers that were horrible, and he likes Mochi because Mochi's actually like way more low key than that. Well, start him in one room with his box bed, toys, hang out with him, then open the door to the rest of your place. Yeah, I unfortunately only have a 2-bedroom apartment, so it's a little bit easier said than done, because I don't have a lot of space to sequester him. And our extra bedroom, we have to have, like, I have to be able to come in here and work and paint, and work on the computer. And our bedroom has the cat box, so Junie has to be able to come in and go as she pleases. So I really have nowhere to put him that would be truly sequestered, where it wouldn't be a place where we had to open the door constantly throughout the day. So that's been a big factor as well. My apartment's a bit small. I mean, it's a nice size for us, and we can definitely keep him here, but in terms of like doing the proper, like, isolation thing when he first moves in, so he gets used to his space without like being overwhelmed by my other animals, I don't know that we could properly do that. Like when we brought Mochi home, I had 3 cats already in this apartment, and it wasn't a great idea, but I really wanted a dog, and we weren't really able to keep him away from them. We had him in like a little pop-up crate, and that's how we were able to keep him like in his own space. But he was over that real quick, and he wouldn't let us keep him in there for very long. He was always clawing at the sides and ripping the door open. And eventually we had to let him out. And luckily the cats were fine with him. Nobody tried to eat him. Nobody tried to attack him. They swatted at him a bit here and there, like put him in his place. And they looked at me like I was crazy. Like, why the hell did you bring this thing in the house? Can we eat it? It's like, no, I love him. Don't eat him.
Well, just let him join the family. I forgot he knows you already.
Yeah, he does. He knows Mochi too. He doesn't know Junie though, so that would be interesting. He doesn't know my cat. But he seems to tolerate other cats. I've seen other cats like walking around him, like other neighborhood cats. And Junie's pretty chill. She was trying to meet our neighbor's cat, and actually the neighbor's cat was freaking out, and Junie was just like, bitch, what's your problem?
Doo-doo. Got 16 in here.
Wow, still 16, huh? Well, I'm going to be winding down soon. Mochi is losing patience, and I'm starting to get stiff from sitting in this chair for so long.
I'll probably be signing off in a half hour. It'll be almost 2. It's almost 1:33. We've been on live now for 4.5 hours.
Yeah, it's a long time.
Goes by fast, don't it?
It always flies by. I'm always like, oh, I'm going to stay on for like 3 hours. And one night I even told myself, oh, I'm just going to pop on for like 2 hours. And then all of a sudden I'm like, 3.5 hours just went by. What happened? Where was I?
It just goes by so fast.
Yeah.
I am back. I was gone in a hurry to get back just in case John got to take my spot again. John got here to take my spot again. John's back? I didn't see John.
No, he's saying he came back in case John. He's saying he came back in case John took him.
Oh, okay. Oh, just in case John got here to take my spot again. No, I think you're still number 1.
Barb, one thing I love about going live with you, I mean, I love a lot of it. This is really fun, but I love that I can in real time be like, no, this is what he's saying. Because there's often times where I'm in the chat and I hear you read something and I hear you like get it wrong or read it wrong or misinterpret it. And I'm just like, oh, when I'm live with her, I can just be like, no, this is it. This is it. And then I have to type it and hope that you see it.
Yeah, I mess up a lot. I have to read it multiple times sometimes. Like, what is that? What is that saying? And sometimes they're spelling it wrong or something, and I have to figure it out.
And I mean, that's fine. It's hard. You're reading a lot of text all night. Like, that's a lot of reading.
Yeah, and then the chat will jump up. I'll be reading along, and then the chat will jump up, and I end it with another sentence altogether from somebody else. I'm like, oh, wait a minute, that isn't what they said. I feel like I am missing out because I get here so late. Aw, so sorry. Yeah, we did a lot of talking tonight about a lot of different things. We talked about a lot of stuff.
We did.
Yeah, you missed out. You missed out on all the good stuff. But sometimes you get here a little early. I like that. Nope, Poopy, you won. Mason's number 2. How far down is John? Because he's been gone for quite a while, right?
Yeah, John was here earlier.
Barry's number 3. So John is like, oh, he's like number 13. He's way down there. Well, my understanding is he's going to leave Maine on Tuesday, and be here on Wednesday. So he'll stop somewhere and rest because it's like a 17, 18-hour drive. But he's also done a lot of driving cross country, and he'll go like from Maine to California in like 2 days without sleep. So
Wow.
yeah, he just stop to use the restroom type of stuff. So it's hard to say what, but he's saying he's going to leave about Tuesday. I'm getting excited, but he's coming with a dog. That's a female dog, cute dog. That's about a year old. He was a puppy last summer when I was up there.
What kind of dog?
I can't remember. Um, when she was a puppy, she looked more something similar to like a golden retriever type of thing, but short, not so long of hair. But now she looks a little different than what she was as a puppy. He showed me a picture. Let's see. Jojo says, me like this morning. Someone said, do Jojo, do it. I'm like, don't think it was armed at me. Could not see any Joe names but mine then or on Jojo. Yep, not me. Few glad I didn't ask. I'm not sure if I understood that. Someone said, Jojo, do it.
You mean earlier in the chat? Maybe when my husband popped in?
Jojo, do it. I don't know. Oh, God, whatever she's making, it smells so good. I'm like, I don't want to eat.
Well, I hope all the dogs get along well.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping. I hope this dog. He said that it's a female. She's very sweet and gets along with other dogs. I know she'll get along with Money. Money just loves all dogs. He's just loves dogs, other dogs.
How
It's
long is he staying with you?
for a couple of days.
Yeah. You might want to keep her separate for a few hours just to let her get used to the smells of the
Yeah.
house and get used to the smells of the other dog because she might get overwhelmed meeting all the new people and the new dogs at the same time.
Yeah. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to get this done and set up. And our other one can be in the other room on a chair. So
Yeah.
Baby feels safe in her house out there. On other chat live, I'm a good girl. They were talking about male JoJo. Watch the pit bull, your daughter's dog. They don't always like, they don't know. Yeah. Um, Atlas Injury Center. Hello, your video was uh,
Oh,
pushed to our page. Nice to meet everyone. We are in Buckingham, PA. Well, hello. I'm from Ohio and I'm Grandma.
what page is that?
Push to our page. Well, welcome.
Yeah.
Hi there, Buckaroo. I haven't heard that word in a long time, Buckaroo.
Hmm.
Buckaroo. Well, welcome, Atlas. Welcome, welcome. We're here 7 days a week. We come around at about 9 p.m. Eastern. We stay till about between 1 and 2, sometimes 3 uh, a.m. in the morning. So 4, 5, 6 hours lives every night. And we talk about everything and anything. Sometimes it's just me. Sometimes we have an open panel, and then sometimes Candi.
Yeah, I'm usually here on Saturdays.
Yeah. So we are a injury center with 4 physical therapists.
Oh. And somebody shared Barb's video to your page as like inspiration or something, maybe?
Or walk because of my walking videos, maybe.
Maybe. Well, this is how far I got with my scarf tonight. That's a nice start.
Yeah, that's pretty too.
I'd say it's about a third to a quarter done.
Yeah.
I might need another skein. We'll see.
Is that one scan, full scan?
That's almost the full skein. I probably have another 2 rows with that skein.
I don't know how to answer that, Atlas. We are an injury center with 4 physical therapists. Well, you must stay up pretty late. It's 1 a.m. at an injury. Is it like a rehab center?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like with the if there's physical therapists, it must be like a rehab center.
Yeah.
So I wonder if somebody shared your video to like a page that they have or something, maybe because it's inspirational because you're moving now and you weren't before. I don't know.
Yeah, that could be because I'm overweight. Yeah, I'm carnivore. I was 400 pounds, and I've lost 100 so far. So this channel is mostly about my journey losing weight. I have about another 150 pounds to go. So maybe that's it. But not sure. But we gather around and we just chit chat. Where a lot of people are here for different reasons. That's my reason for being here. Yum yum.
Electrolytes.
I gotta drink more water myself.
Actually, electrolytes and creatine.
I do the marketing and social media. I was just working on something and poking around. All right, well, don't mind, anyone's welcome. Just be respectful to everybody, right?
Yeah.
Anyone like grits and eggs? I love grits and eggs.
Yeah, grits and eggs are great.
Yep, love grits and eggs. And I never had grits until I met my husband.
Oh yeah.
He's from Texas, and
I didn't have grits until I was an adult. I'd never really experienced them, and I'd only really heard, I'm a Yankee. I'm a Yankee.
me too. I never had
I
grits.
never had one before. We ate oatmeal, but I never really had grits or
Cream of
anything.
wheat.
And then I had them.
Compare it to.
Yeah, and then a cream of wheat, and then I had them, and I was like, "Wow, this is really good." And then I like, they're more savory applications. Like, if you're getting all fancy and eating like Italian version, you have polenta, which is essentially grits.
Good stuff, Poopy. I love grits with butter. My husband, what does he do? He does something different with it. I like it with butter.
I like eggs and grits. I like shrimp and grits. I used to do everything in grits, and then polenta.
Butter cheese grits. Yeah, that sounds good. I
Yes.
haven't had grits in a long time, actually.
They're super comforting. They're nice stick to your ribs food, you know. There's not I don't there's nothing to not like about them. You know what I mean? It's
They're
like it's
not
just,
carnivore.
yeah, except they're not carnivore, but there's nothing to not like about them. Like if somebody said they didn't like grits, I'd be like, you probably didn't have them with enough butter or cheese on them. Because they're just a vehicle for deliciousness. I mean, if you just had grits boiled in water and salt, you might be a little bit like,
Or
you
if
know,
you treated it like oatmeal or
yeah.
wheat.
My grandmother used to make a wonderful cornmeal porridge that was like just lightly sweetened, and I loved it. It was so good, but she'd make that sometimes instead of oatmeal, and it was so tasty. But then it would like if it got too cool, it would like solidify. So it was almost like a block. Like when if she had some left in the pot, it would just make like a little block of cornmeal mush.
Well, I knew someone that used to make. She was like my next door neighbor, and we used to meet up every morning. But she would make almost every day. She would do up some cornmeal mush, as you put it, and would put it in the refrigerator in like a bread pan or a cake pan.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the morning, she'd slice it and then fry it.
Yeah, they
I
do that
never,
with polenta in like Italian restaurants and stuff too. They'll give you
so
like
that's probably what it was. And she made
yeah,
it every single day, but she put it in a bread pan so it, you know,
yeah.
and sliced it up and then she'd fry it. Boy, it was so good. I loved it.
That's good stuff.
Let's see, what was that? I'll post my video on how to make grits and eggs. Do
Yeah,
it.
that'll be nice.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Well, guys, I got a puppy here that is demanding I go to bed. As soon as daddy goes to bed, he's like, we're supposed to be in bed now. What are you doing? But this was so fun. I can't wait to see you guys next Saturday. Thank
Thank
you,
you for
Barb.
being with us.
Thank you,
Love
everybody.
it,
Good
love it.
night. Lots of love. I'm sure by next week I will already have finished the scarf. I need to be finished with the scarf before I come on Saturday. So if I'm not done with the scarf by next Saturday, you all have to yell at me and be like, why didn't you finish the scarf this week? Unless I'm crying and I'm like, please don't yell at me, please. Anyway, but yeah, I should be able to be here next Saturday. Next Sunday, I'm cooking our home Thanksgiving, but yeah, I should be around. So I'll see you guys later. Good night.
All right, good night. Thank you. Sweet dreams. Asian is still here. Let's see. Okay, so the video was one of my first 10 years ago. Just skip around and see the grits and eggs on the Discord. Watch later, not tonight. Very, very cringe. Uh, oh, you put it on in the. Uh, I got a broken nail I'm trying to fix. It's driving me crazy. Yeah, I'll definitely watch it later. Hello, Vince. Hello, hello. I'm glad you was able to pop in. You always show up late. Do you work and you get out this time of night or something? Does anyone like biscuit? I love biscuits and gravy. I make the best biscuits in the world. I do make good biscuits. My husband loves my biscuits and gravy, and I never had that either until I met my husband, and now I make my great biscuit gravy all by hand. Some butter, flour, salt, pepper. Add my milk. Slowly thicken it up. Add my sausage right in and all that yumminess. Although I don't eat it now. Don't eat carbs, but Midnight Vince, now that you are here, we can keep her up later. Sometimes it just ends with her and I. LOL. Let's party. Let's party. I say we go till 5 a.m. Biscuits and gravy is wonderful. Yeah, it is good. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, my biscuits stand like this high. I make very tall biscuits, so when you open it up, they're not hard. They're soft on the inside. They're just perfect. I won't be able to sleep when you have 24-hour stream. I'll be up all night chatting away, so be prepared, people. Hello, Squeaky Monkey. Hello, hello. I don't work late. Sometimes I come on earlier. Yeah. Oh my God, I wish I was there. I would help you with your nails. No, I broke my nail, so I have to fix it. I don't like it when my nails catch on my yarn when I'm crocheting. Yeah. Well, it's good to see you. It's good to see both of you. I haven't seen, this is the first time I see Monkey tonight, too. I gotta know, Poopy, does your wife not care if you are up half the night? Joe, Mason, Poopy, hello. I am glad I stopped by. I subscribed and I watched some of your videos. All right. Thank you. Thank you for popping in and saying hello. How was the chowder? It was so good. It's so filling. I am stuffed. I only have that one big bowl. I'm thinking about should I go have another bowl after this live? But I'm trying not to touch any food till tomorrow. I just watched the chowder and I'm going to try it. Yeah, I put the eggs, the hard boiled eggs in because that's the closest thing to. I'm looking for something that would give like substance, like a cubed potatoes, because that's potatoes is what you put into it. And the only thing that I could think of was just eggs, and why not? It goes good. It tastes great. So that's how I make it. I do the same thing when I'm doing like a chicken that isn't a chowder, but my chicken soup. I do the same thing. I add in eggs and I drop in eggs. I love my chowder. But I love chowders, period. I love soups. And in the wintertime, I make a lot of them. And you just can put anything in a soup. That's what's so great about it. And a chowder, you can do hamburg. You can fry up some hamburg, guys, and throw hamburg in your chowder. And then put some cheese on top of it. When you put in the butter, throw in some cheese. I mean, it's great. You do the same thing. All these chowders, if you notice, I posted 2 chowders, and both of them are pretty much the same thing. You're just adding different proteins. I deleted it and I had to repost it. I don't know what happened. I must have hit the something wrong when I posted it. I don't know because it was working fine. The voice was there fine when I was editing it. But somehow when I uploaded it, I must have hit something because I couldn't get it to work when I went back in. I had to go delete all those ones and bring up the original and edit it all over again. So I don't know what I did, how I deleted the sound, no idea. But I couldn't get it to work. I had to delete the whole thing. It was not rained, thinking I should finish the mowing before it gets too dark. Maybe tomorrow or it's Sunday. Here, day off. All right, night, Atlas. So when we started dating, I stayed up all night always. So it was just part of our relationship. Then with 5 kids, I didn't sleep in my bed for 10 years. I was on the couch in the garage, etc. Plus, before magnesium, I never slept, but not, I got pretty good sleep. To be honest, I would love to go to bed when my wife does. I feel like it's a respect thing, but my body and brain won't stop normally. Yeah, see, that is definitely the bipolar. But you need to have sleep. You have to get sleep. Don't let yourself go too long without sleep. Well, hi, Patty. Patty's here. Hi, Barb. Thought I would just check and see if you were on. Glad I checked. Yeah, we got a nice group going right now. But I am going to have to run and go potty here pretty quick. So I'm going to have to step away. I went like 10 years running on 4.5 hours of sleep and some nights no sleep at all. I get more sleep now that I've retired than I have for years. When you're a mom to 4 kids, you don't get much sleep. I got the spray magnesium. It helps with pain, but not the sleeping part. I didn't know there was such a thing as spray magnesium. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go potty. You know what? I can give you the open one. All right. I'm back. Let's see, what did I miss? Hey, girl, hey. Bless you, dear Poopy. I didn't sneeze. I am going to get my blanket. It's cold in the garage. We heard you sneeze, Poopy. Let's see. We can do this. If anyone wants to pop up. Just in case anyone might want to pop up. I'm fine, Patty girl. Got my blanket and posted a selfie on Discord to prove it. Well, you can pop up and prove it. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Aw. Your blanket. Yep. Let me see. You look tired. Oh, cancel. Show on stream. I was just getting ready to show that picture.
Oh, here I am. I'm freezing.
You're freezing. You poor
Well,
thing.
it's anything under 70 is like freezing to me. I can't take it. So I would rather burn to death than be froze to death.
Well, it's good to see that you're using something that I made. Look at
That's
that.
awesome. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, my wife had it on her legs the other day, and I took it from her. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, she did have it. She was using it. It was good.
Well, I have,
Every now and again.
because you're so cold, I have something in this box for you. I got your address on it. I
Oh,
don't want to show the address,
oh,
but I'm
okay.
going to
I
be
get it. I get
mailing
it.
this out in a day or two.
Oh no, right. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, yeah, thank you. Well, my wife wants to send you a Christmas card. So,
Aw,
you know, that kind of thing. So,
that's so sweet.
Yeah, I'm actually watching my wife on my other TV. I'll turn it around and show you.
You're watching your wife on. Oh no. Oh, they. Yeah, I see it.
When
That's a big garage.
yeah, basically live in a palace. I don't have a shirt on. uh, no, yeah, it's 4,980 square feet.
That's a big
So
house.
we purposely didn't add 20 more feet because if you do add 20 more square feet, then you fall into a thing called luxury insurance requirement, and it's like an
Oh,
extra. It's like marked up like an extra 30%. So it's pretty horrible. So anyways, we built just 20 square feet less. It was pretty cool.
oh, you had the house built?
Well, we added 2 bedrooms and a Jack and Jill bathroom.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I
So,
get
so
you. And
yeah.
yes, Mason, it's his hat, a navy blue hat, and it matches his blanket.
Oh, good. Poopy, is it? Yeah, because I'm cold. In the garage, it's all concrete. Concrete floors and the walls are brick and everything, so it just holds in all the coldness. So, yeah. But no, nothing too much else is going on over here. We had my daughter's 12th birthday party, and that was a pretty good success. We went to a paint your pottery place, where you pick out a piece of pottery and you paint it. And there was 15 people, and somehow the bill was $1,000.
Wow.
I don't know how the hell that happened. 15 people, so you're looking at $1,000, okay, and you divide that by 15 people. That means each person was $64.50. That's crazy. Actually $67. So here's everything they got for $67. And now that I'm thinking about it, I guess it's not that bad. So they got all the paint. They got a piece of pottery, and most of it was like trees or Santa or a car or a snake or something. And so they got the paint, they got the pottery. They also got like a milkshake or a smoothie or something. They each got a drink. So somehow that was $67 somehow
Wow.
a person. So I don't really know. I didn't really argue with them because the lady was like probably in her 70s. She's just like this small little old lady, but she's probably been in the business world long enough to know how to mark people's stuff up, So, but
No cake or anything? Nothing came with that? Just
I
pottery
forgot.
paint.
I forgot. No, they charged us an extra $25 to put a table out for us. One of those plastic tables. I was like, what the hell? That's weird. So, whatever. So it probably ended up being like $60 a person, what it ended up being. So, I guess it's not that bad, but, I was expecting it more to be about 35 or 40 a person. So,
Yeah, that's crazy. That's inflation fire right there. But you know what you did? You gave her a wonderful, great memory that she'll have for her entire life.
oh yeah. Oh, and not only that, she offered us to take care of to have a special needs morning where she opens an hour early, and I get to bring my special needs nephew. I have a nephew named Kai, and his mom, which is my wife's sister, she passed away during COVID. Whatever. So yeah, and so her son was taken by the state. The state of Florida took him and brought him down to Miami, and I had to go down and have I told you this yet?
No.
Okay. So I had to go down to Miami and like on the house, like when it's not a house, it's like a 1-story hotel. It looks like a hotel. And I'm not kidding, because it's gated. The whole thing's gated because they have like 100 autistic or Down syndrome people. mostly people where their families have, abandoned them, or their parents have passed away, or, it's something like that. It literally on the door, like above the door, says "House for the Retarded." I'm
What
not
did it
kidding.
say?
It says "House for the Retarded."
Wow.
I know. So I went there one time. And I was like, okay, he'll work it out. And then the second time, I was pretty much in tears. Like I couldn't let him go. I had to. So I said, Kai, I'm gonna get you up here to Tampa, man. We're gonna figure this out. And he's like, oh, please don't go, Alex. Get me out of here. So I went on Instagram. I asked for help. I started a little community, and they weren't gonna let him move. So I called him. I said, you know what? I'm just gonna take him out, and I would just pay for the care myself. And then they're like, oh, well, we don't want to lose the state funding because, they're making probably 60 grand a person.
Oh,
So then they're
yeah.
like, okay, they're like, oh, we'll go ahead and move you up to one of our locations in Tampa. I was like, that's what I thought. So we got him. And so anyways, we see him about twice a week. The thing is he's, how do I say? I don't even know what to say. Oh, he has trouble being around the kids. Like the kids will get loud and yell and
Yeah.
scream and argue and do and just they could be doing anything and he'll just start yelling at them and stuff. He's probably got like the mentality of like a 7 or 8 year old or less, maybe a 6-year-old. So, but he's kind of stuck there. He's kind of like I didn't raise him, and I don't really have like a lot to say about his social interactions besides when he comes over. I was able to make him a couple friends. I got a friend that for a while there had him over every week, every Saturday. I mean, it was awesome. But Kai, his name's Kai. He gets really like kind of selfish a little bit. It's all about him. Once again, he's like 6 years old, so he's really 25, I think. I know he's born in 2000, so. But he's very like selfish, and the friends that I hook him up with have parents that are so involved, is so engaged, brought him through therapies. All of his friends, Kai never went through therapies. He never, went through social interactions, and so he's a little lower on the spectrum compared to these people I introduced him to. So this new guy, he's going on the boat with. I let the guy drive the boat. His name's Gabe, and I let him drive the boat. We had him over, and we did rope swing, and we played in the yard, and he's probably got the mentality of like maybe a 10-year-old. So, and he's 22. And so, it's a lot of fun. I really like, I bring kind of church with me. We just started going to church about 2 months ago. And that's because Charlie Kirk got me going to church. He goes like, if you're the man of the house, you have to bring your family to church. Like, that's what you have to do. Like, it's not the woman's job. The woman's going to do it, is going to follow your example. You have to get your kids out. So I started doing that, and my wife sits next to me and holds my hand, and I'm on my phone sometimes. I look at my phone. I look at Facebook, or there's like 100 people in the room. I sit in the very back. So I sit in the back up against the wall, so nobody knows I'm texting. But I look around, and half the people are texting. So. But I'm also not really a big fan into the rock music. Like when you walk in and they're like, Jesus, we love Jesus. Put your hands up for Jesus. And I'm like, oh my God. So I actually go out in the lobby, and I usually will sit out, like just sit out there. And then once the rock concert's over, I'll come in and I'll sit next to my wife. Baby, what are you doing, baby?
She's like, me. It's me time. Me time. She wants
Oh, that's a
kisses.
sweet one.
You want kisses? Yeah.
I haven't looked at the chat. Sorry. All right, let's see. Let's see. Ah, Poopy, and everybody was so cute.
Does he have grandparents? You're talking about your cousin?
Oh, us? Okay. So
Yep.
I'll tell you my grandparents' situation, okay? My dad's mom is my grandmother. Okay, we call her grandmother, okay? And grandmother is still alive. She is 91 years old, and she doesn't really get to know my kids that often. She doesn't really know my kids. She doesn't, she's not really into my kids. So that's that. Then my wife's dad, which is my dad passed away, so my kids don't have my immediate grandpa, and then we called him Pops. And then my wife's dad, Grandpa, um, we he once again also he lives about my grandmother lives about 10 minutes away, and my wife's dad lives about 20 minutes away. Neither one of them really care or are interested. We invite them over for dinner, and they don't come, and they're not coming to our Thanksgiving, and it's really bizarre. And then my wife's mom lives in Pennsylvania and just never we comes down. We offer to pay for her plane ticket. We offer to pay if she doesn't want to stay here. We'll get her a hotel, but she doesn't really do all that. So it's good because it's just going to teach me what not to do. You know what I mean? Because like when I'm going to be a grandparent, I'm going to be a badass grandparent. I'm not going to enable my kids, but I'm going to be there to help them out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I can't wait because we had no help. We had no help. But I'll tell you this, okay? We are blessed beyond anything you could imagine. So we move into this house that we live in now, and there's this older guy. I found out later he was 70, and he's always out in his yard picking up sticks, bringing the trash cans down, repairing this, fixing that, blah, blah. So one day I walked over and I said, hey, my name's Alex. And he goes, oh, I'm Doug. And I said, Doug, you motivate me. I see you out here in the yard, makes me want to work hard. Like, it's nice to meet you. I'm your new neighbor, blah, blah, blah. And I said, hey, Doug, would you like to help me work on my boat? And this is how it began. He worked on my boat for about 40 hours. Not 4 hours, 40.
Wow.
And then he's like, oh, if you need any other help. I said, yeah, we have some stuff in the house I need help with. He patched all the holes in the wall that the kids knocked with the doorknobs. He fixes all the tubs that are cracked. He fixes the garbage disposal. Any electrical issue that we have, like our well pump busting, he replaces the switch. We'll be gone. We'll be on vacation. He goes on vacation with us to Tennessee. He'll stay with us for a week. He'll do all the driving. He flew with us in the airplanes. He brings my kids to school. So we do have kind of a grandparent. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he just happens to be my neighbor. So I told him, I said, hey, don't ever kidnap my kids and run away with them, all right? So, but yeah, so in that sense, we do have a grandparent in that blessed way. And it's so hard to explain because most people would die to have a neighbor like that.
Okay, Squeaky says, my husband's parents, when we moved away, they told us if we wanted to see them, we have to go there and they won't come here. Well, that's sad. Aw. Yeah, that's sad. Mason says, awesome. Yeah, both my parents are gone. My grandparents are gone. But I'm a great grandparent, so I guess that, that's bound to happen eventually, right? You lose all the ones above you. Sad. I think it's so, you look so cute in my blanket.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm glad you won that one, though. It suits you.
Yeah, blue. That's my fave.
Can you
We have
imagine
another one next.
pink?
Huh?
Can you imagine if it was pink?
I would still use it. My daughter, but my wife every now and again finds that you can tell the ones that they make homemade and stuff that aren't like mass produced, and my wife will see them at the thrift store and she'll buy really big ones like the 8 foot by 6 feet ones, big ones. So and then we'll have them, and then I don't know, the kids not this one. I'll make sure this one's protected, but the kids will get slime in them. The kids will get scissors and cut them.
Yeah.
The kids will drag them outside and make them where there's pine needles in them and reliefs and all that kind of stuff. So but this one, I told my wife, I said, we can't screw this one up. This is my gift. But my kids are getting older and they don't do stupid shit like that anymore.
Yeah, when they're younger. What are you doing? Patty says,
Yeah, I am
"Poopy
tired.
looks tired."
Poopy. Yeah, Poopy looks tired. Yeah, I am. I'm tired. What time did we leave last night? Do you remember?
It was about right around 1:30, I think. Two
Oh, was
o'clock.
it? I thought it was. For some reason, I thought it was 3.
It might have been. I honestly don't know. Does anyone remember?
It was just me and you
Yeah, it's just me and you talking for a while.
for like the last probably I would say last 15 minutes, and then um uh somebody came in at the end. I forgot who it was. Not a regular. I haven't seen any trolls yet. So,
No.
oh, I was gonna say, and no, no pressure or anything, but if you want to consider it, if you want to make me a moderator, because I'm gonna be on that 24-hour stream a lot. You know what I'm saying? Because I can protect you and stuff like that. Because I'm probably gonna be on there more than anyone else because I'm obsessive when it comes to doing this stuff.
I
So think
probably
about it.
did because you hear. I just want people that's going to be around and not people that's not going to be around. If that makes sense.
So what do you want me? You just want to kick people out? Oh wait, are you talking about moderator?
Yeah.
Oh no, I thought you were talking about kicking
around
out people. Yeah, I'm talking about kicking out, like, what kind of people do you want? Just anybody who's like profanity and talking shit and all that, just kick them out? Is that what you do? Or do you
Well,
block them?
if they're doing profanity, I'd probably just hide their post and give them a
Oh, okay.
verbal warning. Because some people are
Okay.
just, I don't want to be too bad. We don't have little kids here, but I don't want to scare, everybody away and say, oh my God, but it's basically just common sense type stuff. Someone's coming in and tormenting and using racial slurs and that type of stuff. Yeah, they don't have no business being in here.
Yeah. Hey, do you remember Stickum? The app Stickum?
No.
So there's an app called Stickum, and it's exactly what we're doing right here. And you just talk to people, and you just hang out, and it went away because they had trouble monetizing it, but
Yeah, never heard of Stickum.
yeah, it was just like stuff like that. Poopy, you look tired? No. Yeah.
Type in the chat.
Me?
Yeah.
Hi. Oh, I see. Got it. Patty.
Oh, no, night before. Okay. 3.
Gotcha. Okay, so Josephine, you said never understood trolls. So, as a retired troll, okay, I don't troll much anymore, mostly because I don't have time. I don't have time to travel. It is a waste of time. But to some people, it is very entertaining. So as a creative and as an entertainer, you want to troll because it's funny and people that are on your same page laugh. So that's why I did it. My sister would be enraged that I did it to people. It's affecting people. It's pissing people off. I'm like, whatever. And then I don't know. I just got older. I had more kids, and I just quit doing that. But I used to troll people all the time. I mean, my friend is still a master troll. I mean, he does it all the time. He has no kids, no wife, and he just trolls. He came into our neighborhood group, and he doesn't live in the group. He doesn't, whatever. He just joined the group. I gave him access because I'm in the group, and so someone would be like, hey, I lost my bike. Has anybody seen it? And he would be like, oh, yeah, I saw this girl pawn it for some crack money, right? And they would be like, how can you say that? And he's like, yeah, I'm so sorry. And then like a week later, the bike would come back, and they would say, oh, we found it. It wasn't pawned for crack money. He's like, yes, it was. That's a fake bike. So he would go back and forth and like argue with them. And then what was the other thing he did? Oh, man, I can't remember what he did. Anyway, this is recent stuff, and he just trolls. So, yes, Josephine, it is a waste of time and soul, and soul. Oh my gosh! Did I tell you I did stand-up comedy for 2 years?
Yes. Yes, he was
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah, I loved it because I am a creative and I'm an entertainer, so I love it. I like to give speeches, like being in front of like thousands of people, and like just talking about like baby or puppy, whatever. If somebody gives me a topic, I'll research it, and yeah, so yeah, and now because of Chat GPT and I need to give a speech, I just say, hey, write me a 30-minute speech about this topic, and then I go through, read it, and I say put it through bullet points, and I go through the bullet points, and now I've read it and I know bullet points, and now I just regurgitate it. I basically just make it up, and I just do it, and I get paid to do that, and I love it. I love speaking. Some people cannot speak in front of people. I love it. I don't know why people can. I love it.
I
So
cannot hear, but for some reason, if it was real life, if there was how many people's in the chat? What, 15? 15 people in the chat? I would not be able to speak. I would get so tongue tied, I wouldn't be able to talk.
really,
But being in a forum like this, I really don't have a problem. I did at the very beginning. I did in the beginning, but now it's like I'm talking to y'all like you're all friends, family.
who was your first follower that's still around?
Probably Mason and John.
Oh, and John. Oh, okay, Mason and John. Okay.
Who was here
Yeah,
first,
John.
Mason? You or John? I think you're both about the same.
Yeah, my wife's cool with me, like,
And
giving like
Patty.
$5. Yeah, Patty. Oh yeah, Patty too. Yeah, my wife's cool with giving like, $5 here or there, maybe, $10, but John always pushes it to the limit. So I give like $5 and then he'll give $3 and I gotta give $3. And next thing you know, it's like $10 in a day. So then I can't come on for 3 days because I've spent all my money.
Well, you can still come on and not give, You don't have to.
No, I know. I don't mind. I mean, it's not like I'm giving you like $500 a day. It's nothing crazy like that. But I have friends that go on live streams and will donate $500,
I
and
want
I
to
make
know those friends. I
yeah. I
want to
told
know
them
those friends.
I've told my heavy hitters. I've said, hey man, come check out this channel. I'm not gonna be like, hey, go donate, but I was like, hey, you should go check this and get some inspiration. They're good. So I don't know. We'll
It was the
see.
week before.
So yeah, just keep going and. You'll something will happen. Oh,
Joking around is funny. More the nasty, mean talk that's sad. Yeah, see,
oh,
Mason says she was here a week before John.
oh. So what was it? Just you and Mason just talking by
Oh
yourselves?
no, no, we always had we started out with like 8, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, really?
Now it's usually in the teens and it's starting to get into the mid 20s. Then
Yeah, I like how you turn positive things. Like if people, sometimes will go down a negative way, but then you'll flip it around and make it, either. It's hard to do that. Like some people like you just do it kind of naturally and it works out. But some people they want to dwell or misery loves company, that kind of thing. So it just goes deeper and deeper. Unfortunately, my dad was like that. Like if he started getting negative, like it got really, really negative. I mean, like he would get more
yeah,
negative and
negative
negative.
follows negativity.
Right, and it makes more. And he couldn't fight it, and he couldn't figure it out a way. So by watching him, I go negative sometimes, but then I try to laugh it off, or I try to play it or the next thing, or I move on, or so yeah.
Once you start looking for the positive things and anything negative in your life, every time something negative happens to you, just look for the positive because it's there.
Right.
And then just think about the positives. That's what I try to
Right.
do. You know, and sometimes when my husband's having a bad day, and he's driving me crazy, I just smile and start thinking about, yeah, it's cute. What he said is cute. And I'll dwell on something positive than to think about how I miss my husband, because he's not the same man. But I'll turn it around and think of something positive, like he's fun. He used to be, he used to be kind of a little, not mean, but like a straight laced type of dude, a businessman. And now he's just funny. So when I start
That's
thinking
nice.
about how I miss my husband, I think about, yeah, but now he's more relaxed. He's put the smile on my face all the time, every day. So you got to look for the positive in everything.
If you look for the positive, you'll find it. If you look for the negative, you'll find it. So you
Oh
just got to
yeah,
make a
I
choice.
can look for the negative and be sad and
Yeah.
horrible, and you know. But you got to look for the negative. You got to look for the positive. And I tell my kids that all the time. She'll say, "Oh, this just happened," and I'll be like, "It'll pass." Whenever something negative happens, just tell yourself it's gonna pass. It'll pass. It always passes. It's not always gonna be negative. It'll pass, and this too
You
will pass.
know,
You know?
oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry, I was just going to say, we talked about Charlie Kirk. So one of the things that he says is that whenever you're having a bad time, you just say, "This too shall pass," because it
That's
will.
one
This
of the
too,
sayings that
yeah,
I've always said,
this too
and
shall
I've
pass.
always told my kids. Although it's different now, I tell my kids I want that on my gravestone, but I don't want it on my gravestone because I'm not going to have one. But I used to say that's what
Yeah,
I want to put on, and this too will pass on my gravestone because I said it so many times. So yeah, he's right.
yeah. And then the
I
other
think I
thing he
can agree with
says,
the guy. He's right saying that because it will pass.
he he also says that even when you're in the best times, you have to recognize that it's going to pass. Good, the best times are going to pass too. So, living in the future, you're anxious. Living in the past, you're depressed. But living in the present, that's where you need to be. So that's like the kind of stuff that he talks about. And you see, it's not political stuff. I don't know anything about the Israel. I don't know anything about the war. I don't know anything about oil. I don't know anything about the political stuff. I don't listen to that stuff that he talks about. But I listen to Charlie Kirk's how to be a better father, how to be a better dad, how to be a better person. So, yeah, it's really a cool thing to just think like this too shall pass, no matter how hard it gets. Because the other thing I say is if I'm really frustrated and something's not going right or not going my way, I just say, and I say it over and over again, I say, there's always a way. There's got to be a way to fix this problem. There's a problem and it can be fixed. How do you fix it? And you don't have any resources. You're just saying it in your mind. You're like, how can I fix this problem? There's something's wrong. Something's going bad. And then the answer just pops up almost every time.
Sometimes doing nothing is
Right.
the answer.
Right. Just reflecting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes people overcomplicate it. They want to try to force a fix, and that doesn't work either. So.
Now, one of the things that I want to say that has to do with the future is people dream. I have dreams of someday I'm going to do this, which is for the future. So don't always look like you can't be in the future because I believe that if you follow your dreams, your hopes, your desires, they're in the future, most of them. I mean, yes, they're here now, but one of my days is to go someplace on a nice warm beach and go for a walk in my bare feet. That's one of my dreams.
Oh,
And one day in the future, that's on my bucket list and I'm going to do it.
well, I can help you with that.
Oh, you
Let me tell
can.
you how. Let me tell you how. You ready? So everything that I have in my life, my 4,400 square foot house, when I bought it, it was 4,400. That's what I wrote down, right? Have a good wife. That's what I wrote down. Have healthy kids. These are things that you cannot control. You know what I mean? You can't
Yeah.
control to have a good wife. But I got this and I wrote it down on a piece of paper with a pencil. And just like you want it to come true, you write down on a piece of paper with a pencil and make your list of 43 things. 43 things is an angel number for goal accomplishment and success. So it's superstitious and all that kind of stuff. So just, write it down and I promise you it'll come true. All the stuff that I have in my life has come true because I've written it down on paper. You're literally, when you're writing something down, you're creating a house. You're building a house basically. Or a tree,
Yeah.
or whatever you want to look at. I got to come up with a better analogy, but you know what I mean.
You're building the
So-
foundation.
Right. So yeah, I write all my goals down. I actually put on my to-do list last week. Rewrite down my goals again. I write checks to myself. I wrote $1 million check. I have a $300 million check. I have.
Wow. I want to know you when you're at 300 million.
Well, if you're down to 250 pounds, or what's your goal weight? 200 pounds.
Yeah,
What's your goal?
that's my goal
200
weight,
pounds.
200 pounds.
All right, then I'll make sure I take care of you if I have that much money. I'll say you did it, and then I'll have to. I'll make you a
That's a deal.
I'll make you a what do they call it? What's a job title that doesn't really have any job? Like they're like advisor. Oh, advisor. That's what you would be an advisor. And so what I would do is I would employ you. I'd pay you X. I would pay you X. Instead of giving you money, I would pay you as an employee, as an advisor, which means you don't do anything. And this way, I get to write off your employment off as a tax write off. So I'm really
okay.
getting some money back. So, but that's what I'm gonna do. My brother's like, just give me a chunk of money if you win. I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. I want to make you my employee so I can use that money to save and help other people too.
Either
So,
way, they're
I have
gonna
a
tax us for it, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Or what are your taxes in your state? You guys have a state tax?
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I have no idea.
We don't have one. We don't have a state tax in Florida.
Let's see, what are people saying in here?
Oh yeah, I haven't looked at the chat.
No other people, family too. I was here about the same time John showed up. Squeaky monkey. I just didn't talk too much. Okay. Yep, stopped and see the beauty all around you. We live in the Garden of Eden. That was from JoJo. Mason says, Monkey, we didn't talk as much then. We didn't know each other. Or Grandma, yep. Patty says, a lot of time things happen and turns your day sad when it happens. I try to think about the beauty and the blessings of being alive. Yeah, turn that negative into a positive. That's true, Mason. Good night, Barbara, and everyone. See you later. Bye. Night, Mason. That's a great way of thinking, Patty. Oh, yeah, you guys are all great. Sweet dreams, Mason, if you're still here. What is that, a clothespin? It's that cold, huh?
I just don't feel like holding it up anymore.
So it's so
But-
funny. You're funny.
So good. Yeah, I was the class clown in school. I got voted class clown.
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
see that. I can see that.
I love the joke, and I love. And the other thing is, like in school, I didn't have any friends, but it's because I knew everyone. Like I knew all the cheerleaders, the football players, the geeks, the nerds, the smokers, everybody. I was not friends with, but I knew everyone. But the reason I didn't have any friends is because I had to work 3 jobs because my parents were so poor, and I didn't want to be poor. So I was at Blockbuster, I was at Subway, I was at Publix, Winn-Dixie. I was at all these different jobs all the time, working. So I didn't have time to like create friendships, and I was always late to school because I was working till 1 or 2 in the morning. So like I didn't come to school till 1 or 2, like first or second period, and yeah, I just didn't have time to make friends, and I never went to any high school parties. I never did anything like that. So
Well, you got to know all these people.
yeah, and then also the bipolar thing, that also made it very hard for people to be my friend because I would get in fights. I would get like in street fights and stuff, and people were kind of scared of me a little bit, so nobody wanted to be my friend.
Teenagers a big time for all that kind of stuff to come out because of all the hormonal changes going on in your body.
The biggest change is when I joined the military and they started giving me all their shots. They started like, they didn't tell me deployment shots and all these just crazy shots, and I was having trouble sleeping, which, it got like really bad. And then the major bipolar, like the depression, the anxiety, the manic, the mania, all that stuff. It came out really bad. And I was in the military, and we were in Italy, and it got really kind of dark, like in my mind, and all that kind of stuff. And I couldn't sleep, and I went to my supervisor. I was like, "Hey man, I haven't slept in 2 days. What do I do?" And they brought me into the hospital. They Baker acted me. They put me in a room. I wasn't suicidal or anything, and not this Baker act. I just couldn't sleep. And so then they said, "Oh, well, you're ADHD. That's why you couldn't sleep." So then they gave me Adderall, and Adderall is like the worst thing that you could give a bipolar person. But keep in mind, they didn't know I was bipolar. So they gave me this Adderall, and it tore me up. I mean, it was horrible, rage, out, depression. I mean, the worst of the worst. It was so bad, and I took it, and I realized it was hurting me, so I quit taking it. And they sent me like, months and months and months worth, because that's what the military does. And it was Adderall. So at one point I had like maybe 100 Adderall pills in a Ziploc bag in my containers, and I just had them sitting in my car. And my brother, he gets in the car, he goes, "Dude, are you kidding me?" He's like, "This is gonna put you in prison for like 20 years." He's like, "Are you absolutely out of your mind?" So he like flushed it down the toilet, and I just quit taking Adderall, and then my life became a lot better. And then I had my next episode, and my whole family fell apart. It was just bad. And then I got medicated, and life just got much better. I mean, it was just much better. So I'm doing better, and I feel good, but I don't feel like I'm high on drug, like I'm over medicated. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm sorry to hear your husband's bipolar. I'm sure it was very hard, because my wife.
My
has bad
ex-husband.
bipolar.
Ex-husband.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Ex-husband, yeah.
Yeah, it was horrible, and it wasn't. Yeah, yes, he was the mean type of bipolar, very abusive mentally. But the problem with him was even his medication made him psychotic. And they
Yeah.
were constantly changing it, which is what happens because they got to wait until they find the
Yep.
right one. But it just
Yep.
kept getting worse. And when you've got 4 kids and you're dealing with a man that's violent, it's like you got to protect your kids. And so finally it was like, all right, that's it. I'm done. I can't keep living like this. I mean, there was times when he would tell us, get up, get out of bed, get the kids all out of the house. The aliens just flew and parked in the backyard type of stuff. The medication was making him see things and hear things. And it was just ridiculous.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something. I did that once.
You did
When I
that
was
once too? Yeah, it
when
was
I was,
all.
I didn't think they were aliens. I didn't think it was aliens. I thought our house was like basically like under attack, or there was like a feeling of doom and gloom. And I woke my wife up. I said, "You gotta get up, gotta get up." I'm like, "There's something wrong. There's someone, there's something going on. We got to figure this out." And she's like, "What the fuck are you talking about? Like, leave me alone." You know what I mean? And that's
Yeah.
before I was medicated. And then it kind of went away. And but that was the only time that I ever did anything so crazy. And I thought, like, I genuinely, and I can remember feeling it. Like, I genuinely remember like being so scared and fearing for my wife and my kids' lives. Like, I mean, it was crazy. But that was the only time I ever did anything like that. And then I did get Baker acted another time because I crashed from mania. I'm sure your husband had mania and then depression. And
Yeah.
then the depression hit me so hard. I mean, whatever, but it was just really, really hard. And so I ended up going to the VA hospital again. I was there for like a week, and then they adjusted my medication again. And for years, I was doing, I would say 80%. I was running 80%, still 20%, mean and bipolar stuff. But then I started taking that NAC supplement. I told you, I was mentioned in the chat. And it literally has changed my life. I don't yell anymore. I'm not mean. I'm easygoing. I don't care what I can wait in lines without fighting people. You know what I mean? Like, I feel so good on this NAC. It makes me want to get off my medicine, but I'm not going to, because that's what it does. You know what I mean? I'm not getting off my medicine, but I feel so good, like I don't need it. I'm as you can see, I'm just cool as a cucumber. Like, I don't, but every now and again I'll get a little spicy.
Well, you seem to be handling things okay.
Yeah. I do therapy.
The only thing I do worry though is, are you getting enough sleep? Because
now I am.
that can hurt. Yeah, okay, because that can hurt you. That can, have you get into a depression or mania, or the
right.
cycle starts with lack of sleep and stress, and you don't want that going on.
Well, Friday nights and Saturday nights, I generally will stay up with you like I did last night. I'll be up till 2 or 3. On school nights, I usually will leave you around like 1:30, something like that. Take a shower. So I'm usually in bed, bed between, like, on school nights around 2, and I get up at 7. So that's good. 5 to 6, 7 hours. And remember, also sometimes I fall asleep with my kids. It'll be like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and then I'll sleep 10 hours. So it just depends. So I do wake up. I'll wake up out of my kid's bed and I'll say, "Shit, I miss Grandma's kitchen." No.
Grandma's crotch.
Yeah, Grandma's great. My kids, man. My daughter just said, she's like, "Don't you think it's weird that you stay up with some random woman online?" I said, "No, it's not a random. It's a bunch of kids. I mean, it's a bunch of adults. We're just talking about random stuff in life." So, but we always tell her, "Don't talk to strangers online."
It was
So-
neat though seeing your daughter the other night.
Yeah, she's cool. She's really like independent, and she was our hardest. She's the hardest kid to raise. I mean, she was ungodly hard to raise. And then my youngest is also very hard to raise. So my first and my last, the ones in the middle, they're doing the best they can.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
What just say? I feel lucky. Mama never put me on meds. The story I would not be here. I did try to around my 30s. Oh my God, stop them. It's amazing how food can mess with the brain. Yeah?
Yep. I will kind of add to that. I know that my diet can be better. I know I can. I use the Yuka app. I take a picture of the product and I look at it, and I know that it's bad for me. I'm like, okay, well, whatever. But then when I'm like eating, cheese that or whatever, junk food, nachos or hot dog especially, like a hot dog with ketchup, that is like double poison. A hot dog is poison and ketchup is poison. Those are the two worst things you can eat. And I'll eat 2 of them, maybe 3 of them, and I know that they're bad for me, but I do it anyway. So I know that if I were to concentrate on better food, drink more water, because as you can see, I'm drinking kombucha, I drink coconut water, I hardly ever drink water, so if I drink more water, less sugary drinks, and less garbage food. I did recently stay away from beef, because I'm allergic to beef. So I got an
You're
allergy
allergic
test.
to beef, like cow beef? Beef.
Yeah, so when I eat it, this is crazy. When I eat it, I can hardly walk. Isn't that crazy?
Yes. I
Because
wonder what it is.
It inflames. Here's what happens. It inflames my nerves and my muscles. It causes inflammation, and it pushes on my nerves and my disc and my bulging disc, and it pushes on those nerves, and my legs will basically stop working. So I was eating burgers, and I was eating burgers, and I was eating burgers, and I would hurt, and I would hurt, and I wake up the next day, and I was in pain and pain. And then one day I just woke up and I said, I'm sick of being sick. I'm sick of hurting. You know what I mean? I'm probably similar to your revelation for you losing weight. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
you just
Tired of being in pain, can't walk. You're using a walker.
right. And so I'm glad you're inspiring me to keep going. I think about you when I go on my walks. My freaking walking partners left me. These 2 gay guys, and they live together, and I feel left out.
You feel left out.
No, I try.
Now,
I text
when
them.
you said hamburger, that you were eating burgers. What was on that burger?
What do you mean?
It's
talking
not
about?
just beef. Did you have it in bread? Did you have it? What did you have with
Yeah.
that?
So the main burgers I ate are from Applebee's. They have the tortilla. It's not the bun, but it's probably the same amount of calories. But it's a tortilla, and it's got pico de gallo sauce and some cheese and lettuce and the beef. But here's what's interesting, okay? I'm not allergic to any burger, and I don't know if they have this in your state, but they have packs of burgers that are beef heart. If you look at the package, it says made from beef hearts. And I can eat those and not hurt. But if I eat like expensive meat or something like that, or just ground beef or ham, that kind of stuff, it hurts me. It really hurts me. And I don't know what the hell. I mean, I don't know why I'm allergic to it, but it's probably for the best. So, but pork too. I forgot pork, beef and pork. I'm allergic to both.
Me, and I love pork. And
I love it.
Ham. Well, ham. I should say it's ham that bothers me. pork, I can have like a pork chop and it doesn't bother me. So it's hams, that
Yeah,
processed
yeah,
stuff
that
kills
processed
me,
stuff. And
makes me,
there's
oh,
the amount of
crampy.
salt,
And
isn't it?
Candy
Yeah.
says, LOL, I thought you were going to bed. And then I open YouTube and it's poopy.
Ah, booby.
Same here. It's
That's so
hard,
fun.
not easy. Some people, yes, they don't have the messed up brain fog, yes. It's the histamine.
Oh, Candy.
Oh,
You know what's weird? And I'll just bring it up. Maybe I'll stop. But I never touch my face. I just don't do it. But when I'm on chat with you, this is the third time now. I'm touching my nose. I'm scratching my mustache. I'm rubbing my chin. I'm tickling my ear. I don't know. I did I wear the blanket last time? I don't remember if I
no,
did or
you
not.
had your coat on.
Oh, okay. It's
You,
maybe because the blanket and the coat are like touching my face. You know what I mean? But it's too cold. I can almost see my breath in here.
uh,
So buy me a coffee. Oh, it just popped up at the Nightbot. Explain this Nightbot to me. Like, did you have to pay? Are you paying for that, or is it just something that
no,
they
it's
as a
free.
supplement?
It's
It's free.
nightbot.com.
Nightbot.com. Okay, I gotta write that down. I don't know where my note is.
And you can set it up. Um, and like, I could set it up to throw that in, and yeah, you can do anything. I have to put in some of his is like we're not we're not physicians or doctors here. We're not going to heal you or cure you or whatever. I can't remember what it says.
Yeah, I
Um,
know. Yeah.
that whole line. We don't want it. We're talking by experience. Blah 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 blah. And that's just. I don't want to get sued. I don't want to take the chance, and I don't want people to think that what we say is golden. What works for
You know
me may
what's
not work for you. So
funny? People that are in financial situations that no one's going to sue you are the ones that care about being sued the most. I did too. I used to, oh, I don't want to get sued, I don't want to get sued, I don't get sued. But the ultra rich, they don't care about being sued because they're sued so often, they don't care. But you got to keep in mind, if you don't have anything to lose, then nobody can really get anything from you. You know what I mean? If you're not a multi-million, they can't take your house from you, they can't do anything like that, you know? So it's the same thing with taxes. Like, I'm not saying cheat on your taxes, but what I'm saying is don't lose sleep over the fact that you might have missed, something. You know what I mean? Because they're not going to audit you if you make less than $1 million. And the reason why is because they have to pay somebody $80,000, $120,000 a year to audit you, and they're gonna what? Find out that you accidentally made $3,000 error, so now you have to pay $3,000, and you gotta keep in mind they're getting paid $90,000. That doesn't make any sense. They're not gonna go after you. So even if you look it up on ChatGPT and everything else, it basically says like you're not gonna get audited unless you make $1 million. It's very rare. It's like 2%. It's so rare.
yeah,
So and those people are kind of flagged too. So I have two tax accountants that kind of help me, and um, there's a lot of like things you can do. Like you can like all of our cars, for example, are in our company name because every time you go for a drive, you can write it off. Every maintenance, every oil change, anything that you do, because your office is your home. So in like most places, like let's say you worked at a grocery store or whatever, right? You don't get to start writing your miles off and your maintenance and your wear and tear until you leave your workplace, and your workplace just happens to be your home. So you can have your company vehicle at your home because that's where your workplace is. You see?
yeah.
So, and the people say, "Oh no, you gotta, you gotta pay your fair share in taxes." I pay so much in taxes, I can't even like it makes me sick. But we used to be on food stamps. Growing up, I was on food stamps. As an adult, I was on food stamps. I don't mind paying. I use the roads. I use the emergency services. I've been picked up by the ambulances. So, all that stuff. Like, I don't mind paying, but at the same time, I'm getting to the point where I feel like I'm paying too much. So, I don't know. We'll see. I got to get better accounts, I think.
Especially if you make it from YouTube, they take 30%.
Oh yeah, yeah. YouTube really takes a lot from us, but they pay us a lot too, and we're very like we're. I sometimes I just sit there and I just think like from where we were, on WIC and food stamps, 7 years ago, or I was probably 10 years ago, to where we are now. I mean, it's just like so crazy. Like we used to have, one car, and it's hard. You got 2 kids, and it's just so hard. And then we ended up getting 2 cars, and it made our life a lot easier because now we're not wasting time picking up, dropping off, sharing a car, blah, blah, blah. So, and then we got a van, so we upgraded to. I used to have a smart car. I'm 6'2", almost 6'3", and I drove a little tiny smart car for like 2 years. So I would say I'm undercompensating, ladies. So
Now, is your income all from YouTube?
no. I do a lot of investments. I make almost as much on the thing is like the reason a person can go from 10 million to 100 million faster than you can go from 1,000 to 100,000. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
1,000 to 100,000 is very hard to do, but 10 million to 100 million is not hard to do. And the reason why is your money makes so much money for you. Like Target, for example, if you own Target stock, they pay a great dividend, right? So let's say you had a bunch of stocks that pay dividends, then you're just making money off the dividends, and that money's being reinvesting. So what happens is poor people or people that are lower income, and I was there, I know, they don't know how to invest. They don't understand the compounding interest or how money works or blah blah blah, and they don't know. They don't want to lose their money. And they're when you're poor, like you're in survival mode. You're just trying to survive, where's the next meal. And then you get middle class, and you're like, okay, I'm comfortable, and then you get complacent. So how do you get to the next step from there? So because you go from scared and survival to comfort. Why would you want to leave comfort? So we were in comfort for, I don't know, 3 or 4 years, and then we realized we want more. Like we want to get a pool, we want to do that kind of stuff. So we got back out of comfort. We started taking risks about 4 years ago. I hired financial advisors. They suck. No, don't hire a financial advisor, no matter how rich you get. Their job is to care about their interests first. You know what I'm saying? And you're going to hear, oh, the more money I make you, the more money we get. That's not true. If the stock market sucks, you're still getting paid. You know what I mean? So I fired him. I got rid of him. I do it myself. And so what I've learned is, this is from Warren Buffett, who's the greatest investor of all time, is you buy index funds, okay? And what is an index fund? An index fund is a bunch of stocks in one fund that follows what they call the NASDAQ or the S&P, and it follows all these major companies like Walmart and Toyota and all these, and it follows all these companies, and it does it for you, so you don't have to follow the companies. This index fund does it for you. And index funds are returning between 18% and 25%. So let's just say 20%. So every $10,000, you're getting a free $2,000. Plus they're paying you dividends. You see what I'm saying? So that's how the rich get rich, is because their money is making more money for them while they're sleeping, instead of having to do sweat equity. So instead of sitting in a job that they hate, just thinking about the job, these rich people are sitting on yachts thinking about how they're going to make their next 10 million. They have more thinking time. So that's how they do it. And you're going to be making so much money with YouTube eventually. You just got to, obviously make the choices that are best for you. But I definitely wouldn't hire a financial advisor. I would learn I would network with people who know how to invest in stock and who are actually making money. Everybody's got their opinion on stock. Everybody's going to tell you their way to do it. But if it sounds too good to be true, like cryptocurrency, it probably is, right? I make a lot of money in cryptocurrency, and I still would tell people not to do it. You know what I mean? Because it's just made up. Am I going to get caught with my hand in the cookie jar? Is all my money going to disappear in crypto? Maybe, So it's a joke. If you would have put $10,000 in Bitcoin 10 years ago, you would be a billionaire. So what an investment. But yeah, if it wasn't for Bitcoin, we wouldn't have been able to put a down payment on the house that we live in, because that made us a lot of money on that. So, but I know investing is boring. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, I find it interesting to a degree.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard when when you don't have a lot of money to play with in the stock market. It's hard to like really think about it, you know. But I don't know. So the cryptocurrency is like it's like a casino money. They just kind of give it fake value. You know what I mean? But it has real utility. So it's fake value with real utility, which is weird. Just like casino money. Oh, you won 50,000 at the slots. Maybe. I mean, you pulled a handle. You didn't do anything. So I don't know. I've been to Vegas twice, and it was fun. So
I've been to Vegas for at least 20 times.
oh wow,
There
doing
used to
what?
be a time between my husband and I, we was going to Vegas every 6 months. And we would get picked up from the airport by the hotels that we stayed at. And you would have the limousine driver, with a whole last name going across it, waiting to pick us up. And yeah, we got top notch treatment from comps playing. But we would go with a couple of thousand. But what would happen is when you playing and then you win and you keep playing and you win, they're seeing how much you're actually putting in the machine, not by how much you're actually winning. They just see you're spending, spending, spending. So we would always get great comps, the best room, luxury, 2 bedrooms, suites, crazy, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, saunas. They
How
would
much
just
would
give
you?
us
How much would you
upgrades.
spend?
We'd only start with like 1,000, but see, we'd play and we'd keep winning, and then you just keep playing and you keep winning. You got to be very selective on your slots. You have to watch people. As this, it's some slot machines actually pay better. So
What 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 did you say? So you go in there with money because I went in there and I spent probably $1,000 and nobody said anything to me. They just took my money in like 2 hours.
we actually got approached by I forget what they call it, the pick manager, or I can't remember what they call it. But anyways, he looks for people that play and spend, and then he lines you up. He was constantly tell us, charge things to your room, charge things to your room. And we just wasn't. We would just, go and eat and do charge things to your room. So we went to this. We went one year to our anniversary, and he kept saying, "You guys aren't charging to your room. How are we going to give things to you if you don't charge to your room?" So we said it was our 20th anniversary, and he says, "Well, go to this restaurant and charge." That restaurant, the meals were like $200 each. I mean, it
Jeez.
was crazy. Our bill was like almost $500. We went ahead and charged it to the room. We did not have to pay that when we left. We didn't pay for anything that we charged for our room. So towards the end of it, we was just charging everything to the room. We never once paid for it. Once you get like a manager that books everything for you, make sure you have the best of everything. Once you get to that point, you're golden. You get
And they come to you.
They came to us. We did not go to them. But see, they watch. They watch everybody that's in there and how they spend, how they play. If you're constantly playing, they're eventually going to come to you. At least during the time that we stayed at the Paul, oh, I forget the name of it. Cosmopolitan. Why am I not saying that?
Cosmopolitan.
Yes, Cosmopolitan. There you go. Thank you. Cosmopolitan, and they approached us. They didn't. All the other places that we would play at, they would just, use your player card and you would get points, and then you go to the shop and pick up a little cup as your comp. Cosmopolitan back then was totally different. They comped you like crazy and crazy good. I love being picked up every single time after once we became we had that, I forget what they called them, but they're the ones that come to you and they take care of you. As we were top notch, we would not have to stand in line for anything. We got to go in front of everybody. It was great, treated like royalty.
I'll have to figure that out.
It was fun. But we don't do that anymore because we retired. Ron had a stroke, so we don't go to Vegas anymore. But we used to go a couple of times a year, and he would plan everything for us. We didn't have to worry in the world back then.
Well,
Good night, Nolan Ray. Good night. I don't even know if I'm saying your name right. Nolan, good night.
who else is leaving?
Pit boss.
Candy's
Is it a
gone.
pit boss? I don't know. I can't remember what they call them. I'll have to ask my husband.
Oh, Squeaky's leaving. Bye, Squeaky.
Bye, Squeaky. The ham
I guess
has a lot of
Candy.
additives. Yeah, that's probably why I get a reaction from it, Patty. But yeah.
Very cool. All right. Well, I'm gonna start wrapping it up. I'm gonna. It's 3 o'clock. I still need to take a shower, so if I can get to sleep by 4, and then church is at 9, so that'll give me about five
Oh my
hours.
goodness. Yeah, you need to get going. Well, thank you
Yeah.
for popping up. Thank you for the
Yeah,
nice
for sure.
talks.
What are you at? 6 hours already? You're at 5 hours and 56 minutes. I love it.
Yes. 5 hours,
Jeez.
56 minutes.
All right. I'm gonna stay in the chat for a minute while you wrap it up, but we'll talk soon.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thanks for the blanket. I love it.
I'm glad you love it. So that was poopy. That was poopy. So we've had candy, we had poopy. So I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it having guests on. I love listening to people talk. Someday we'll get more people up here. Yeah, get more people in here. But yeah, I'm surprised, Candy, you are still up. You must be already in bed because I think it's like, what, 1 o'clock for you. I got to look that up. Mm. I was hoping he would hear my song. Did John say why he wouldn't be here? He probably fell asleep because he falls asleep while listening, so he probably fell asleep, Poopy. All right, Patty. Good night, Patty. Oh, he was on at some point. Yeah, he was on. Um, but he oftentimes he'll listen and just eventually fall asleep. I am, and it is. Mochi and Junie are happy I'm here. I'm looking up appetizers or sides I could make to bring to my neighbor, but I don't know if I'm going to bother already bringing in dessert. He was here earlier. Yeah, John was here earlier, but he's one of many that lay down and listen and end up falling asleep, which is cool. All right, guys, I think I'm going to go ahead and go. It's just about 3 o'clock. I am going to go and get some sleep myself. Go and get my jammies on, and I just can't bring myself to cook a bunch of carbs. I don't blame you. Is this the record for the most thumbs up? 26? It's probably darn close. It could be close if that's 26 is it 26? How many thumbs up? 29. Yeah, that might be. It could be a record. I don't think I've ever gone up to 30 unless it was on the replay. Good night, Ancient. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for hanging out. So on that, guys, I am going to go ahead and log off. Thank you for being here. And I will see you tomorrow night. Have another great night. So, night, sweet dreams, turning off the lights.